Chapter 1035. Outside Shen Tu's palace, Jia Long pointed to Yang Kai and said, "Young Master Yang wants to go buy some things. You should accompany him and ensure his safety." Young Master Shen Tu's guest? The monster race master turned to look at Yang Kai and gently nodded. No problem. He had obviously also heard of Yang Kai's existence. After all, Shen Tu rarely brought people to his palace as guests, but those he did bring back were all highly valued. "Please come with me," he beckoned to Yang Kai. "Many thanks." Yang Kai smiled lightly. Following behind this monster race master, Yang Kai noticed that he was somewhat taciturn and didn't seem to like talking much. Yang Kai had no choice but to take the initiative to ask, "What is this friend's name?" This monster race master was definitely a Saint King Realm master because when Yang Kai faced him, he always felt an inexplicable pressure. Only a Saint King Realm master could give Yang Kai such pressure. However, since he was one of Shen Tu's subordinates, Yang Kai calling him a friend wasn't excessive. "I wouldn't dare, you can just call me Shuetong." Shuetong? Yang Kai raised his brow. "Which branch of the monster race do you belong to?" "Blood-eyed main master," Shuetong explained casually. Only now did Kai Yang notice that the color of his eyes was indeed somewhat different. They were a light red, but this was only the color of his eyes in his normal state. Once he really started fighting, his eyes would most likely turn crimson red. At that time, he would become violent and ruthless, causing his fighting strength to soar. "You're a human, so why do I feel monster chi from you?" Shuetong frowned as he stared at Yang Kai. "And your bloodline seems to be very pure, even nobler than mine. That's the aura of a monster emperor. Did you have some kind of fortuitous encounter in the past that is related to the monster race?" "And a bit." Yang Kai smiled lightly. The golden dragon and ice phoenix patterns on his body did contain traces of the monster clan's aura, so it was normal for him to sense it. The golden dragon and ice phoenix were both emperors of the monster clan. This was true even in the territory of the star realm. Crimson Eye didn't say anything else, but it seemed that Yang Kai's monster yuan chi made him feel close to him, and his expression became even more amiable. Not long after, the two of them arrived at a city where blue streaks of light flashed across the sky as many cultivators swaggered forward on their star shuttles. Shuetong led Yang Kai forward with familiarity, asking as they walked, "What do you want to buy?" "A good star shuttle and some rare ores," Yang Kai replied. "It's not hard to get." Crimson Eye pondered for a moment. "Do you want to buy it here or elsewhere?" "What's the difference?" Yang Kai asked. "This city isn't very prosperous on Water Moon Star, so the grade of the things here isn't too high. If you want a star shuttle, I suggest you get a Saint King grade high rank one. You can barely display the speed of a star shuttle of this grade, and won't need to replace it for a long time. Then a Saint King grade high rank star shuttle it is." Yang Kai nodded. "Then we'll have to go to another city, about 30,000 kilometers away from here. That's a bit far." Yang Kai frowned. 30,000 kilometers, even if he used a star shuttle, would take some time to travel. Crimson Eye smiled mysteriously. "It's not too far. We can get there immediately." Yang Kai was puzzled, but he didn't ask any more questions, and continued to follow Crimson Eye through the city. A short time later, the two of them arrived in front of a building, but before they even entered, Yang Kai noticed a strange fluctuation coming from inside. Sensing it carefully, he immediately understood what this fluctuation was. It's actually void force. Yang Kai couldn't understand why void force would appear here. Outside the building, there were many Hungluo Chamber of Commerce guards standing guard, but when they saw Crimson Eye arrive, they all saluted him. They seemed to recognize him as Shen Tu's guard. Crimson Eye walked straight into the building. After passing through several gates, the void force fluctuations became stronger and stronger. After arriving at the innermost part of the building, Yang Kai couldn't help narrowing his eyes as he exclaimed, "A space array?" In front of him was a large spirit array. The layout of this spirit array was almost identical to the one Guizhou had set up on the floating continent. The only difference was that there were many subtle differences. Guizhou's space array arrangement wasn't very proficient, and there were many places where it wasn't perfect. The space array in front of him, on the other hand, was extremely strict, without the slightest mistake. In the center of this spirit array was a mirror-like structure covered with a thick layer of space spirit crystal. At the base of this mirror were several grooves, obviously used to hold saint crystals. Can this thing be used? Young Kai looked at Crimson Eye in amazement. Naturally, we can use this space array to reach a more prosperous city. Wasn't it said that this thing had been lost? Young Kai's eyes flashed a strange light. It has indeed been lost. However, there are remnants of space arrays on many cultivation stars. No one knows who or when these space arrays were set up. Everyone can only use them now. We can't understand the mysteries behind them. A few experts might be able to decipher the secrets, but that's not something we can hope for. Hearing his explanation, Young Kai immediately understood that this space array should be a relic from a long time ago. With this kind of thing, wouldn't it be easy to travel back and forth from Cultivation Star? Young Kai exclaimed. He knew how far apart cultivation stars were, and that a single round trip would take a cultivator a great deal of time, but with a space array, it would be a different story. Crimson Eye smiled and shook his head. That's impossible. All space arrays can only transport a maximum of 100,000 kilometers. Each cultivation star's space array can only be used on its own star, and cannot be connected to other cultivation stars. Saying so, he took out a few high-quality saint crystals from his space ring, and carefully placed them in the grooves on the base of the mirror before beckoning to Young Kai. Please come with me. Young Kai walked over and stood side by side with him. Crimson Eye circulated his strength, and the space array immediately began to move. The mirror in front of the two of them seemed to become as calm as the surface of a lake, rippling as the energy from the saint crystals embedded in the base rapidly drained away. A moment later, the mirror shattered, revealing a pitch-black hole. Let's go. Crimson Eye shouted and took the lead. Young Kai didn't hesitate and followed closely behind him. Unlike tearing space and teleporting through a space array, Young Kai didn't feel anything as he rushed through the mirror and arrived at a different place. Looking back, there was also a space array here, but it was definitely not the one from before. Young Kai understood that the space arrays in these two places had some special connections, and temporarily opened a stable void corridor between the two places, allowing one to instantly teleport tens of thousands of kilometers. These space arrays were all the property of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Crimson Eye smiled and said, although space arrays are convenient, no cultivator will use them often. Why is that? The Tao of space is too mysterious. If one uses space arrays too frequently to shuttle back and forth between two places, it may cause some unnecessary harm. So if one is not proficient in the Tao of space, they will only use them once every few months. Most of the time we will use star shuttles to travel. Understood. Young Kai smiled. So we'll have to fly back later, right? Crimson Eye nodded. Let's go, I'll take you to a good place. The Grandmasters there refine the best star shuttles on Water Moon Star. You should be able to find a star shuttle that suits you. Young Kai suddenly looked forward to it. This city was indeed much more prosperous than the previous one. There were a variety of shops on the streets and countless cultivators, all of them belonging to different forces. Young Kai saw a cultivator from Sword Union and Purple Star here, as well as many other cultivators from unknown forces. Because this was the home star of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, it was the most frequently traded place in the entire star territory. The major forces scattered throughout the star territory would send people to guard this place. If they needed any materials, they would negotiate with Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, and have Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce deliver them. A starship loaded with supplies set sail from a certain part of the city, flying towards the star field and gradually disappearing. Young Kai had completely conquered the star territory, and seeing the prosperity of this place, he couldn't help feeling a little excited. Following behind Crimson Eye, the two of them soon arrived at a multi-story shop. As soon as they entered, someone immediately greeted them, cupped his fists and smiled. Master Crimson Eye, it's been a long time since I last saw you. Is there something young Master Shen Tu needs this time? Crimson Eye shook his head. It's young Master's guest who wants a star shuttle. Please take us to the 3rd floor. The man glanced over at Young Kai before nodding immediately and bowing. This way, please. Young Kai looked around and found that all the things sold in this shop were star shuttles, nothing else at all. Refined star shuttles were placed on display on the counter, and many cultivators were hanging around, haggling with the shop's staff. From time to time, someone would leave satisfied. This is also one of our Chamber of Commerce's businesses. The St. King grade high-rank star shuttle you want is sold on the 3rd floor. The quality of the ones on the 1st and 2nd floors isn't enough. Crimson Eye explained to Yang Kai as he led the way. Yang Kai gently nodded. He also noticed that the star shuttles on the 1st floor were only of spirit grade, and the strength of the cultivators who came here to purchase them wasn't too high, most of them being transcendents while a few were saints. Spirit grade star shuttles, whether it was in terms of speed or energy, were at the bottom of the list. Such star shuttles couldn't even leave the shackles of the stars and enter the territory of Starfield. They also couldn't withstand the world energy of Starfield's territory. Seeing the shop assistant enthusiastically lead Yang Kai and Crimson Eye to the upper floor, everyone cast a surprised look, wondering which master had come. The 2nd floor was filled with Saint-grade star shuttles, and the energy fluctuations radiating from these star shuttles were obviously stronger than those on the 1st floor. In fact, these star shuttles were much more outstanding than those on the 1st floor. Clearly, these star shuttles were much better than the ones Yang Kai had. Many martial artists were buying things on this floor. The shop assistants were so busy that they didn't even have time to spare. Chapter 1036. The group of 3 didn't stop on the 2nd floor. It wasn't until they reached the 3rd floor that the shop assistant stopped and smiled. "Honored guest, please feel free to choose anything you like, just let me know." Yang Kai nodded, and began to wander around the counters on the 3rd floor. These refined star shuttles varied in length and size, and even their shapes were no longer the same. It seemed that in order to meet the different needs of different customers, the artifact refiners here had deliberately refined star shuttles into different shapes, but this didn't affect the quality of these star shuttles. The strength of the cultivator, who came to purchase star shuttles on the 3rd floor, was obviously different. The cultivators who were wandering around the counters were all saints and Saint Kings, each of them possessing a certain level of status and strength. However, no matter how strong they were all very obedient. In any of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's shops, no one dared to act rashly because this was the Chamber of Commerce's home star, its foundation. The Chamber of Commerce would not allow anyone to obstruct its business. Yang Kai walked around looking for Saint King grade high-rank star shuttles, asking the shop assistant to take out one he was satisfied with so he could try it out. Shuetong followed behind him, but seeing him looking for a long time without finding a suitable one, he couldn't help saying, "If you're willing to wait, you can ask the artifact refiners here to tailor one for you." "How long will it take?" Yang Kai turned around and asked. Even with young Master Shen Tu's relationship, it'll take at least 1 to 2 months. Yang Kai frowned and shook his head. "Forget it, there's no need to go through so much trouble. In any case, this thing will have to be replaced when my strength reaches a certain level. For now, I'll just have to make do with it." Saying so, his eyes suddenly turned to a sleek, fish-like star shuttle on the counter, and said to the shop assistant, "Take that out for me to see." The shop assistant nodded and took it out. Yang Kai held the star shuttle and tried to circulate his Saint Chi, his eyes quickly lighting up. Yang Kai's Saint Chi flowed through this star shuttle unimpeded, much better than the previous ones he had tested. Because when refining a star shuttle, the materials added by an artifact refiner might be different, and the spirit arrays they inscribed might also be different. Each star shuttle had its own unique characteristics. Whether or not it could be perfectly integrated with the power of a cultivator was an indicator of its practicality. The item in Yang Kai's hand was undoubtedly very suitable for the power in his body. Not intending to continue looking, Yang Kai nodded and said, "Just this one. How much does it cost?" Hearing this, the shop assistant glanced at Blood Eye. "Crimson Eye said, let's go with the normal price." "Yes." The shop assistant nodded and said, "Generally speaking, a Saint King grade high-rank star shuttle is worth 10,000 high-rank Saint crystals, but the price varies slightly. The one in customer's hand is the best one on the 3rd floor, valued at 12,000 high-rank Saint crystals." 12,000 high-rank Saint crystals. Yang Kai frowned, suddenly realizing that he didn't quite understand the value of Saint crystals here. He didn't know what kind of wealth these 12,000 high-rank Saint crystals were. Young Kai turned his eyes to Blood Eye. Blood Eye smiled and said to the shop assistant, "Put the bill on young Master Shintu's head. You can go to the palace and ask young master for payment some other day." "Yes. No need, I have enough Saint crystals on hand," Young Kai said. "I'll pay for it myself." Young Kai did have a lot of Saint crystals on hand. These Saint crystals originally belonged to the cultivator from Purple Star and Sword Union, who he had plundered on the floating continent. There was a considerable amount of them, more than enough to pay for this star shuttle. As such, he didn't want to owe Shintu a favor. The shop assistant couldn't help looking at Blood Eye awkwardly. Blood Eye's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything and just nodded gently. The shop assistant breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "Then please come with me." Following him to the first floor, Young Kai continued to take out Saint crystals from the demon mystic tome. After a long time, he finished processing the bill, and the shop assistant respectfully escorted him and Blood Eye to the door. Outside the shop, Blood Eye led Young Kai to several other shops to purchase rare ores. On Water Moon Star, anything one wanted could be bought, as long as one had enough money. Even super large artifacts like starships could be purchased. The starships built by Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce were the best and fastest in the entire territory of Water Moon Star. So many great forces were willing to order them from Water Moon Star. Young Kai didn't have any interest in such things for the time being, as he knew he couldn't afford the price of a starship. He didn't know how much Saint crystals were worth, nor did he have any concept of price, so he simply followed behind Blood Eye and began collecting ores. The ores he chose were all Saint King grade, spending all of the Saint crystals he had on hand until he only had a few hundred pieces left. Inside the Demon Mystic Tome, there was a large pile of rare ores placed next to the two pitch-black round stones, allowing them to absorb the essence of these ores. It seemed that because Young Kai didn't force Shintu to spend money on him because of his status as a guest, Blood Eye's look towards him became more and more amiable, feeling that this young man was very principled and not trying to become friends with him because of his status as young Master Shintu's day. After completing his purchase, Blood Eye acted as the host and invited Young Kai to the most luxurious restaurant in the city for a drink. It wasn't until the next day that the two of them set off to return. Blood Eye's speed was extremely fast and his star shuttle's grade was also not low. About 2 hours later, the two of them returned to Shintu's palace, and Blood Eye excused himself before turning around and leaving. Young Kai walked into the palace alone. Garen stood at the door, and when he saw Young Kai return, he smiled and asked, "Did little brother manage to buy what you wanted?" "And Water Moon Star's cities are rich in goods and materials. They didn't disappoint," Garen laughed. "In the entire territory of Water Moon Star, if there is anything you can't buy on Water Moon Star, you won't be able to buy it anywhere else." Garen's words were filled with pride. "Is Shintu back yet?" Young Kai asked. "Not yet," Garen shook his head. "Little brother doesn't need to worry. Although the president is a bit strict, he is very good to young Master Shintu's day. This time, he called him over probably just to reprimand him a little. Before young master left, he told little brother not to worry, and to stay here for the time being. If there is anything you need, you can ask us to do for you." "Understood, I'm going into retreat for a while. Don't let anyone disturb me for the time being. I'll tell you when I come out." "Good." Garen gently nodded. Young Kai returned to his residence, closed the door, and took out the star shuttle worth 12,000 high-rank Saint crystals. Holding it in his palm, he began circulating his Saint Chi and began refining it. Any artifact had to be refined by a cultivator in order to display its full power. When Young Kai was on Tongxian realm, it took him a few months to refine his star shuttle, but at that time his strength wasn't high and the grade of his star shuttle was Saint grade high rank, so it had taken him so long. But now it was different. This new star shuttle was carefully selected by Young Kai, and was very compatible with his own Saint Chi attribute. On top of that, Young Kai had already reached the second order Saint realm, so it wouldn't take him long to completely refine it. As soon as Young Kai pushed his strength, the star shuttle began burning with a layer of black demonic flame. This demonic flame was hot and cold at the same time, exuding two completely opposite, yet strangely coexisting characteristics. The flames flickered wildly, giving off a terrifying aura. Yang Kai instantly felt that this star shuttle had formed a faint connection with him. His divine sense began circulating the star shuttle, prying into its internal structure and the brand of the star inside. Temporarily forgetting the passage of time, Yang Kai focused all his attention on refining this star shuttle. The entire process went unexpectedly smoothly. After refining the star shuttle, Yang Kai engraved his own soul brand onto it, leaving behind his own life aura, making it more compatible with his own body. Everything went smoothly. After Yang Kai completely refined the star shuttle, he estimated that it would take him less than a month to complete this process. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling somewhat excited as he knew that this was the most powerful evidence of the improvement of his cultivation and strength. Instead of leaving his retreat, Yang Kai continued to stay in his room, allowing his Saint Chi to nourish the star shuttle while he spied on the star in his knowledge sea. Time passed by and the sun and moon rose. Yang Kai had been here for some time now, and had spent most of his time in the palace in seclusion. Except for the time when he went to buy something with Xue Tong, he hadn't taken a single step out of his room, nor had he communicated with anyone else. After sitting in silence for so long, Yang Kai suddenly wanted to go out and see the full picture of Water Moon's star. He wanted to see how this prosperous star differed from Tongxian realm, while also familiarizing himself with his new star shuttle. It would be best if he could gain a deeper understanding of the situation on this star's territory through observation, so he could make plans for himself as soon as possible. Yang Kai still didn't have a clear goal. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai left his room. After finding Jia Long outside and learning that Shin Tu hadn't returned yet, Yang Kai made up his mind. Jia Long didn't stop him and simply handed him a token, telling him that this was a token from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, which would allow him to enjoy some privileges in many places and avoid many troubles. Yang Kai placed the token into the Demon Mystic Tome and flew out on his star shuttle. He didn't have a specific destination and simply flew forward. The Saint King grade high-rank star shuttle was indeed different from the others, several times better than the one he had just obtained. Even when using its full strength, the two couldn't be compared. He flew all the way, stopping here and there. Gradually, he gained a comprehensive understanding of Water Moon Star. This was a star, but it was also a continent, not much different from Tongxian realm. There were mountains, rivers, continents, oceans, and a variety of races living together. The only difference was that any cultivation star in star territory had a much richer world energy reserve than Tongxian realm. As the home star of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, this was even more so. Although the world energy here wasn't as good as the floating continent, it was still one of the top cultivation stars in star territory. Chapter 1037. It was precisely because of the lack of world energy that the Saint Realm was the pinnacle of cultivation for cultivators in Tongxian realm. Since ancient times, only Great Demon God had broken through this barrier, but unfortunately, he had fallen before he could explore the territory of Tongxian realm, leaving behind only a popular legend. The lack of cultivation and materials made the cultivator on Tongxian realm not qualified to explore Tongxian realm's territory and integrate into Tongxian realm's territory. They could only be trapped there, unable to see the many wonders of Tongxian realm's territory. However, this also saved Tongxian realm from the fate of being enslaved. The overall strength of a cultivator on Tongxian realm was not enough for them to occupy a seat in Tongxian realm's territory. If they really integrated into Tongxian realm's territory, they would only be enslaved by a powerful force. Yang Kai's mood was calm as he flew across Water Moon Star, crossing mountains, oceans, deserts, and dozens of kilometers in an instant. He found many cities and places where living beings gathered. These cities were big and small, but they were all very prosperous. Only in some extremely remote locations would the number of living beings in these cities decrease. Similar to the situation on Tongxian realm, each city had a city lord, and depending on how prosperous the city was, the cultivation of these city lords would also vary. Many city lords were at the Saint King realm, and in some small places, city lords were only at the Saint realm. This made Yang Kai realize that there were not many origin-returning realm masters in any great force. They were the mainstays of each great force. The world energy in each place was also very different. Some places had rich world energy, while others had thin world energy. These cities all belonged to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, and within their jurisdiction, they contributed their own strength to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, gathering wealth bit by bit. Sand gathered to form a tower, creating the behemoth that was Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai looked around casually, and no one paid attention to him, nor did he cause any trouble. He heard a lot of interesting things from hearsay. For example, President AIO's promiscuity, the upcoming talent selection of the Chamber of Commerce, and AIO's sons. However, Yang Kai had never heard anyone talk about Shen Tu's day. It seemed that on Water Moon Star, Shen Tu's identity as an illegitimate child was not made public, so it wasn't difficult to explain why Lu Guichen didn't know of Shen Tu's existence. Yang Kai spent 1 to 2 months touring the entirety of Water Moon Star, gaining a deep understanding of this cultivation star and Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. During this time, his newly acquired star shuttle was also perfectly compatible with him, allowing him to command it as if it were his own arm. In the depths of Yang Kai's heart, he still held a little bit of hope that Su Yan would be somewhere on this cultivation star, which was why he spared no effort in flying. However, Su Yan was obviously not here. Since he and Su Yan were connected by heart, as long as they weren't too far apart, they could sense each other's existence. He wasn't disappointed though, as he hadn't expected to find Su Yan so easily. About 2 months later, Yang Kai returned. This time he didn't stop anywhere and flew directly in the direction of Shen Tu's palace. On this day, as he passed by a mountain valley, Yang Kai's divine sense suddenly detected a lot of life auras coming from there. Yang Kai didn't pay much attention to them, and in order to avoid any unnecessary trouble, he deliberately changed his direction and prepared to detour around them. During this time, Yang Kai had been acting cautiously because he didn't want to incur any grudges with others. While in midair, Yang Kai glanced over casually and found that in the flat area of the mountain valley, there was a small starship anchored. The hatch of this starship was open and a cultivator was constantly entering and exiting it. Next to the starship, there were a lot of materials piled up. The cultivator seemed to be transporting these materials into the starship. After this period of study, Yang Kai also learned some common sense. For example, there were some materials that couldn't be placed in a space ring. These materials either had extremely harsh storage requirements, so once they were placed in a space ring, they would damage the quality of the material, or they were too large and heavy to be placed in a space ring. At this time, it was necessary to use a starship to transport these materials. Therefore, starships were an indispensable existence in any great force. Using starships to transport materials was fast, could carry a large number of materials, and was relatively safe. The starship anchored in the mountain valley was about 300 meters long, only half the size of the one Yang Kai had seen before. It was probably only a Saint King grade low-rank or mid-rank starship. Next to the starship, a young man in brocade robes stood there, looking gentle and refined as he chatted happily with the person next to him. This young man's appearance was very unique. His skin was delicate and his face was even more enchanting than a woman's, and his long hair draped over his shoulders. Beside him, many female cultivators were secretly staring at him with infatuation, each of their beautiful eyes filled with love. It seemed that as long as this young man said a word, all of them would be willing to offer their bodies and hearts to him, and let him toy with them. Yang Kai couldn't help glancing over at this young man. His gaze immediately alerted this young man, causing him to raise his head and stare at Yang Kai across a distance of several thousand meters. Immediately, his handsome face sank as he waved his hand towards Yang Kai's position, and whispered a few words. The next moment, several star shuttles flashed and flew towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't help frowning, not knowing why this young man was targeting him. Without slowing down, Yang Kai quickly escaped, the streams of light following closely behind him, relentlessly pursuing him. This place was very remote, and within the range of Yang Kai's divine sense, he couldn't find a single living person. Even the world energy aura here was extremely thin, as if no one had settled here. There were many such places on Water Moon Star, and this was just one of them. There were a total of 3 people chasing after him, and judging from the energy fluctuations they gave off, Two of them were third-order Saint Cultivator, while the other was a Saint King Realm Cultivator. This Saint King's cultivation shouldn't be too high as Yang Kai didn't feel too strong of an oppressive aura from him. So he was probably just a first-order Saint King. Understanding their cultivation, Yang Kai calmed down, and not only did he not want to run away, he even wanted to stop and fight with them to see just how strong he was now. Since he began transforming the Saint Chi in his body, Yang Kai hadn't fought with a Saint King Realm Cultivator yet, so he really wanted to know if his current combat power was comparable to a Saint King Realm Cultivator. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai came to a stop and turned around to look behind him. Seeing Yang Kai stop, the three people were overjoyed and quickly rushed over, surrounding Yang Kai from three sides, all of them glaring at him with hostility. "Friends, why are you chasing me? We have no grudges, right?" Yang Kai asked indifferently. "Naturally, we have no grudges." The Saint King Realm Master nodded. "But boy, you saw something you shouldn't have seen. You can only blame your bad luck for passing by this place at this time." Yang Kai raised his brow, suddenly understanding what was going on. Transporting supplies to the starship was probably not a good thing, so they had chosen to do so in such a remote place. How could they have known that an idle person like him would inadvertently pass by and witness everything? Inferring from the other party's demeanor and tone, it was obvious that this matter couldn't be resolved peacefully. "If you have any last words, feel free to speak. If it is convenient, I will convey them to your family," the Saint King Realm Master said faintly, a look of absolute certainty on his face as he spoke to Yang Kai. Just as he spoke, the third-order Saint Cultivator standing behind Yang Kai suddenly acted, a powerful energy overflowing from his body as a giant wind blade silently formed and shot towards Yang Kai's back, wanting to cut him in half. The wind blade was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was only 3 inches away from Yang Kai's body. The cultivator's face filled with disdain, as if he could already see the scene of Yang Kai being killed. With his third-order Saint cultivation, it was impossible for him to fail in his sneak attack on a second-order Saint. The wind blade smoothly cut through the young man's body and directly pierced through him. Strangely, however, no blood flowed out, and the young man's figure instead slowly faded away before disappearing completely. The eyes of the cultivator who had attacked shrank as a sense of alarm rose in his heart, quickly retreating without hesitation. "Be careful." A cry of alarm rang out from the Saint King Realm cultivator's mouth, his eyes bulging as if he had seen something unbelievable, loudly warning his companions. This cultivator's reaction was extremely fast. After all, anyone who had cultivated to the third-order Saint realm had experienced countless life-or-death battles, so their ability to adapt was quite outstanding. The moment he heard this warning, his retreating figure turned around and rushed upwards. Immediately, he saw the looks of horror on the faces of his two companions, as if they had swallowed their tongues into their stomachs. Above his head, a panic-stricken energy fluctuation spread out, alternating between hot and cold, making it impossible to defend against. Looking up, the cultivator saw a huge palm strike towards him, one that covered the world and blocked the light in front of him, making it impossible for him to see anything but this palm that seemed to swallow his consciousness. It was a palm burning with pitch-black flames. He had never seen such a strange energy in his life. Heaven-covering hand. He wanted to escape, but there was nowhere to run. The huge palm had sealed off all his escape routes. Hong. With a muffled bang. The cultivator was swallowed up by the palm and a violent force swept through his body. With a pitiful scream, the cultivator fell like a meteor, his bones broken and his body damaged. Clusters of demonic flame burned across his body, but no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to extinguish these flames. Yang Kai's attack succeeded, and he quickly condensed a heaven-punishing spear, taking advantage of the moment when the remaining two third-order Saint Realm cultivators were still in a state of shock. He threw it towards the other third-order Saint. The other party hurriedly circulated his strength to resist, and summoned out a shield-like artifact. This artifact was not low-grade and exuded Saint-grade high-rank energy fluctuations as it rotated in front of him. Chapter 1038. This artifact had saved this third-order Saint cultivator many times from fatal blows, so he regarded it as his strongest defense. Summoning his shield, his heart calmed down slightly, but just as he was about to counterattack, a crisp sound rang out. Looking down in disbelief, he saw that his shield artifact had been punctured by a demonic flame spear, causing it to lose a great deal of its spirituality, and its light to dim in an instant. The cultivator couldn't help screaming. Xio xio xio. The three heaven-punishing spears continued to fly towards Yang Kai, shattering his shield artifact as the spears pierced through his body. The powerful body of a third-order saint was as fragile as a piece of paper, as if it was nothing more than a fragile piece of paper. The vitality in the cultivator's eyes quickly faded, and the light in them gradually dimmed as he fell head first to the ground. In an instant, of the three cultivators surrounding Yang Kai, one was dead and one was injured. The dead man had several bloody holes in his body, and before he even hit the ground, his body was incinerated. Even his soul, which had escaped from his body, was unable to escape the demonic flame, his distorted soul avatar quickly disappearing like a snowflake under the scorching sun. The wounded man was still howling on the ground as the demonic flame swallowed him up, causing his cries to become weaker and weaker until they could no longer be heard. The only remaining First-Order Saint King cultivator narrowed his eyes as he stared at Yang Kai with a dignified expression. He couldn't imagine that a young man who was only a second-order saint could be so important, killing two cultivators a minor realm above him without any difficulty. He didn't even need to take a breath, as if he had simply crushed two ants. At this moment, a look of astonishment also appeared on this young man's face, as if he himself was also a little surprised. A violent and bloodthirsty aura quietly emerged from his body, causing his momentum to climb to a new height in an instant. Looking at this young man's indifferent eyes, this Saint King Realm cultivator couldn't help feeling his heart tremble. He couldn't help feeling like he wasn't facing a second-order saint at all, but rather a master whose strength was much higher than his own. Before the battle had even begun, he already had thoughts of retreating. He wasn't sure if he could beat his opponent. Profound heavenly sword. Yang Kai suddenly shouted as a demonic flame sword condensed in his hand. With a flash of black light, a massive sword wave slashed towards the last cultivator. The other party finally came back to his senses, and let out a suppressed roar from his throat. Suddenly, an energy fluctuation burst out from his knowledge sea. This energy fluctuation was quite strange. As it spread out, a behemoth suddenly shot out from his glabella. It was a 50-meter-long golden-armored scorpion wrapped in a hard shell. Even in the entire star field, it was a ferocious golden-armored scorpion. As soon as the golden-armored venomous scorpion appeared, it emitted a thick dark green miasma, polluting the air within a radius of dozens of miles. Its strong and powerful pincers clamped down, making cracking sounds that could cut gold and break jade, making people shudder. The sword light burning with demonic flame struck the hard shell of the golden-armored poisonous scorpion, but was unable to injure it in the slightest. It only left a shallow mark on the hard shell. The burning demonic flames were engulfed by the dark green miasma, and were extinguished in a short while. Seeing that the golden-armored scorpion was able to resist the burning of his demonic flame, the Saint King Realm cultivator laughed and shouted, "Little brat, your courage isn't small, actually daring to kill someone from the Chamber of Commerce on Water Moon Star. Your death is imminent. You're from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. "Enough nonsense, hand over your life." This man didn't want to say anything to Yang Kai at all, and simply pointed his finger, causing the golden-armored poisonous scorpion to fly towards Yang Kai. The golden-armored poisonous scorpion's pincers clamped down, and a dark green light shot out from the scorpion's tail, containing a power capable of destroying one's soul. This golden-armored scorpion was extremely terrifying, and anyone who came into contact with it would die. What frightened the cultivator the most was that its poison could not only harm one's flesh but also affect one's soul. Therefore, generally, the place where this kind of golden-armored scorpion appeared was considered a forbidden area by the cultivator. Only a few powerful cultivators would have any ideas about attacking them. This Saint King Realm cultivator had obviously killed a golden-armored poisonous scorpion in the past, and refined its soul into a powerful weapon for himself. Fighting against Yang Kai, he released it without even thinking about it. It was the sole avatar of the golden armored scorpion, so it possessed all the abilities of the golden armored scorpion when it was alive. Although it didn't have a physical body, its strong spiritual energy could withstand a lot of damage. Young Kai's profound heavenly sword failed to achieve anything. Seeing the golden armored scorpion pouncing towards him like a bolt of lightning, Young Kai's knowledge sea erupted with power, gathered it in one place, and blasted it towards the golden armored scorpion. Seeing this, the Saint King Realm cultivator was not surprised but delighted. Not only did he not stop him, he even watched with interest. This young man in front of him clearly didn't know how powerful the golden armored scorpion was. Seeing that the golden armored scorpion was a soul avatar, he wanted to use his spiritual energy to deal with it, but he didn't know that the golden armored scorpion's poison was not something that could be resisted by spiritual energy. He had already foreseen Young Kai's ending. When the invisible forces collided, the huge figure of the golden armored poisonous scorpion suddenly came to a stop. It swung its pincers violently while its sharp tail kept whipping the air, emitting a sizzling sound. Green light shot out from the tip of its tail and pierced into Young Kai's divine sense. Young Kai's face sank as he had an illusion that his consciousness was being paralyzed. He immediately understood that this golden armored scorpion was not as simple as he thought. Without any hesitation, Young Kai fully released his conflagrated knowledge sea. The air suddenly became hot, and the space around the golden armored scorpion distorted, obstructing everyone's line of sight. The Saint King Realm cultivator who was watching from the sidelines suddenly felt the strangeness of Young Kai's spiritual energy, and hurriedly tried to recall the golden armored scorpion. But in the next moment, the golden armored scorpion suddenly trembled and struggled violently, as if it was enduring unbearable torture. Cracks appeared on its golden shell, and Young Kai's conflagrated knowledge sea drilled into its body through these cracks, igniting it from the inside out. The golden armored scorpion was set ablaze, and in a flash the golden armored scorpion, which even the profound heavenly sword could not damage, was incinerated. Impossible! The Saint King Realm cultivator roared as he stared at the spot where the golden armored scorpion disappeared, his face filled with horror. Even a third-order Saint King Realm master would not be able to kill this golden armored scorpion in such a short time. Only an origin-returning realm master could accomplish this. He turned to Young Kai, his eyes covered in a layer of scarlet as his aura became violent. The golden armored scorpion was a trump card he had painstakingly refined. Every time he used it, he had always been successful. He had also used it many times to turn danger into safety. Just cultivating its soul alone had taken him a great deal of effort. Now that his many years of hard work had been destroyed, he was completely enraged. He wanted to kill this young man who ruined his efforts to vent the hatred in his heart. "Boy, I'll kill you," he roared in a low voice as he pushed his spiritual energy. One after another, the soul of a strange monster beast appeared and floated around him, glaring at Young Kai. The Saint King Realm cultivator stood in the middle of these beasts, like a king of beasts. With a single thought, all the monster beast souls rushed towards Young Kai while he hid among them, waiting for an opportunity to kill him. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk Young Kai continued to push his conflagrated knowledge sea, his scorching hot divine sense slamming into these beast souls, causing them to howl miserably as they were incinerated one by one. Covered by the burning beast souls, the Saint King Realm master quickly approached Young Kai, a strange and powerful force spreading from his body, suddenly forming a powerful vortex that pulled Young Kai's body downwards. He sneered as a dazzling divine light shot out from his palm. This divine light gave off a strong energy fluctuation that seemed capable of tearing space apart, as if it had gathered a murderous intent to destroy everything in its path and engulf Young Kai. Young Kai's entire body was covered in demonic flames, like a burning fireball, pouring his strength into the vortex at his feet, attacking its domain and territory, pulling him out of it. The next moment, he was enveloped in a dazzling divine light. Young Kai's face changed dramatically as he felt the strength of his opponent's strength. He finally understood that the Saint King Realm and the Saint Realm were not on the same level. With his current strength, he could easily kill a third-order Saint cultivator, but he could not quickly kill a furious Saint King. Even if it was just a first-order Saint King, it was still dangerous for him. When one's cultivation reached this level, their understanding and application of the true essence of their strength had far surpassed his own. Demon God transformation. Yang Kai roared in his heart. One after another, invisible demonic patterns climbed up and disappeared into his flesh and blood, causing his blood essence and life aura to rise at a crazy rate. Xiao xiao xiao. When the divine light hit his body, Yang Kai seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, his body swaying left and right as he let out a muffled groan. The Saint King Realm cultivator wore a ferocious expression as he sneered in his heart, and rushed towards Yang Kai without mercy, intending to give him the final blow. He suddenly discovered that this strange young man was not as strong as he had imagined and regained absolute confidence in his own strength. A violent burst of strength poured out from his palms as he constantly pounded Yang Kai's body, pouring his Saint Chi into it, rampaging through his body and destroying his vitality. Then he saw Yang Kai's playful eyes and an indifferent expression. Although he seemed to have suffered heavy injuries and blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth, this young man didn't seem to care. He threw out a punch to resist and the two exchanged blows, a violent power erupting from their bodies as they engaged in a melee. Blood splashed as Yang Kai's flesh was lacerated while the Saint King Realm cultivator didn't fare much better, his body covered in blood. This was not Yang Kai's first time fighting someone above his realm, but this was his first time fighting a Saint King Realm master head-on. Under such circumstances, Yang Kai seemed to have stimulated his potential and comprehended many of the mysteries of his strength that he had never been able to comprehend before. The more Yang Kai fought, the braver he became as a crazed light flashed across the depths of his eyes. Not only did his strength not weaken, it actually grew stronger and stronger. Unlike Yang Kai though, the Saint King Realm Master's momentum gradually declined after experiencing the initial burst of momentum. He felt that if he continued to fight, he would likely die. His body was covered in wounds, countless of his meridians were broken, and many of his bones were cracked. The strange clusters of demonic flames burned his body, almost turning him into a ball of fire. He had no choice but to circulate his strength to resist the damage caused by these demonic flames. However, he was unable to resist the alternating hot and cold aura of this Saint King Realm cultivator, so he once again wanted to retreat. Chapter 1039. As the battle continued, the Saint King Realm Master pushed his strength to the limit, using all kinds of secret skills and artifacts he would not normally use, but he was still unable to defeat or kill Yang Kai. During the battle, not only did Yang Kai not shrink back from the pain of his wounds, but his eyes instead flashed with a look of enjoyment. He was thoroughly enjoying himself, fighting an opponent whose strength was on par with his, going all out in a battle where only one of them could survive. This feeling of being on the brink of life and death made him very excited. Seeing his expression being noticed by his opponent, the Saint King Realm Master finally showed a trace of fear. At this moment, he seemed to understand Yang Kai's real intention, to use this battle to verify his true strength. The two Third-Order Saints he had killed before were just casually dealt with. Realizing this, he finally panicked and shouted silently in his heart, forcing his body to involuntarily move away from this terrifying and abnormal young man. Hong hong hong. As their strengths collided, Yang Kai and the Saint King Realm First Order cultivator were separated, each of them breaking free from the other's domain, both gasping for breath as they stared at each other from a distance of several dozen meters. A series of cracking sounds rang out from Yang Kai's body as his bones and physique squirmed, and the Saint Chi in his body began to stir, a look of dissatisfaction appearing on his face. On the other hand, the Saint King Realm cultivator's eyes were dim as blood flowed from his body. He was completely exhausted, like an arrow at the end of its flight. He stared at Yang Kai in horror, watching as the wounds on Yang Kai's body healed under an inexplicable force, then watched as his body was bathed in blood and exuded a dazzling golden light under the scorching sun. This was actually golden blood. The cultivator's eyes bulged as a look of disbelief filled his face. He didn't know what kind of secret art this young man had cultivated that allowed his blood to become this color, but he felt a kind of vitality and astonishing restorative power from this blood. It was because of this blood that his opponent's wounds were healing so quickly. He immediately realized this. He wasn't this young man's opponent, and he didn't have this kind of abnormal restorative ability. If he continued fighting, he really would die. He still had a trump card and a forbidden technique. He knew that if he wanted to, he could use this forbidden technique to increase his strength and still be able to contend with this young man. But he didn't dare. Because once he used this forbidden technique, his condition would worsen. Even his current realm would fall, and he would never be able to improve again. After this battle, he was already half dead. If he really used a forbidden technique, even if he won, he would have to pay a heavy price. Most importantly, even if he were to activate that forbidden technique, he did not have absolute confidence. Who is this little brat? Why is he so terrifying? Yangkai's. Of Yangkai, of course, Yang of the Saint King of Heaven. So when he met Kai Yang's gaze, he quietly retreated, moving further and further away from Kai Yang, his expression dispirited. But his face was of the saint of his was be. It wasn't until he had retreated to what he thought was a safe distance that he hurriedly summoned his star shuttle. He shouted, "Boy, you will pay the price for today's actions. There will be no place for you on Watermoon Star." His voice came from afar, but he had already disappeared. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. He didn't seem to have any intention of chasing after him, just standing in place. She stared at his back. But a wisp of his divine sense broke through the shackles of space and leapt forward. Like a maggot attached to a bone, it clung to that man. Immediately, he stretched out his hand and tore space. 100 kilometers away, the Saint King Realm cultivator was desperately pushing his strength to extinguish the clusters of demonic flames on his body. When he was fighting Yangkai just now, these clusters of demonic flames had consumed a lot of his Saint Chi to resist them. If not for this, he wouldn't have been so weak. This kind of demonic flame was a power he had never heard of before. It was a combination of cold and hot, yang and evil. It was an extremely contradictory combination that he couldn't extinguish in a short time. All he could do was constantly push his strength to resist its erosion and burning, pushing his speed to the limit, hoping to return to the mountain valley as soon as possible and find the master to help him. Not seeing any trace of that strange young man behind him, Yangkai thought he had escaped with his life, and put all his thoughts on how to explain this failure when he returned. Just as he was contemplating, the space in front of him suddenly distorted. Yangkai thought he had overused his strength and was seeing things. When he looked at it with rapt attention, the distortions in space became even more severe. Like a broken mirror, it burst open. In the next moment, a crack suddenly opened up in front of him. It was as if an invisible beast had opened its mouth, terrifying to the extreme. Inside this crack, a figure stood with a playful smile on his face, waiting for Yangkai's arrival. Seeing this person's face, Yangkai's expression changed, as if he had seen a ghost, unable to believe his eyes. This was the young man he had just fought with. The other party stretched out a hand from the void crack, caught him off guard, and threw him into the void crack. Soon after, the void crack quickly closed, and the young man stood outside, waving at him with a smile. Darkness enveloped Yangkai, and he instantly fell into an eternal cold nothingness. A strange force flowed around him, and swallowed him like a swamp. Yangkai roared but was unable to escape, and could only reluctantly accept his impending fate. Outside, Yangkai dispelled his demon god transformation and stretched his body, a dignified expression on his face. After experiencing such a battle, he somewhat realized where his limits were. The First Order Saint King realm was his limit, and after using his demon god transformation, he could fight such a master head-on without fear. Yangkai wasn't clear about Second Order Saint King realm masters. This battle had allowed him to gain a lot, and he had also become more familiar with the use of his new strength and understood the terror of his demonic flame. However, what he was more concerned about was why these three people wanted to kill him. What was the problem with the scene he saw? It looked like they were just transporting supplies, although the place they chose was a bit remote. Yangkai couldn't figure it out, so he didn't bother to think too deeply about it, and quickly left the scene on his star shuttle. Half a day later, in the mountain valley Yangkai had just passed, all the supplies had been transported into the starship. The middle-aged man who had been chatting happily with the handsome young man walked over with a smile. Turning to the young man, he said, Young Master Shuiyu, it was a pleasure to cooperate with you. If such a good thing happens again next time, I hope young Master Shuiyu will remember us. We will definitely pay you a satisfactory price. The handsome young man named Shuiyu smiled and nodded, the smile on his face like a spring breeze, giving off a sense of warmth and intimacy. Wherever his eyes passed, the female cultivator, regardless of their cultivation or age, would fall into his lap. All of them wore infatuated looks on their faces. There was no doubt that as long as Shuiyu beckoned with his finger, these female cultivator would all take the initiative to throw themselves into his arms. We'll be going first, young Master Shuiyu, please wait a moment. The middle-aged man said with a smile, then beckoned his cultivator subordinates and walked towards the starship. Many of the women who had come with him looked back at him with reluctance, looking toward Shuiyu. At that moment, a Saint King Realm cultivator hurried over to Shuiyu's side and whispered a few words into his ear with a dignified expression. The smile on Shuiyu's face stiffened slightly as he asked in a low voice, "Are you sure?" "Yes, 2 corpses were found 500 kilometers away, while the other one is missing. I'm afraid it's a disaster. Young master, I'm afraid this transaction was seen by that guy who passed by." Shuiyu's pair of clear eyes narrowed slightly. Nodding, he said, "I understand." As he said this, he took a step forward and shouted, "Wait a minute." The middle-aged man, who was feeling satisfied and preparing to return with a full load, heard this shout and stopped, turning back to look at Shuiyu, asking, "Does young Master Shuiyu have any other instructions?" Shuiyu smiled lightly and said, "Although I feel very sorry this transaction is over. However, I'm afraid this transaction will have to be terminated. And you can't take these resources away." "Terminate?" The middle-aged man frowned, a look of displeasure appearing on his face as he grinned. "Young Master Shuiyu must be joking. Now that the goods and materials have been exchanged, the transaction is complete. You can't terminate it just because you say so, right?" Shuiyu smiled, nodded, and said matter-of-factly, "If I say it's terminated, it's terminated." This extremely arrogant and dismissive attitude seemed to annoy the middle-aged man, and he couldn't help laughing. "Young Master Shuiyu, since the transaction has been completed, I'm not going to return the goods. These things can't be bought with money and are in short supply. Take care, we'll cooperate again next time." "There won't be a next time." Shuiyu slowly shook his head, the smile on his face not diminishing, still giving off a warm feeling. "Leave the materials behind you too." Hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression couldn't help but change as a sense of unease suddenly enveloped his entire body. A cultivator hidden in a large robe walked out from behind Shuiyu and appeared in front of the middle-aged man like a ghost. Raising a hand, this cultivator gently placed a palm on the middle-aged man's head. A strange power invaded the middle-aged man's body, and he instantly felt as if all the bones in his body had been shattered. His internal organs were also severely damaged, and his vitality was quickly drained from his body. Return to Origin Realm. Staring at the figure in front of him, he cried out in shock before falling to the ground dead. His death caused a great panic, and the battleship was suddenly thrown into chaos as countless screams sounded. The figure in the large robe slowly walked into the battleship and killed one cultivator after another as easily as stepping on a group of ants. After a while, he calmly walked out and reported to Shuiyu in a low voice, 135 people all dead." Shuiyu nodded slightly and ordered his subordinates, "Pack everything up and take them away." "Young master, what about this battleship?" one of his subordinates asked. The items could be packed up, but the battleship couldn't be stored in a space ring. Leaving it here would definitely attract attention. Chapter 1040. Inside Shuntu's palace, Yang Kai returned. The guards at the door were all solemn and respectful, bowing respectfully. "Brother Yang, you're back?" Shuntu's voice suddenly sounded from inside, and he immediately walked out with a big smile on his face and greeted him. "President Aio finally allowed you to come back?" Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Shintu couldn't help his mouth twitching as he said with an annoyed expression, "Don't mention it. This time I almost lost a layer of skin. Come in, let's talk." He warmly greeted Yang Kai and walked into the palace side by side. asking where Yang Kai had been all this time and why he hadn't seen him for so long. Yang Kai briefly explained his itinerary before frowning. I have something to tell you. What is it? Shin Tu saw his dignified expression and couldn't help becoming serious. Looking left and right, Kai Yang carefully observed his surroundings. Garen, who had been following Shin Tu, said, Little brother can rest assured. You don't need to worry about this conversation leaking out. The people in young master's palace are all loyal to him. Shin Tu nodded, motioning to Yang Kai to speak boldly. Yang Kai then said, When I went out this time, I seem to have killed 3 cultivator from your chamber of commerce. And then? Shin Tu asked. There's no then. After killing them I came back. Shin Tu grinned. That's not a problem. There are many people in the Chamber of Commerce and there are often fights on Water Moon Star. People die every day, so if they want to kill someone, as long as their status isn't too high, there won't be any problems. Their status shouldn't be high, because their strength isn't high. Rest assured, I'll handle this for you, Brother Yang. You don't need to worry. Shin Tu patted his chest confidently, not caring about the 3 dead cultivator from the Chamber of Commerce. Let me finish first. Yang Kai waved his hand. This time, I didn't take the initiative to provoke them. When I was returning, I passed by a mountain valley, and 3 people from a group chased after me. A group of people? Shin Tu was surprised. And in that mountain valley there was a starship about 300 meters long, and some cultivator from your Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce were transporting some materials. It was too far away, I couldn't see what they were, but when I passed by, they discovered me. One of them was a young man about our age who ordered those 3 people to chase after me. They were trading materials in the mountain valley? Shin Tu's face suddenly, his expression changed. He suddenly realized that something was wrong. He hurriedly asked, Yang Kai's, did you see any characteristics of those people's characteristics? Thinking about it carefully, Kai Yang replied, If we're talking about characteristics, I'm very interested in that young man. He's very beautiful, and very beautiful. As Kai Yang spoke, his expression became very strange. Using the word beautiful to describe a man, he actually felt that it was very appropriate. There was nothing wrong with it. Shin Tu's expression became more and more dignified as he exchanged a glance with Jiaolong, suddenly feeling a bad premonition. Brother Yang, tell me more about that young man? Shin Tu's voice stuttered. I didn't see him clearly, I just caught a glimpse of him. His skin was very white, and he had a very kind smile on his face. Oh right, there were many female cultivator around him. All of them very infatuated with him. He was about the same height and age as you and had long hair draped over his shoulders, Yang Kai explained. No way, Shin Tu suddenly groaned. Yang Kai observed Shin Tu and Garen's expressions and couldn't help asking, Do you know him? Shin Tu's mouth twitched as a look of fear appeared in the depths of his eyes. After a moment of silence he said, Brother Yang, you're not an outsider so I won't hide it from you. The guy you saw may be my 3rd brother, Shuiyu. When the word Shuiyu came out of Shin Tu's mouth, Garen's brow couldn't help twitching, as if he was facing a great enemy. Your 3rd brother? Yang Kai froze. My 3rd brother. Shin Tu nodded. Garen smiled bitterly and explained. On Water Moon Star, there are only 2 people young Master Shin Tu knows. One is the president, and the other is young Master Shuiyu. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before grinning. He's your brother, what's there to be afraid of? Shin Tu suddenly cried out bitterly. If he wasn't my brother, I would have tried to get rid of him long ago. Brother Yang, you don't know, just mentioning my 3rd brother makes me shudder. Damn, that guy left so many childhood traumas in my heart. I'm not afraid of him, even though I'm afraid of my father. This young Master Shuiyu seems to be quite skilled. Yang Kai couldn't help becoming interested in this strange young man. He had been together with Shin Tu for a while now and knew that this guy wasn't afraid of the heavens or earth. Being able to subdue Shin Tu and make him fear him from the inside out. This Shuiyu was quite extraordinary. Brother Yang, don't make fun of me. If the person you saw was really him, then things will be troublesome. What's wrong? Yang Kai asked seriously. If I'm not mistaken, 3rd brother should be privately trading with some force for scarce materials in the Chamber of Commerce to amass wealth. This is a big taboo in the Chamber of Commerce and is not allowed. If this matter were to spread, he would be in big trouble. So when I passed by, he sent people to hunt me down. Young Kai suddenly understood everything. Yes. Moreover, my third brother is a man who won't give up until he achieves his goals. If he takes a fancy to something or someone, even if there are thousands of obstacles, he will succeed. On top of that, he is a very temperamental person, and no one can guess what he's thinking. I remember one year, he and a senior member of the Chamber of Commerce both took a fancy to a maid. And although that maid was eventually obtained by that senior member, he inexplicably disappeared a month later. Yang Kai's expression changed dramatically. Jialong nodded in agreement. I remember, because of this matter, the president was furious for a while, but because he couldn't find any clues, he just let it go. Now, I'm afraid he has set his sights on Brother Yang's life and wants to kill you to silence you. Shintu shouted. Saying so, Shintu stood up and turned a worried look towards Yang Kai. Then shouldn't I hide? Yang Kai frowned and asked. Even if you hide, you won't necessarily be able to. You don't know how powerful my third brother is. He is the person my father values the most. Many people think he will definitely be the next president. All of Water Moonstar is his eyes and ears. If he wants to find someone, as long as you are still on Water Moonstar, he will definitely be able to find you. Then what should I do? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. He had just gone out for a stroll and had unexpectedly encountered this kind of thing. It was really bad luck. Brother Yang, you shouldn't go out for the time being. Stay in the palace. I'll help you investigate the situation and think of a way. Shintu sighed slightly. Good. After such an incident, Yang Kai didn't want to go out again, and instead spent all his time in Shintu's palace, either meditating and stabilizing his current realm, refining pills, or spying on the star and understanding the structure of the star's territory. From time to time, Jialong would come to report on the situation. From him, Yang Kai learned that the Chamber of Commerce's third young master Xueyu was indeed looking for someone during this time. The undercurrents on Water Moonstar were turbulent, and many innocent people had died because of this. Yang Kai thoroughly understood the cruel methods of this Xueyu. At that time, he had passed by the mountain valley, so he hadn't been able to see what Xueyu looked like, so it was likely the other party hadn't seen his appearance either. Looking for such a person on a star was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even if Xueyu had the power to mobilize his forces, it would still be very difficult for him to find Yang Kai. Therefore, those cultivators who were similar in size to Yang Kai and had similar strength had all suffered. Xueyu would rather kill 1,000 innocents than let one go. He was much more courageous than President Aio and his brothers. He was a decisive person. Yang Kai found it hard to imagine that someone like Xueyu could be so cruel and merciless. At that time, he had seen this person from afar and felt that not only was he beautiful, but he also had a unique and warm temperament. Yang Kai was secretly shocked and knew that one couldn't judge a book by its cover. Xueyu's inner savagery was completely covered by his outer appearance. Once Yang Kai fell into his hands, there would be no good end for him, so Yang Kai obediently hid in Shintu's palace and cultivated in peace. The fierce undercurrent lasted for 2 months, and more than 2,000 people on Water Moonstar lost their lives because of it. It wasn't until 2 months later that the situation gradually subsided. Jialong also reported the latest developments to Yang Kai so that he didn't have to worry. It wasn't until 2 months later that Shintu came to Yang Kai with a helpless expression and got straight to the point. Brother Yang, although I would like to keep you here so that you and I can work together to make a name for ourselves, if you stay here, you will eventually be found by my third brother. Once he finds you, even I won't be able to protect you. What do you mean? You have to leave, Shintu sighed. Now that the situation has stabilized a little and third brother's attention is no longer here, I can arrange for you to leave secretly. Saying so, he paused for a moment before continuing. Of course, this is up to you. If you're willing to stay, this Shintu will be very grateful. I don't have many friends, but Brother Yang is one of them, so I'd like to spend more time with you. But even if you do stay, you can only hide in the palace and not leave. Then I'll leave. Yang Kai smiled lightly. In fact, if there wasn't such a thing, I wouldn't have stayed here for long. I appreciate Brother Shintu's kindness, but I still have my own matters to attend to. Shin-tu was startled for a moment before his expression relaxed greatly, smiling as he said, "So Brother Yang already had plans. Ha, what a pity. I originally wanted you to participate in the Chamber of Commerce's talent selection. With your strength, you would definitely be able to stand out among the saints. But now it seems that won't be necessary." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Then you make some preparations. I'll see if there are any suitable starships leaving in the near future. I'll let you know when the time comes." Good. Yang Kai didn't have any objections. If he wanted to leave Water Moon Star, he would naturally have to board a starship. Flying a star shuttle would not only take a long time, but it would also consume a lot of his strength. Yang Kai waited patiently. 10 days later, Shin-tu suddenly rushed over and informed Yang Kai that everything had been prepared and that they could set off. Yang Kai didn't have anything he needed to take with him and simply followed Shin-tu out of the palace. Chapter 1041. Outside the palace, Shin-tu said apologetically, "Brother Yang, this is as far as I can send you off. My identity is too sensitive. If I were to send you off now, I will definitely attract unwanted attention. Please take care. Xue Tong will accompany you and explain everything to you along the way so as to ensure your safety." Garen waved to the side and the monster race cultivator who had brought Yang Kai to buy his star shuttle. And Ors came over and grinned at Yang Kai. "Young Master Yang." "Many thanks." Yang Kai knew that this was Shin-tu's goodwill, so he didn't refuse. "Brother Yang, until we meet again." Shin-tu cupped his fists solemnly. Yang Kai returned the courtesy and under Xue Tong's guidance, the two of them flew forward on their star shuttles. Water Moon Star's starships were basically used to transport supplies. The various great forces in the star territory would place various orders with Hongluo Chamber of Commerce through their branches on Water Moon Star. After the Chamber of Commerce was ready, the starships would transport the supplies to the home stars of these forces within a set time. On the way, according to Xue Tong's explanation, Yang Kai understood that the starship the two of them were about to board was heading to a star called Emerald Star. Emerald Star was the home star of a great force called Raging Flame. This force wasn't very strong, but it wasn't weak either, ranking mid-tier in the entire star territory. It controlled 2 cultivation stars, one of which was Emerald Star. The total journey time would be about half a year, and along the way, they would pass by some cultivation stars belonging to other great forces. "Young Master Yang, you can choose which cultivation star to stop at or follow the starship directly to Emerald Star," Xue Tong explained. "Understood, I'll see for myself when the time comes," Yang Kai nodded. Following Xue Tong carefully, Yang Kai passed through the space array he had used before and arrived at another city, entering a heavily guarded area surrounded by cultivators. This was a huge square, so vast that one couldn't see the end of it. In this square, there were large and small starships docked one after another, and countless cultivators were busy transporting supplies in an orderly manner. These boxes of supplies exuded rich energy fluctuations, many of which were extremely high-grade items. Xue Tong led Yang Kai here. Yang Kai looked around and was secretly shocked by the wealth of Hongluo Chamber of Commerce. Just these dozens of large and small battleships were already a shocking amount of capital, not to mention the countless cultivators and materials in the battleships. A great force was truly a great force. The two of them hadn't walked far when several Saint King Realm cultivators appeared in front of them. Clear murderous intent radiated from their bodies as they stared vigilantly at Xue Tong and Yang Kai, one of them raising his hand and shouting, "Halt!" Xue Tong paused, but his expression didn't show the slightest panic as he took out a token from his space ring and handed it over. The cultivator took it and carefully examined it before gently nodding and not asking any more questions, waving his hand to signal Xue Tong and Yang Kai to hurry inside. "Young Master Shin-tu has arranged everything. We'll be leaving with a master he knows," Xue Tong said in a low voice. Shuttling through the starship square, Xue Tong's eyes lit up and he pointed forward. Off to the side, a Saint King grade high-rank starship was quietly moored. Its hatch was open and many cultivators were carrying supplies inside. Outside the starship, a burly man stood with his hands crossed behind his back, a pair of eagle-like eyes flashing brilliantly and a dignified expression on his face. All the people transporting supplies involuntarily moved away from him, seemingly afraid of him. When Shui Tong and Yang Kai walked over, this man's eyes instantly locked onto them. Yang Kai couldn't help frowning, feeling like he was being pricked by needles. Master Xian Rui. Shui Tong stepped forward and cupped his fists. Is that him? The burly man called Xian Rui swept his eyes over Yang Kai and snorted. Young Master Shin Tu wants me to take him away. Yes. Shui Tong nodded. He's not from the Chamber of Commerce? Xian Rui looked at him. Shui Tong shook his head. He's a friend of young Master Shin Tu's. Oh. Xian Rui's eyes flashed. Shin Tu actually has a friend? That's quite rare. You can take him away, but remember, on my starship, you can't act recklessly and must obey the rules, otherwise I'll throw him into the starship territory and let him fend for himself. Don't worry, young master's friend won't cause any trouble, Shui Tong smiled, not caring about his threat. Xian Rui curled his lips disdainfully. If he didn't cause any trouble, why would Shin Tu be so anxious to send him away? Just look at him, he doesn't seem to be an obedient person. Xian Rui shot a meaningful glance towards Yang Kai, as if he had noticed something, but he didn't ask anything, simply snorting, "Go in." Many thanks. Shui Tong smiled, beckoning to Yang Kai and leading him into the starship. Inside the starship, there were many cultivators running about, and everyone was very busy. Shui Tong didn't ask anything and simply continued to shuttle through the corridor with Yang Kai, eventually finding 2 rooms that were next to each other to settle in. Young Master Yang, if you're not satisfied with this room, I can help you change it. Shui Tong asked for Yang Kai's opinion. Yang Kai stood by the window and looked out at the scenery, shaking his head as he said, "No need, this room has a wide view, I can enjoy the scenery when I'm bored." As long as you're satisfied. That Xian Rui. What's his relationship with Shin Tu? Why is he helping Shin Tu? Yang Kai asked. Master Xian Rui. Shui Tong thought for a moment before replying. He should be young Master Shin Tu's uncle. Uncle? Yang Kai was surprised. Yes. Shui Tong smiled. Master Xian Rui's younger sister is young Master Shin Tu's mother. The president and Master Xian Rui's younger sister have known each other for many years, but in the end, for various reasons, the two were unable to get together. Forget it, there's no need to explain, it's definitely another bad debt. Yang Kai waved his hand. Shui Tong also smiled bitterly. Yes, it's a bad debt that can't be sorted out. If young Master Yang has no other instructions, I'll go rest first. After an hour, this starship should set sail. Go. Shui Tong immediately withdrew. Yang Kai stood by the window, looking out at the crowd below, his mood fluctuating as he once again felt a sense of loneliness and desolation. The starship territory was vast, seemingly endless, but here, he was just an outsider. He had no relatives or friends, no familiar affairs, and everything felt strange. Everything here seemed to be far away from him. Wandering here alone, he subconsciously thought of the warmth of his little senior sister, the tenderness of Su Yan, and even the beguiling demon Queen Shan Qing Luo and Qiu Meng. Familiar faces flashed through his mind, causing his always strong heart to soften. I wonder if they're still happy and healthy? Have they encountered any difficulties? She wondered if they were also thinking about her. Yang Kai's thoughts flew back and forth, suddenly feeling a bit sour. However, when a figure appeared in front of his eyes, all his thoughts and feelings were disrupted, and his eyes couldn't help narrowing as his expression became gloomy. In the huge square, there was a group of 3 people walking towards them. The leader of the group was a handsome young man with fair skin that would make any woman jealous and exclaim in admiration. His black hair draped over his shoulders, making him look elegant and elegant. There was a warm and genial smile on his face that made people feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. Wherever he passed, the female cultivator who was transporting supplies stopped and stared at him with infatuation. He was actually walking in the direction of this starship. Shuiyu. Yang Kai quickly left the window, ran out of his room, and went next door, closing the door behind him. Shui Tong seemed to be meditating on his bed, but when he saw Yang Kai suddenly arrive, he couldn't help feeling a bit surprised. Young Master Yang, is there anything else you need? Yang Kai stared at him deeply and lowered his voice. Tell me honestly, did Shintu sell me out? The confusion on Shuetong's face became even stronger as he frowned. Young Master Yang, what do you mean by this? Look outside for yourself. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Shuetong stood up and stared out the window, his eyes narrowing as he muttered. Young Master Shueyu? How could he be here? You're asking me, but who should I ask? Yang Kai sneered. Did Shintu tell him something? Shuetong's expression became serious. Young Master Yang, if you think so, then you're looking down on young Master Shintu too much. He truly regards you as a friend. How could he sell you out? Moreover, young Master Shui, you should have left Water Moon Star yesterday. It's because of this that young Master Shintu chose to arrange for you to leave today. Left yesterday? Yang Kai frowned, his eyes staring intently at Shuetong, not letting go of any change in his expression. Yes, young Master Shueyu was on a mission and should have left yesterday. Shuetong nodded heavily. And some people saw him board a nearby starship and leave Water Moon Star. Then how could he appear here? What's more, it just so happened to find this starship. Yang Kai muttered. Shuetong smiled bitterly. I don't know, but young Master Yang, young Master Shintu absolutely didn't betray you. He wouldn't do such a thing. Yang Kai stared at him intently for a moment before finally saying, Good, I believe you. Can we disembark now? That's too risky, there's a chance he'll see us. Shuetong quickly waved his hand. If young Master Shueyu really wants to board this starship, you'd better stay here and not let him discover you. Hopefully he's just here to talk to Master Xian Rue. That's probably not possible. Yang Kai slowly shook his head as he listened carefully. Shuetong's room was not far above the cabin door, so even if he didn't circulate his strength, he could still hear some of their conversation. From the conversation between Shuetong and Xian Rue, Yang Kai knew that Shuetong had indeed come for this starship, and would board it just like him. Yang Kai's mood suddenly became extremely bad. Chapter 1042. Young Master Shueyu, as far as I know, you should have left yesterday. How could you appear here today? Beside the starship, Xian Rue asked suspiciously. Shueyu smiled lightly. I had some matters to attend to yesterday, so I couldn't leave, so I let the starship leave first. Uncle Xian Rue is going to Emerald Star, so I thought it wouldn't be a problem to hitch a ride on your ship. In any case, you will pass by Rainfall Star, so I decided to leave from there. Xian Rue couldn't help frowning. Shueyu looked at him and continued to smile. Uncle Xian Rue shouldn't be inconvenienced, right? You just wanted me to hitch a ride. Is there something on this starship that you can't let me see? Xian Rue's attitude made him suspicious and he couldn't help glaring at him. Xian Rue laughed. Young Master Shui, you must be joking. This starship only has the materials ordered by Raging Flame Sect. How could there be anything I can't let you see? Young Master Shueyu, please. As he spoke, he turned his body to the side. Many thanks, Uncle Xian Rue. Shueyu took advantage of this opportunity to lead his two subordinates inside. All the cultivators who saw him bowed respectfully. Check if there are any materials on this starship that can't be transported out. Shueyu's smile never faded as he sent a message to his two subordinates with his divine sense. Does young master suspect that Xian Rue is smuggling supplies? One of them replied. He shouldn't do such a thing, but his attitude makes me a little concerned. There's nothing wrong with being cautious. Subordinate will investigate as soon as possible. The group of three shuttled through the hull, and soon found an extremely luxurious room to live in. This kind of room had always been only available to those with the highest status. The room Yang Kai and Shuetong lived in was just an ordinary room for an ordinary cultivator of the Chamber of Commerce. Outside the starship, after Shueyu and the others walked in, Xian Rue looked up and saw two extremely ugly faces standing by the window. He's come in. Yang Kai's face sank as he stared at Shuetong. Shuetong's face twitched. He never thought that he would meet Shueyu at this time, and even board the same starship as them. Young Master Shueyu wants to go to Rainfall Star. That is a cultivation star under the jurisdiction of my Chamber of Commerce. It will only take about 2 months. Young Master Yang, please endure for a while until young Master Shueyu leaves, Shuetong comforted. That's the only way. Yang Kai nodded helplessly. Although he had never met Xueyu in person at that time, he could vaguely see Xueyu's face, so Xueyu should have remembered his appearance. If he were to appear in front of Xueyu at this time, he would undoubtedly be throwing himself into a trap. In order to keep the secret of the private exchange of precious materials, he had already killed 2,000 innocent people, so he definitely wouldn't mind killing one more. The two people next to Xueyu were definitely masters he couldn't compete with. Yang Kai felt a huge pressure from them. He knew that Xuetong was telling the truth, and that this was the best way. Young Master Yang, take this thing. After pouring your divine sense into it, you can communicate with me. If you need anything, just use this to notify me, Xuetong said as he took out a compass-shaped artifact and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and played with it for a while, quickly understanding its function and purpose. Yang Kai had seen this compass-shaped artifact many times before. The people from Purple Star and Sword Union all used it to communicate, but now that he had one, he couldn't help feeling a little curious. Good, then I'll go back first, Yang Kai said, put away the compass-shaped artifact and walked out. Just now, he had heard the footsteps of Xueyu's group pass by outside, and knew that they had already gone far away, so there was no problem in leaving at this moment. Young Master Yang, Xuetong suddenly called out from behind. What's the matter? Yang Kai looked back at him. Xuetong hesitated for a moment before saying, Young Master Shen Tu sincerely wishes to befriend you and will not do anything to harm you. Yang Kai looked at him deeply and gently nodded. I understand. He suspected that Shen Tu had betrayed him because this time's events were too coincidental, and anyone would be suspicious. However, from the conversation between Xueyu and Xian Rue just now, Yang Kai had learned that it was just a misunderstanding. When Shen Tu learned that he had killed 3 cultivators from his Chamber of Commerce, he didn't pursue the matter at all. From this, it could be seen that he really cared about their friendship, otherwise, he would have at least shown some displeasure. But Shen Tu didn't. He didn't care about the deaths of 3 cultivators from his Chamber of Commerce. Returning to his room, Yang Kai closed the door and sat down cross-legged on his bed to cultivate. About an hour later, a humming sound suddenly came from inside the huge starship, and the entire starship seemed to sway. The shaking only lasted for a moment before stabilizing. Immediately, the starship slowly rose into the air and turned around, its speed growing faster and faster. After reaching a height of several thousand meters, it suddenly turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the vast star field. Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked around, only to see the scenery outside the window rapidly receding, and the entirety of Water Moon Star gradually becoming smaller. Passing through the thick clouds, the starship arrived in the starry sky and headed towards Emerald Star. After learning that Xueyu was also on this starship, Yang Kai had been careful not to leave his room. Even when he was cultivating, he didn't release his strength to avoid attracting Xueyu's attention. From the information he obtained from Xuetong, Yang Kai learned that Xueyu lived in a luxurious wing on another floor, which had nothing to do with the cabin-like rooms on this floor, but Yang Kai still didn't relax his vigilance. After so many years of wandering the outside world, caution was the foundation of his survival. The Saint King grade high-rank starship was extremely fast, several times faster than Yang Kai's star shuttles. Compared with star shuttles of the same grade, a starship would always have the advantage in speed. Although it was massive, the countless spirit arrays engraved inside could provide it with a great boost in speed, and the Saint crystals that served as its energy source could provide it with the necessary power. Inside the star field there were countless asteroids drifting about. These asteroids drifted in an irregular pattern. Some were large, some were small, some were scattered, and some were gathered together, forming a massive asteroid sea. When the starship moved through the star field, it would carefully avoid these asteroids to avoid causing any unnecessary damage to the hull. If it couldn't avoid them, the starship's cultivator would move ahead of time to change the trajectory of these asteroids, or destroy them directly. Along the way, Yang Kai remained in his room, cultivating and comprehending, from time to time going out to enjoy the enchanting scenery outside to relax his nerves. On this day, he suddenly took out his artifact compass and poured his divine sense into it to establish contact with Xuetong. What orders does young Master Yang have? Tong quickly replied. The two people following Yu, what kind of cultivation do they have? One of them is an origin returning realm master while the other should only be a third-order Saint King. Origin returning realm. Yang Kai was shocked as he understood what kind of position Yu had in President Aio's heart. The strongest guard in Shintu's palace was Jialong, a third-order Saint King, but Yu actually had an origin returning realm master by her side. In President Aio's heart, Yu's status was obviously higher than Shintu's. What about Yu herself? Yang Kai asked. She broke through to the second-order Saint King realm 10 years ago. I don't know how she is now. Tong's tone was somewhat sad. Young Master Yu's talent is quite outstanding. Among President Aio's sons, her cultivation is the highest while young Master Shintu can only be ranked second. Amazing. Yang Kai praised sincerely. Besides the master by Yu's side, there isn't any other origin returning realm cultivator on this starship, right? And there really isn't. After all, masters with such strength are not very common. On each cultivation star, there aren't many origin returning realm cultivators. These origin returning realm masters are scattered throughout the territory of each cultivation star, acting as the mainstay of each great force. Generally, they won't bother with trivial matters such as transporting materials. Only when transporting extremely valuable items will an origin returning realm cultivator be dispatched to escort them. Tong explained, pausing for a moment before continuing. Is young Master Yang worried about the safety of this starship? If that's the case, you can rest assured. The Chamber of Commerce's business is spread throughout the entire territory of the starship and has dealings with various great forces. Even those bandits hiding in Galaxy Ridge and Abandoned Lair won't easily target our Chamber of Commerce's starship. They also have a need for the Chamber of Commerce. Galaxy Ridge and Abandoned Lair were two of the most evil forces in the entire starship territory. Yang Kai had learned a little about them from Shintu before, and knew that these two forces hated the entire starship territory. They ran amok throughout the territory of the Starship Alliance, robbing passing starships, plundering their supplies, and abducting their personnel. Men were treated as slaves while women were slaves. Their methods were extremely cruel. Any starship would avoid these two places as far as possible. In the past, the great forces of the starship territory had joined forces many times to encircle and annihilate them, but these two places were very dangerous and were protected by extremely powerful natural spirit arrays. Every time they were encircled and annihilated, the great forces suffered heavy losses. Although they were able to temporarily suppress Galaxy Ridge and Abandoned Lair's arrogance, it wouldn't be long before these two forces would return to wreak havoc on the starship territory and retaliate even more fiercely. After a few rounds of torment, no one dared to try such a thankless task again. As long as a starship bears the Chamber of Commerce's logo, no one dares to touch it, and no one will touch it. Tong's tone was faintly filled with pride. Understood. Yang Kai nodded. Bored, he chatted with Tong for a while to pass the time before finally severing contact with him. Immersing his divine sense into his knowledge sea, Yang Kai manifested his soul avatar and looked up at the mysterious star chart above his knowledge sea. When he was chatting with Tong just now, Yang Kai had deliberately inquired about Rainfall Star and Emerald Star, and learned that these two stars were cultivation stars with good world energy auras. Rainfall Star was Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's home stars while Emerald Star was Raging Flame's home star. Yang Kai began searching for the locations of Emerald Star and Rainfall Star on this chart. Chapter 1043. Yang Kai's divine sense was like a bolt of lightning, shuttling back and forth across the star that adorned his knowledge sea. Soon, according to Tong's introduction, Yang Kai found a cultivation star the size of a silver plate. At this moment, this cultivation star was split in half by sea and half by land, almost the same size as Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's home star, Water Moon Star. This was Rainfall Star. Around Rainfall Star, there was an even larger sun star as well as several smaller moon stars. These moon stars were constantly revolving around Rainfall Star under the influence of the gravitational field, while Rainfall Star was also revolving around the Sun Star under the influence of the gravitational field. The two were completely unrelated to each other. Yet they were inextricably linked. The territory of this star looked extremely mysterious, and the rules of operation implied the principles of the Great Tao, causing one to be fascinated. Sun stars and moon stars were two types of stars that were bound to exist around a cultivation star. Sun stars emitted sunlight, providing nutrients for the plants and creatures on the cultivation star, while moon stars emitted a holy brilliance, bathing in the cool moonlight, calming one's mind. After finding Rainfall Star, Yang Kai began to try to use his understanding of the star territory to sketch out various safe routes. Soon he was surprised to find that using his consciousness as a pen and his divine sense as ink to sketch out routes on this star, he was able to improve his understanding and utilization of spiritual energy. This unexpected discovery made him somewhat ecstatic. Yang Kai spared no effort to simulate a star, inscribing each safe route into his star shuttle. Gradually, Yang Kai forgot the passage of time and immersed himself in this mysterious territory. Inscribing and copying star consumed a great deal of spiritual energy, so Yang Kai immersed himself in this process for many days, inscribing countless safe routes from one cultivation star to another. Some star routes were extremely long. Even if he took a starship, it would still take him several years to travel from one cultivation star to another. Some star routes were so close to each other that it would only take him a few months to travel back and forth. Yang Kai's understanding of the star territory grew deeper and deeper, and his understanding and utilization of his conflagrated knowledge also grew more proficient. From the inside out, Yang Kai felt as if his soul had been baptized and sublimated. However, Yang Kai didn't know how much of a star territory these stars he had drawn would be able to play, whether or not he would really be able to travel without encountering any dangers. Of these questions would have to be answered in practice. He began to re-examine the route of the warship, and compared it to the star chart he had drawn. Soon after, Yang Kai found that the safe of the star route he had researched was exactly the same as the starship's route. He immediately rejoiced, as if he had been inspired, filled with confidence in himself. Yang Kai began to observe the route ahead, wanting to see if there would be any dangers ahead. After this observation, he immediately found something wrong. If this starship continued to sail forward for another day or two, it would enter a cold and silent star territory. There were many asteroids in this vast area, forming a dense sea of asteroids. The surrounding stars were all dim and lifeless, without a trace of aura. These stars were actually all dead stars. Yang Kai told his discovery to Xuetong through the compass. Xuetong quickly replied, "Young Master Yang doesn't need to worry. That is a notoriously cold and dead territory. We will indeed pass through there." "Is there no problem?" Yang Kai confirmed with some concern. "There's no problem. Every starship from Rainfall Star to Water Moon Star will pass through there. Nothing has ever happened." Xuetong seemed to think that Yang Kai was making a fuss over nothing and secretly laughed. After a pause, Xuetong suddenly asked in surprise, "How does young Master Yang know that we will pass through the cold and dead territory?" With his understanding of Yang Kai, it was impossible for Yang Kai to be proficient in this area, so Xuetong couldn't help feeling a little surprised. Yang Kai didn't explain, instead cutting off the connection with Xuetong, and continuing to concentrate on drawing the of the star, improving his ability to use his spiritual energy. In another luxurious room of the battleship, Xueyu sat on a comfortable chair, his body and mind relaxed as he held a wine cup in his hand. The cup was filled with blood-red wine, and he gracefully took a sip as he listened to the Origin Returning Realm Old Man's report. "Young Master, I have checked all aspects and there is no problem with the materials transported on the starship. It is indeed what Raging Flame ordered, and there is nothing that is not allowed to be transported." "Nothing is missing?" Xueyu asked softly. "Nothing. I even caught a person and spied on his memories, but I didn't find any problems." "Oh." A thoughtful look appeared on Xueyu's face as his slender fingers casually twirled around his hair, gently playing with it as his brow furrowed slightly. This action of his was purely unintentional, but when it was seen by the other subordinate standing nearby, It caused his body to shake violently as he stared at Shuiyu with an infatuated look in his eyes. His breathing suddenly became heavy as he stared at Shuiyu, his eyes gradually turning red, like a starving wolf staring at a delicious meal. Obvious fluctuations of power pulse from his body, as if he wanted to rush towards Shuiyu regardless of anything else. Young master. The origin returning realm master instantly realized that something was wrong and called out in a low voice. Shuiyu suddenly came back to his senses and saw the ugly state of his other subordinate. His pair of clear eyes couldn't help showing a trace of disgust as he shouted, "Get out!" The Third Order Saint King cultivator also finally came back to his senses, his face instantly turning red as he wished he could find a hole to crawl into and run away in shame. After he left, the origin returning realm old man smiled bitterly. "Young master, you have to pay more attention. What happened just now wasn't his fault." Shuiyu snorted. "His mental fortitude is so poor, next time something happens, don't let him follow me." "I know." The old man gently nodded, sighing in his heart. Just now, if it weren't for his profound strength and age, he likely would have fallen for the aura Shuiyu unintentionally emitted. Suddenly, he understood that this monstrous young master was indeed like the rumors said, capable of killing both men and women. What he usually showed was only his attractiveness to women. However, the flirtatious aura he unintentionally revealed was enough to captivate men, making them unable to control themselves. If such a person were to grow up, who would be able to resist his charm? There's no problem with the supplies. Then what is Xian Rui hiding? A faint smile appeared on Shuiyu's face as he suddenly said, "Forget it, I don't want to waste my time thinking about this. You can withdraw." "Yes." The origin returning realm old man respectfully withdrew. The starship's sailing speed suddenly slowed down a lot, as if it was trying to pass through the icy cold territory and avoid the irregular asteroids. Soon, the enchanting scenery outside the window disappeared and was replaced by a dark, cold, and desolate void. The starship seemed to have entered a purgatory abyss. Occasionally, some rays of light would appear, but they would disappear in a flash. Passing through the sea of asteroids, the huge starship moved forward smoothly, unaffected by anything. This route wasn't dangerous, it was just a bit bumpy. Every starship of the Chamber of Commerce had passed through this place countless times, and none of them had ever encountered an accident here. As such, the cultivator on the starship didn't have the slightest worry. However, as the commander and leader of the starship, Xian Rui was constantly paying attention to his surroundings, not daring to relax in the slightest. He knew that the slightest accident could cause unexpected losses. 2 days later, a sea of asteroids appeared in front of the starship again. Xian Rui carefully steered the starship into this sea of asteroids to avoid being hit by the asteroids. When the starship broke into the sea of asteroids, for some reason, Xian Rui suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. This feeling made him feel very uncomfortable, as if he was facing the aura of death. The last time he had this feeling was many years ago. At that time, he was being hunted down by an origin returning realm cultivator. It was because of this unique intuition that he was able to survive until today. He trusted his intuition very much. As such, Xian Rui immediately looked out the window to see if there was any danger approaching. Suddenly, he saw a dot of white light in the dark and cold territory of death. This dazzling white light pierced through the darkness like a sharp sword. And like a chain reaction, no less than 20 dots of white light lit up around the starship, scattering around the asteroids like fireflies. Xian Rui's pupils shrank as he shouted, "Leave this place at full speed. It's star-shattering flash. Someone has set up a trap." His roar spread throughout the starship, allowing everyone to hear it clearly. The cultivators in the power room all paled, and in an instant, the starship's speed was raised to the maximum, desperately trying to escape from this place. However, it was too late. As the white light bloomed, it emitted a subtle energy fluctuation. Just as Xian Rui finished speaking, the white light suddenly became as dazzling as the sun. The light shot into the depths of the starry sky, illuminating the entire icy dead zone. Every corner of the icy dead zone was bathed in dazzling light, An earth-shattering energy fluctuation was emitted from the white light. Ripples visible to the naked eye suddenly spread out. More than 20 white lights and more than 20 ripples, layer upon layer, collided with each other. It seemed as if there was no end to it, bringing with it a deathly aura that made people despair. The space in the cold dead territory instantly distorted and collapsed. Countless asteroids were reduced to dust at this moment, disappearing without a trace. Wherever the ripples passed, everything was reduced to nothingness. The St. King grade high-rank starship had just accelerated when it was swallowed up by these ripples. The hull of the starship, which was so strong that it could travel freely through the star territory, was as fragile as tofu, and like the asteroids, it was reduced to dust, exposing its interior. Each of the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce cultivator went pale, a look of horror filling their faces, their eyes filled with the horror of death and reluctance to part with life. As the ripples passed through their bodies, no matter how high their cultivation was, they all burst into a bloody mist, not even their bones remaining. Chapter 1044. When Xian Rui's voice sounded, Yang Kai was still immersed in his study of the star field. Sensing that something was wrong from the anxious and panicked roar, Yang Kai immediately withdrew his divine sense. Then he felt violent energy fluctuations coming from all directions. The intensity of these fluctuations gave him the illusion that he was about to die. The compass vibrated and Shuetong's voice came from it. "Young Master Yang, hurry." Before he could finish his words, there was no response. The room suddenly collapsed and the piece of material disappeared, exposing Yang Kai's body to the star field. Turning his head to look around, Yang Kai saw a cloud of blood mist exploding, and saw one Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce cultivator after another struggling to escape, but none of them could avoid being swallowed by the ripples. The ripples spread across their bodies like the sharpest knife, cutting them into powder. Yang Kai realized that something was wrong and quickly gathered his strength, grabbing towards the void, trying to tear space and escape. But what made him despair was that his successful attempt to tear space did not work this time. The void crack did not form smoothly, and the ripples had already affected a large area of the space territory, causing the surrounding space to become chaotic. Yang Kai couldn't tear space. A series of black hole-like cracks appeared around the starship, opening and closing like a fish's mouth, swallowing everything nearby. Yang Kai paled and instantly used his demon god transformation, pushing his strength to its maximum, and without hesitation, he fled in the opposite direction from where the ripples were spreading. The aura of death behind him was like a maggot, chasing after him relentlessly. The bursting space was like the fiercest space weapon, cutting every inch of Yang Kai's skin, causing him to be covered in a golden light. Enduring the pain, Yang Kai pushed his Saint Chi to condense one grand heavenly shield after another to protect himself. The silver leaf artifact he hadn't used for a long time was also summoned, transforming into a silver river that wrapped around his body, leaving no room for escape. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk the space force continued to cut at Yang Kai, causing the silver light to rapidly fade. This saint-grade high-rank silver leaf artifact quickly lost its spirituality and shattered. This artifact had been directly destroyed. Cracking sounds rang out incessantly as the grand heavenly shield condensed by Yang Kai could not resist the power of the space force, shattering as soon as it was formed, giving Yang Kai no chance to breathe. His whole body was in excruciating pain and Yang Kai almost suspected that he was going to die. His speed had already been raised to the limit. He roared angrily and recklessly shot into the distance, wanting to rush out of here and carve out a path of survival. At that moment, a roar came from the side. "Young master, run. I'll buy you some time." Yang Kai took a moment to glance over, and saw an old man come to a halt and open his arms, as if he was hugging something, staring at the ripples approaching from behind with a dignified expression. A strange and inexplicable energy fluctuation spread out from this old man's body, as the aura of an origin-returning realm master spread out. Using his own strength as a support, this old man forcibly opened a void crack that was about to close and tore it even wider. As the ripples spread out in front of him, this old man put on a look of defiance and remained motionless. The heaven-destroying, earth-shattering power landed on his body, causing him to bleed profusely, his clothes to be torn apart, and his flesh to be torn apart. However, because of this old man's efforts, a large amount of the destructive power was drawn into the void crack. Young Kai suddenly felt the pressure on him lighten, and was overjoyed. Not far from the old man, there was a devilishly handsome young man with his hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were about to split open as he stared at the old man who had sacrificed himself for him. He wanted to save the old man but was powerless to do so. He clenched his teeth and took out a set of armor. The armor was fiery red and dazzling. The armor covered his entire body and made him look valiant and formidable. He and Yang Kai glanced at each other before fleeing in the same direction. Shuiyu! Yang Kai cursed in his heart, wishing he could stop right now and strangle this guy to death. The other party's sorrowful eyes lit up, obviously recognizing his identity, but at this critical juncture, he had no time to pay attention to Yang Kai. His fists were clenched together, revealing the helplessness and anger in his heart. Yang Kai glanced back again, imprinting the scene of the old man's body being torn to shreds into the depths of his eyes, hiding this hatred deep in his heart before fleeing without looking back. The old man with an origin returning realm cultivation only managed to delay them for less than 3 breaths of time, before the void crack he had forcibly opened was destroyed, and a series of ripples spread outwards without slowing down. Soon, the ripples spread to Yang Kai and Shuiyu's location. Yang Kai felt his entire body sway as if he had been struck by thousands of fists. Every inch of his skin cracked open, and his knowledge sea was in turmoil. Soon after, the world spun around him and he lost consciousness. Just before he lost consciousness, he saw the armor on Shuiyu's body being stripped away piece by piece. His clothes were also torn to shreds, revealing his perfect snow-white, flawless body. Yang Kai's pupils dilated at that moment as he felt like he had just seen something incredible. This guy's 2 sets of chest muscles seemed to be a little out of the ordinary. Yang Kai thought to himself for a moment before losing consciousness. Inside the cold and dark star territory, there was nothing but desolation. The asteroid sea that originally existed nearby had been swept away by the explosion. The huge Saint King grade high-rank starship was nowhere to be found. The hundreds of cultivator aboard it were nowhere to be seen, and all of its supplies had been lost. It was as if all of this had never existed, leaving behind no trace at all. In the silence, Yang Kai's bloody figure floated quietly across the star territory, seemingly having fallen into a deep sleep, and no one knew when he would wake up. A golden light enveloped him as the powerful restorative power of the demon god Golden Blood once again played its role, causing his flesh and blood to wriggle and heal rapidly, and new flesh and blood began to grow in the places he had lost. Yang Kai's fingers suddenly twitched as he struggled to open his eyes. His gaze was blank, as if he had not yet reacted. The scene before he lost consciousness flashed in front of his eyes as desperate screams and roars echoed in his ears. Yang Kai immediately realized what had happened to him. Quickly getting up, Yang Kai came to an abrupt stop, his body stiff. He felt as if all the bones in his body had been disassembled, and his body was covered in scars. Lying down again, Yang Kai used his divine sense to examine his condition. His condition was very bad. He was missing a lot of his flesh and blood. His meridians were severely damaged, and his strength was not circulating smoothly. Currently, he was not even half as strong as he was at his peak. Even with his powerful physique and the demon god Golden Blood flowing through his veins, it would take at least half a month for him to completely recover from such injuries. After sorting out his current situation, Yang Kai took out a saint pill from the demon mystic tome, and stuffed it into his mouth to dissolve its medicinal efficacies. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little relieved. At that time, if it weren't for the origin returning realm old man beside Shuiyu delaying him, his injuries would have been even more serious, and he would most likely have fallen in this disaster. That origin returning realm master had already died, so what could a mere second-order saint like him do? What about Shuiyu? Was he dead? Recalling the scene he saw before he lost consciousness, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. Thinking about it carefully, he determined that what he saw was not an illusion. This famous Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce third young master from the Star Territory was actually hiding such a big secret. Yang Kai released his divine sense, but did not detect any life nearby. Even if Shuiyu was not dead, he was likely in a very bad condition. He had inadvertently seen the other party's secret, and since the other party had intended to kill him before, it was even more impossible for him to give up now. Yang Kai had already regarded Shuiyu as his enemy. Shuetong. Thinking of another person, Yang Kai quickly took out his compass and poured his divine sense into it, trying to contact Shuetong. But to his disappointment, no matter how he called out, Shuetong did not respond. Before the disaster, Shuetong had used his compass to send a message to Yang Kai to escape, but before he could finish, the connection was cut off. Probably at that time, something had happened to Shuetong. Yang Kai sighed softly and put away his compass, feeling a little sad. Shuetong's fate was likely to be grim. This monster race cultivator was quite good, and if Shintu hadn't asked him to take him away, Yang Kai would not have encountered this unexpected disaster. He was really unlucky. Who had set up a trap in the asteroid sea to destroy one of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's starships? What kind of trap would have such destructive power? Was it for revenge or was it targeting someone? Yang Kai didn't know. He only remembered that before the disaster, Xi and Rui had shouted star-shattering flash, but he didn't know what that meant. Yang Kai secretly decided to investigate all of this, not only because he had almost died, but also because he needed to give Shintu an explanation for Shuetong's death. Suddenly, a suction force pulled Yang Kai's body downwards. Turning his head with difficulty, Yang Kai looked down and found that there was a small dead star a few thousand meters below him. This suction force was formed by the gravitational force emanating from this dead star. Yang Kai let himself fall. 2 hours later, just as Yang Kai was about to hit the ground of this dead star, he circulated his strength to stabilize his body and descended. Looking left and right, this Death Star was indeed worthy of its name. It was deathly still, just like a desolate desert where not even a blade of grass grew. There was no sign of life, and there were only bumpy mountain ranges everywhere. At this moment, Yang Kai was standing next to a huge crater, completely naked. His clothes had been destroyed in the explosion. After this period of recovery, Yang Kai finally felt much better. Just as he was about to take out a set of clothes from the demon mystic tome and put them on, his expression suddenly changed, and he released his divine sense. Immediately afterwards, he noticed a wisp of life aura not far away from him. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly rushed over. Chapter 1045. About 1,000 meters away from where Yang Kai was standing, there was a huge crater. At this moment, inside this crater stood a beautiful woman with snow-white skin who was also completely naked. She stood in the crater, gently stroking her forehead, slowly massaging it as she looked around blankly. She was in the same state as Yang Kai just now. Because of the disaster, she was still muddle-headed and didn't understand what had happened. She stood there, her snow-white body blooming with an alluring luster like porcelain. Her breasts were as straight as mountains, full and bouncy. Her beautiful legs were slender and white, and the beauty between them was enough to make any man's blood boil. Streaks of dark red blood spread across her body, giving her a different kind of allure. Her entire body was in extreme pain, and even the slightest movement would cause a stifled moan to emerge from her throat, like the most enchanting notes that echoed between the heavens and earth. Rubbing her forehead, she gradually understood her situation and recalled what had happened before. Her beautiful eyes shrank as a cold, knife-like murderous intent flashed from the depths of her pupils, causing her tender body to tremble slightly. Clenching her teeth, she took a deep breath, her full breasts rippling in an enchanting arc as she calmed herself down. She then wiped her space ring, took out a fragrant pill, and stuffed it into her mouth to restore her injuries and strength. She then took out a pair of snow-white underwear from her space ring. These small underwear were delicate and lovely, almost the size of a palm. She didn't know what material they were made of, but there were many exquisite patterns carved into them. She lifted her foot and bent down, preparing to put on these clothes first. At that moment, a rustling sound suddenly came from above and a piece of gravel slid down from above. Hearing this noise, her beautiful face couldn't help paling as she quickly looked up. She then saw a man standing at the edge of the crater, his eyes wide open as he stared in her direction. His eyes seemed to be blooming with a brilliant light, and his gaze was extremely wanton. Like a knife, his gaze lingered on the most private and secret parts of her body, imprinting everything into his eyes. She instantly remembered this man's face. It was him who had passed by the mountain valley a few days ago, forcing her to give up on that deal. It was because of him that he had spent 2 months searching for him, and had killed 2,000 people. It was him who had fled with him when the battleship was destroyed. He was actually naked from head to toe, without any clothes on. His exposed muscles were firm and powerful. That man's majesty was so blatantly exposed, like the trunk of an elephant, tarnishing her pure eyes and piercing into her flawless heart. Then, she realized that she was also not wearing any clothes. At this moment, she was bending her waist, her chest was trembling, and her beautiful legs were slightly raised. Like the most licentious woman trying to please her lover, she took the initiative to display all kinds of beautiful things. She was ashamed and resentful. "You're looking for," she shouted, but before she could finish her sentence, her face suddenly turned pale and she coughed violently. Dark red blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth as she covered her chest with her small hand and staggered a few steps. Her injuries were much more serious than Yang Kai's. Her 5 viscera and 6 bowels had all been displaced. Although the protection of the fiery red armor made it seem like she didn't have many serious visible injuries, the various internal injuries were the most serious. "Die." She squeezed out these words with difficulty before glaring angrily at Yang Kai, gnashing her teeth, as if she couldn't wait to swallow him alive. No man had ever seen her naked body before, and besides the few closest to her, no one knew her secret. But now, this little character who had popped out of nowhere had seen her naked body. His eyes were filled with a sense of judgment. She couldn't help feeling like she had been blasphemed. "Young Master Shuiyu?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, not caring about his naked body at all. Not only did he not try to cover it up, he even took a step forward to make his figure clearer. Then he said in amazement, "I didn't expect young Master Shuiyu to be a woman. This is really a big surprise." The woman at the bottom of the pit was 70 to 80% similar in appearance to the Shuiyu he had seen before, but there were many subtle differences. It was these subtle changes that allowed the male Shuiyu to be reborn, turning him into a stunningly beautiful woman. Her beauty was difficult to describe with words. Her appearance and body could be described as perfect, without the slightest flaw. It was as if the Creator had gathered all the advantages on her body. Every part of her was captivating and intoxicating, unable to extricate themselves. Her pair of beautiful eyes were extremely clear, sparkling and translucent like crystals. There was always a mysterious mist swirling around them, as if it wanted to suck in one's soul, making it impossible for one to break free and willingly work for her, giving her everything they had. Yang Kai had just walked over, and when he saw her for the first time, he couldn't help but tremble, his heart filled with a strong sense of intoxication. He wished he could freeze time and space at that moment, so that he could forever watch this woman bend over and put on her clothes. Her entire being was like a dream, the most beautiful dream, and those who were intoxicated by it would never be willing to wake up. Yang Kai had seen many women along the way, many of whom were exceptionally beautiful, but when he compared them carefully, none of them could reach the same height as this woman. None of them were as perfect as her. In all fairness, even Su Yan and his little senior sister were lacking something when compared to her. For a person to be born like this was nothing short of a miracle. This was simply a gift from the Creator. She should have fallen unconscious during the disaster, and then been drawn here by the gravitational force of this dead star. Moreover, she should have only woken up a short time ago, otherwise she wouldn't have had time to put on her clothes. She killed 2,000 people just to find his existence, just to keep that little secret. Whether Yang Kai was willing or not, he had become her enemy. But at this moment, Yang Kai didn't know whether he should attack her to protect his own interests or not. After all, no matter what, this woman was still related to Shintu by blood. She was Shintu's older sister. Moreover, Yang Kai was a little reluctant to attack her, secretly feeling that bullying such a beautiful woman was a bit inappropriate. This thought made him vigilant, and he quickly stabilized his mind, not allowing himself to be influenced by Shuiyu. Shuiyu wasn't using any kind of seductive technique, nor was she deliberately using any kind of secret technique to influence his judgment. She simply stood there and glared at him angrily, not bothering to conceal her disgust and murderous intent, but the invisible impact she gave off made Yang Kai's heart soften involuntarily. What a terrible woman! Yang Kai was secretly shocked. Obviously, he knew that she harbored ill intentions towards him and wanted to kill him, but he still couldn't immediately act. This was the first time Yang Kai had encountered such a woman. What do you want to do? Shuiyu also seemed to know that her current state was very bad, and didn't rush to find trouble with Yang Kai. Instead, a 7-colored divine light suddenly burst from Huey's body and shrouded her, covering her private parts and covering her exposed body, not giving Yang Kai a chance to pry into her private parts. However, it was unknown whether it was because she was too weak, but the rainbow divine light was not too dense. Instead, it was like a translucent veil that covered her body. She had suddenly become even more alluring. This kind of hazy beauty fiercely impacted Yang Kai's mind, giving him a strong visual impact. Compared to when she was completely naked, this scene was even more alluring. Shuiyu's expression became uglier and uglier as her suppressed anger and grievance finally erupted. With a wave of her hand, a 7-colored light shot towards Yang Kai, binding him while Yang Kai was still immersed in this hazy beauty. Then, Shuiyu pulled Yang Kai in front of her and punched out with her delicate little fist, sending out a shocking energy fluctuation towards Yang Kai's heart. She wanted to kill this man who had spied on her beautiful body and protect the biggest secret of her life. Facing this murderous intent, Yang Kai seemed to be indifferent, his eyes still roaming over Shuiyu's body. The 2 red dots on her chest and the lush green grass between her legs had become a deadly vortex, attracting his attention and making it impossible for him to extricate himself. A look of disgust appeared on Shuiyu's pretty face, and the energy fluctuations around her fist became even stronger. Hong. Her delicate fist successfully smashed into Yang Kai's chest, and a fierce force penetrated his body, wantonly destroying Yang Kai's internal organs. Yang Kai, who should have immediately died or even exploded, suddenly smiled strangely at Shuiyu, a smile full of ridicule as he opened his arms and hugged her. Shuiyu's face instantly paled and she screamed. She felt her plump breasts being squeezed against a sturdy chest, changing shape. That chest emitted a shocking amount of heat, and the heat rushed into her body like lightning, causing her delicate body to tremble, making it difficult for her to breathe, and unable to think normally. She stretched out her hands and tried to push Yang Kai away, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't muster any strength. The explosion of that punch just now had completely drained her, who was already in a bad state. She patted Yang Kai's shoulder and constantly twisted her tender body, trying to break free from Yang Kai's embrace, but not only did it not have any effect, it only made this scene look ridiculous, like a couple flirting with each other. "Don't move!" Yang Kai roared, a fierce light flashing in his eyes as he threatened fiercely. Shuiyu ignored him and cursed Yang Kai for being a shameless bastard, a rogue, and a scoundrel as she continued to struggle even harder. Ayo! Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange as a strange sound burst from his throat, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. This constant rubbing of their bodies allowed Yang Kai to fully feel the softness and tenacity of Shuiyu's body, and the elasticity of her pair of jade peaks. Yang Kai's eyes were burning hot, and he could hardly contain the desire in the depths of his heart, his body immediately reacting as a man should. Shuiyu's face was as white as a sheet of paper. She felt as if there was a monster between her legs that was quickly raising its head, becoming as hot and hard as a soldering iron. That monster's head was slowly invading her lower body. Chapter 1046. Kai Yang hugged her tightly, his 2 arms exerting so much strength that it was as if he wanted to break her tender body in half. Shuiyu's beautiful face changed color. The hot, iron-like thing between her legs was invading her heart. She immediately realized what was going on. Her delicate body started to tremble, and fear and horror appeared in the depths of her beautiful eyes. She couldn't help but clamp her legs together, clamping the monster's head between them, not letting it get close to her pure region. Yang Kai shivered and his expression became even more joyful. Shui Yu's beautiful legs, her skin white and smooth. This kind of clamping brought him unimaginable pleasure, causing his killing intent to stagnate. I'll kill you. Shui Yu had never suffered such humiliation before and screamed hysterically. At this moment, she no longer had the calm and elegant demeanor of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's third young master. Instead, she was like a madwoman, her eyes bloodshot as she viciously sent out 2 palms towards Yang Kai. 7-colored light bursting from her palms. Pung pung. Yang Kai felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his body shaking as he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of golden blood onto Shui Yu's face. Yang Kai's condition was also not good. In order to numb Shui Yu before, he had taken a blow from her in order to approach her, but now that he had been bombarded twice, he was like an arrow at the end of its flight, his expression suddenly becoming sluggish. Under these 2 palms, the injuries he had just recovered from had become serious once again. Shui Yu seemed to have gone mad as she used all her strength to dig her fingertips into Yang Kai's flesh, tearing off strips of flesh as she opened her mouth again. Biting down on Yang Kai's shoulders and chest, Shui Yu struggled as hard as she could, seemingly wanting to perish together with Yang Kai. Shui Yu was at least a second-order Saint King, and although she was unable to display even 30% of her usual strength because of the disaster, this kind of fight was still somewhat difficult for Yang Kai. In an instant, he was covered in blood and his body was covered in strange bite marks. Courting death. Yang Kai roared as he sent out a punch towards Shui Yu's pretty face, not showing the slightest bit of tenderness towards her. This punch landed. Shui Yu's head was immediately knocked to the side, her cheeks seemingly swollen from the force of this punch, causing both Yang Kai and Shui Yu to fall to the ground. Before they even hit the ground though, Yang Kai suddenly turned her body so that her back was facing him. His hands were still tightly hugging her, restraining her arms to prevent her from scratching and biting his body. Shui Yu used strength to resist Yang Kai's hand, constantly, and Yang Kai and you. She's trying to escape. Hong hong hong. The 2 people's Shui Yu. Their fists and feet collided with each other in the tightest of positions. Yet they fought as if they were mortal enemies. Dust flew everywhere, and from time to time, 1 or 2 rays of light bloomed. But no matter who it was, their bodies gradually became weaker, until they were no longer able to move. Panting violently, the 2 of them maintained a posture where their chests were pressed against each other as they lay in a certain part of the pit. Motionless, both of them were looking up at the cold and dark star field. I don't know when. Yang Kai's 2 hands had crossed and covered Shui Yu's 2 peaks. The amazing feeling from his palms shook Yang Kai's spirit, as if he could immediately become a dragon and a tiger. When Shui Yu was a man, Yang Kai couldn't see that she was so full, but after holding these peaks in his hands, he couldn't help but sigh at this woman's wealth. Yang Kai's hands were quite large, but even so 1 palm couldn't cover a jade peak. The small and delicate protrusion rubbed against Yang Kai's palm. The jade peak was hot, soft, and amazingly elastic. Yang Kai couldn't help but use a little more strength and firmly hold it. A charming sound came from Shui Yu's throat. Her head was slightly raised, as if she was a little uncomfortable being pinched, but more than that, she was ashamed and angry. Yang Kai didn't care about her, and instead felt the stimulation from her smooth back and perky buttocks. Although Shui Yu's body was covered in scars and blood, her skin was white and tender, like a newborn baby with an attractive luster. In the rolling just now, Yang Kai fully felt the charm of her plump and perky buttocks. Those 2 round buttocks were constantly pressing against his vital parts, making Yang Kai excited and unable to calm down for a long time. His high and ferocious head had been clamped between her buttocks. It seemed that as long as Yang Kai moved his body, he could break through that layer of blockade and completely possess this woman. This kind of ambiguous position caused their private parts to be close together. A drop of warm liquid suddenly rolled down Yang Kai's arm, and Shui Yu began sobbing softly. Are you serious? Yang Kai was speechless. In the middle of a life-or-death struggle, this woman had actually cried. He didn't know if this was her true feelings or just acting. From childhood to now, no one has ever treated me like this. Not even a few people know my true gender. You dared to molest me like this? I'll remember you and make you pay the price, Shuiyu said through clenched teeth. We'll talk about that after you survive. Yongkai grinned. Just wait until I recover, then I'll first rape you and then kill you. You can try. Shuiyu remained unmoved and continued to argue with Yongkai. You're not in a good state right now. Before you arrived, I already took a Saint King high-rank pill. It won't be long before I have the strength to escape from you. When that time comes, who knows who will be the one to die? She no longer cried and instead grinned. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I'll let you taste all the torture in the world before slowly torturing you to death. Yongkai blew a breath of hot air into her delicate earlobe, causing Shuiyu's complexion to change again. Her tender body couldn't help trembling as she held her breath, afraid that Yongkai would bring her an even more humiliating experience. Then let's see who can recover first, Yongkai declared confidently, as if victory was already in his grasp. When it came to recovery ability, he didn't fear anyone. Although Shuiyu had taken a Saint King high-rank pill, Yongkai still had the demon god golden blood. So after a short while, the flesh that had been bitten off by Shuiyu began to heal and the condition of his 5 viscera and 6 organs also improved. The two of them no longer spoke and simply hugged each other, their skin touching, like a man and woman in love, enjoying this moment of warmth and tranquility. However, under this surface of warmth and tranquility, murderous intent was surging. Suddenly, a ray of 7-colored light bloomed and Yongkai held in pain, his expression changing greatly as he ground his teeth. Slut, you're actually so insidious. Ha! Shuiyu laughed triumphantly. Against someone like you, what's the point of being insidious? Hurry up and let go of me. Otherwise I'll break your dantian and cripple your cultivation, making it impossible for you to cultivate for the rest of your life. One of Shuiyu's jade white hands wrapped around her waist at this moment, and actually pierced into Yongkai's abdomen, clamping down on Yongkai's abdomen muscles. Her fingertips pulsed with energy, seemingly capable of invading Yongkai's dantian, and destroying its source of strength. Yongkai didn't know when she had accumulated this kind of strength. Perhaps she had been hiding it from the very beginning. He finally understood that this woman was different from other women. Even if she was subdued like this, she would still try her best to resist and gain the upper hand. Are you going to let go? I'll give you 3 breaths of time to consider. After 3 breaths you will. You, what are you doing? Shuiyu's calm tone suddenly became chaotic as she screamed in horror, her face pale. Stop, don't move anymore. While Shuiyu was threatening him, Yongkai actually didn't retreat but instead moved forward, allowing Shuiyu's little hand to penetrate deeper into his abdomen. However, because of this movement, Yongkai's erect and ferocious expression gradually pressed against the narrow tunnel between Shuiyu's legs. His erection was almost at the entrance of the corridor. Shuiyu panicked in an instant, not knowing what to do. Yongkai kept his dantian at his waist as he stuck out his tongue and licked Shuiyu's delicate earlobe. You bastard! Shuiyu cursed, her tender body trembling. Curse all you want, there's a saying that even if you die under a peony, you'll still be a playboy even if you become a ghost. I don't care what you do to my dantian, but if you dare touch me, I'll immediately take away your chastity. Yongkai chuckled. In any case, I'm a loner with no ties to the world, unlike young Master Shuiyu who has a high status. TSK, when you get married in the future and your husband discovers that you're not a virgin, things will become interesting. For a small character like me, if I can possess someone like you, it'll be worth it. Madman. Madman. You're crazy. Shuiyu's beautiful eyes were filled with panic. She was really frightened by Yongkai's desperate actions, and the hard thing between her legs made her feel even more helpless, causing her to completely collapse at this moment. This man was more terrifying than the bandits of Galaxy Ridge, and more vicious than the villains of Abandoned Lair. I am crazy, but since things have come to this point, either you die or I die, there's no other way. Before I die, I'll enjoy your taste so I can savor it in the Yellow Springs. Saying so, Yongkai gradually exerted strength in his waist and began to move forward. He seemed to really have the resolve to die under a peony and didn't care about his own life anymore. Wait a minute. Shuiyu tightened her tender body and moved forward, trying to keep her tone calm. I think we can talk about this, right? Talk? Yang Kai stopped his aggressive movements and asked with interest, "What do you want to talk about, and what do you want to talk about? There's no great enmity between you and me. There's no need to make things like this, right?" Shuiyu lightly opened her red lips, her beautiful eyes filled with hatred, but for the sake of her chastity, she had no choice but to compromise. "You mean we can turn weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk? What's wrong with that?" Shuiyu tilted her head, her snow-white face immediately pressing against Yang Kai's lips. She couldn't help feeling bitter and immediately moved away, cursing this bastard for actually trying to take advantage of her, wishing she could immediately burn his bones and scatter his ashes. Chapter 1047. After listening to Shuiyu's words, Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. "Are you so naive? If you think I'm a 3-year-old child, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I've already treated you like this, yet you're still going to swallow your anger and pretend nothing happened? You're the son of Hung Luo Business Association's president, while I'm just a nobody. If I let you live this time, I'm afraid I won't have a good time in the future. I'd rather take you now, have my cultivation crippled, and then be beaten to death than be deceived by your flowery words." "Flowery words?" Shuiyu shouted. "I'm a woman. How can I use flowery words? Isn't this a man's specialty? In any case, I don't believe you. Whatever you say is nothing but fart." Yang Kai snorted. "Can you not be so unreasonable?" Shuiyu laughed angrily. "Since I proposed this, I will certainly show some sincerity and promise not to settle accounts with you." Yang Kai's expression changed as he stared at her deeply. Speaking of which, both he and Shuiyu were now wary of each other, and neither of them could do anything to the other. Shuiyu's cultivation was much higher than his, but her injuries were more serious and her recovery ability was not as good as his, so he was able to maintain a stalemate with her. However, continuing like this was not a solution. In the end, it would only lead to a life-and-death struggle, which was not something either of them wanted to see. Yang Kai was not willing to give up his cultivation in order to take a woman's chastity, and Shuiyu was even more unwilling to be defiled by someone like Yang Kai. Yang Kai suddenly felt that he should listen to what Shuiyu had to say. "Speak, I'm listening." Yang Kai nodded to her, his hands still clenching her jade peaks, unwilling to relax in the slightest. "There is no great grievance between you and me. In the final analysis, it's just that you bumped into my transaction in the mountain valley. Yes, because of this you killed more than 2,000 people." Yang Kai sneered. "You are such a vicious woman, how could I possibly trust you?" "Aren't you safe and sound?" Shuiyu asked. "Did you care about any of those 2,000 people? Did it have anything to do with you?" "No, it didn't." "Then shut up." Shuiyu coldly snorted. "My proposal, if you let me go, I won't cause you any trouble, but you can't reveal anything about that transaction. And you can't tell anyone about what happened here." Saying so, her face turned red. Just now, she had been fighting with Yang Kai and had completely ignored the humiliation she had suffered. But now that she was discussing conditions with Yang Kai, it seemed that her shame as a woman had been awoken. Shuiyu, Shuiyu. Shuiyu, quickly dispel the Shuiyu. Teet, su, teetit, teetabitit to Shuiyu. Teet. You zai you to. You is you to be to. You die you. It's good you know. Shuiyu took a deep breath, her plump breasts bulging in Yang Kai's palm, her beautiful eyes flashing as she helplessly said, "I have an artifact refined by a grandmaster from the Chamber of Commerce. It was originally prepared for me in times of danger, but now it's yours to take advantage of." "What kind of artifact?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "Soul chains." Shuiyu grit her teeth and said, "This artifact can link our soul brand and life traces together. If either of us dies, the other will die as well. Is this enough of a guarantee? Live and die together?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he grinned strangely. "Beauty, we aren't that close yet, are we? Although you and I have always treated each other with sincerity, isn't this kind of progress a bit too fast? Moreover, I already have 2 wives, 2 of them." "Can't you be serious? Don't be so glib. Don't you know how annoying you are right now?" Shuiyu scolded. Do you think I'm willing to link my life to yours? You're just a second-order saint cultivator. If you encounter even the slightest danger, you may die. If I really do this, I'll have to protect you at all times in the future. Young Kai's expression became solemn as he carefully sensed her breathing and soul fluctuations. After a while he asked, "Should I believe you? I've already made concessions to this extent. If you don't believe me, then we can only fight to the death. That's not the ending you want, is it? You and I both have a bright future ahead of us. Both of us have beautiful tomorrows. Who would want to die on this dead star?" Young Kai grinned. "Why do I find that your desire to survive is much stronger than mine?" Shui Yu's pretty face sank and she no longer spoke. "Let me ask you one more time. Can the function of that artifact be removed? I don't want to be tied to you for the rest of my life." Even though Shui Yu's temperament was quite good, she was still almost driven mad by Yang Kai's words. Who is the one who doesn't want to be tied to the other? It's as if I'm the one who's shameless enough to force him to be tied to me. You bastard, should be honored to be tied to me. Shui Yu silently cursed in her heart as she replied. It can be removed, but only if both of us are willing. If either of us refuses, the function of that artifact cannot be removed. Good. Yang Kai smiled, thought for a moment and said, I believe you. Then we have an agreement, right? We have an agreement. I want to take out that artifact. Release me a little. I can't move. Shui Yu said weakly, struggling slightly. Yang Kai's heart trembled as he slowly loosened his grip on her, but he didn't relax his vigilance. Instead, he moved his mouth close to Shui Yu's ear and whispered, Don't try to play any tricks. As long as I use a little strength, you'll be mine. I know. Shui Yu grit her teeth and responded bitterly. Hugged by Yang Kai, one of her hands still stuck in Yang Kai's abdomen. Shui Yu brought her other hand to her mouth and poured her divine sense into the space ring. With a flash of light, a chain-like artifact appeared on the ground. This is it. Yang Kai's eyes moved quickly, and he quickly grabbed this artifact, causing Shui Yu to miss it. The function of this artifact is quite strange. Why did the grandmasters of your business association refine this kind of thing for you? As I said, this is something prepared for when I am in danger. If I encounter an enemy I can't defeat, I can use this artifact to connect my life to it. It's a life-saving measure. Yang Kai nodded lightly before pouring his divine sense into this artifact to investigate it, quickly discovering that there were some unknown spirit arrays engraved inside it. There was also a very strange energy inside this artifact that was so strong that Yang Kai couldn't help paling slightly. There was no doubt that this energy was poured into this artifact by a master who had reached the Origin King realm, and contained some of their soul's mysteries. Yang Kai immediately understood that it wasn't this artifact that played a role, but rather the divine technique of that Origin King realm master. This artifact was just a carrier that sealed this divine technique. Perceiving this, Yang Kai's heart relaxed and he said, I'm worried about you. Tell me how to activate the power of this artifact. Shui Yu angrily said, How can you be so narrow-minded? Are you still a man? Whether I'm a man or not, do you want to verify it? Yang Kai snorted. No need. Shui Yu was shocked and quickly said, Pour your divine sense into it and open the seal. Yang Kai poured his divine sense into this artifact and found that the seal wasn't strong and could be easily broken. The next moment, a shocking spiritual energy fluctuation suddenly spread out from this artifact, and a purple halo spread out from it, covering Yang Kai and Shui Yu's bodies. This purple light was pervasive and seeped into Yang Kai and Shui Yu's pores, quickly being absorbed by the two of them. Both of them couldn't help closing their eyes and feeling the effects of this spiritual energy, their bodies trembling slightly as an indescribable feeling arose in their hearts. It was as if they had become a part of each other, as if they were connected by blood. Shui Yu moaned softly. The seductive notes suddenly woke Yang Kai from his stupor. With a strange expression on his face, Yang Kai loosened his grip on Shui Yu's arm, one of his hands still holding onto her thighs, kneading and squeezing them wantonly while his other hand moved down, caressing her waist and reaching her buttocks, feeling the softness and fullness as he gently caressed her skin. Shui Yu's moans became more and more strange as her tender body squirmed, blood dripping from her red lips as a strange red glow appeared on her skin. Yang Kai's rough hands rubbing against her buttocks made her involuntarily feel ashamed. She didn't seem to want to resist and instead took the initiative to cooperate with Yang Kai, allowing him to do as he pleased. Her brow furrowed and her expression became one of struggle and resistance. She then bit the tip of her tongue fiercely, the sharp pain waking her up, and like a frightened rabbit, she jumped out of Yang Kai's arms and glared at Yang Kai from a few dozen meters away, gritting her teeth as she shouted, "Shameless, you still want to take advantage of me? Are you still not satisfied?" Yang Kai licked his lips and rubbed his fingers together, feeling a sense of loss. When Shuiyu jumped away, he couldn't help feeling a deep sense of loss. Why do I feel like you've become much more amiable? And why are you so much less vigilant than before? Is this also the effect of the divine technique sealed in this artifact? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. Yes. Shuiyu crossed one hand in front of her chest to cover her breasts while the other covered her lower body to prevent Yang Kai's prying eyes, pursing her lips as she said, "Our soul brand and life auras are connected. So whether you and I are willing or not, we will involuntarily feel a sense of intimacy. In other words, we will treat each other as if we are very important to each other." Is it really so magical? Yang Kai frowned. Also, I don't think you're as annoying as before, Shuiyu said somewhat unwillingly. Yang Kai grinned, wanting to laugh but fearing that she would become angry. He held back his laughter with great difficulty. "Turn around, I want to put on my clothes, don't peek," Shuiyu shouted. "I've already hugged you and touched you. I know your entire body like the back of my hand. What's wrong with taking a few glances?" Yang Kai sneered disapprovingly. Shuiyu squatted down angrily, picked up some gravel from the ground, and threw it at Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately covered his head and fled. Chapter 1048. On the Dead Star, Yang Kai closed his eyes and meditated, restoring his strength and recovering his injuries. ****. Suddenly, the sound of light footsteps came from in front of him. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai's face lit up. At this moment, Shuiyu was standing not far in front of him, wearing a fiery red dress that shone brilliantly. At a glance, it was obvious it was an extraordinary artifact. This dress was woven from some unknown material, but it was soft and clung to her tender body, accentuating her perfect curves and alluring curves, making her look like a dazzling goddess. Her long hair, which had always been scattered over her shoulders, was tied up in a bun with a hairpin that seemed to contain a dense mist. Her delicate arms seemed to be able to squeeze water out of them, making people want to pounce on them and take a bite. She wore 2 jade bracelets on her wrists, and a small part of her beautiful legs were exposed. Her exquisite jewelry set off her noble and elegant temperament. Yang Kai couldn't help showing a look of infatuation as he stared at her in a daze, unable to turn his eyes away. Yang Kai secretly warned himself not to be confused by this woman, but he still couldn't resist her beauty. It seemed that as long as she beckoned, he would be willing to go through water and tread on fire for her. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai finally woke up and bit his tongue secretly to sober up. Shuiyu squinted her beautiful eyes and observed Yang Kai triumphantly, seemingly aware of his current state. Her pretty face was filled with a happy smile as a sense of satisfaction filled her. This was the kind of satisfaction a woman felt when she dressed up for the man she loved. After Yang Kai broke free from her aura, Shuiyu couldn't help frowning, looking a little surprised and a little disappointed. She turned around, revealing her allure and beauty. Then she asked with a smile, "How is it?" "Beautiful." Yang Kai praised sincerely. "Thank you." Shuiyu smiled even more happily. "You look good without any clothes on," Yang Kai added. Shuiyu's pretty face sank. She rolled her eyes at him. "Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. Remember, everything that happened before wasn't real. You're not allowed to tell anyone that I'm a woman. Otherwise, our agreement will be voided. I'll commit suicide first, and then let the soul-linking chains end your life." "I know." Yang Kai gently nodded and tilted his head to look at her. He grinned and said, "Why do I feel that you seem to be enjoying yourself right now?" While Shuiyu was speaking, she kept looking down at herself, observing the jewelry and clothes she was wearing. The more she looked, the happier and more satisfied she was. Of course I enjoy it. Shuiyu pursed her lips. From the time I can remember, I was raised as a boy. I've never worn women's clothes since I was young. I've kept these things in my space ring for many years, and now I finally have a chance to use them. Are you happy? Why did President Io raise you as a man? Why hide the secret of your true gender? He still has other heirs, and even without you he still has a successor. Is there a need to be so strict with you? Yang Kai fired a barrage of questions, his heart filled with doubts. Shuiyu's expression became solemn as she pondered for a while before faintly saying, "He has his reasons, and I'm used to it." She did not answer directly. Yang Kai did not force her. Thinking about it for a moment, just as he was about to say something, his expression suddenly changed. "Someone is coming this way." Shuiyu was stunned. Looking at him suspiciously, she asked, "How did you know?" "They've entered the range of my divine sense," Yang Kai said solemnly. Shuiyu was even more confused. "Did you release your divine sense? Why can't I feel it?" Her strength was much higher than Yang Kai's, although both of them were in a weakened state at this moment. However, if Yang Kai had really released his divine sense, she would have been able to detect it. But she knew nothing about this. "I also have my own secrets, just trust me," Yang Kai said seriously. Shuiyu nodded without hesitation. "How many people? What's their cultivation?" "There are quite a few of them, several of them Saint Kings. The pressure they give off is even stronger than when you were at your peak." Shuiyu's expression changed as she shouted, "Then didn't they discover you spying on them? Those who appeared in ice-cold death territory at this time must have something to do with the previous trap. Perhaps they were the ones who arranged it, and are now looking for survivors to kill them all." "I think so too, but they can't detect my divine sense." Yang Kai shook his head. After studying the true meaning of space on the floating continent, Yang Kai's divine sense was able to break through the shackles of space and leap forward. Unlike other people's spiritual energy, which was continuous and continuous, Yang Kai's divine sense was able to break through the shackles of space. This kind of leaping divine sense was very difficult to detect, and even if someone did spy on it, they would not be able to trace it back to Yang Kai unless that person's strength was much, much higher than Yang Kai's. It was for this reason that Shuiyu knew nothing about Yang Kai's divine sense. This dead star is filled with death qi, without the slightest trace of world energy. Once they come here, they will definitely discover our existence. Shuiyu's expression was ugly. "My strength hasn't even been restored to half. If they really find us..." She didn't dare imagine what kind of treatment she would encounter. If she was still Shuiyu's third young master, she could still negotiate terms with this unknown enemy, but at the moment, she was just a stunning beauty. What kind of fate awaited a beautiful woman if she was captured? Shuiyu knew better than anyone. It was a fate of eternal damnation, of being defiled and humiliated. "Let's get out of here. Let's avoid them for now." Yang Kai didn't panic, summoning his star shuttle and standing on it, extending his hand toward Shuiyu. "Are you sure you can avoid their detection?" Shuiyu asked in a deep voice. "No, but it's better than waiting for death here." Yang Kai shook his head. Shuiyu bit her red lips and nodded, taking the initiative to step onto Yang Kai's star shuttle. Yang Kai hugged Shuiyu in front of him, resting his head on her shoulder, and with a single thought, the star shuttle turned into a stream of light and flew away from the dead star. "Don't move, although I don't hate you right now. There's still a voice in my heart screaming for me to kill you. Don't let my hatred for you take over." Shuiyu's neck glowed red and her delicate earlobes also became extremely red as she whispered softly. Being hugged by a man like this was the first time she had ever been hugged like this. As such, Shuiyu took the initiative to meditate, making it clear that she didn't want to talk to him. Chapter 1049. Shuiyu had secretly calculated everything in her heart, and was preparing to teach Yang Kai what it meant to be a toad wanting to eat swan meat. She was also preparing to take this opportunity to get rid of the knot in her heart, and make him realize the gap in status between them, so she could draw a clear line between them. Everything was ready. All she needed was one final push. She was waiting for Yang Kai to take the initiative to answer. But after waiting for a long time, things didn't progress as she had imagined. She couldn't help opening her beautiful eyes and turning to look at Yang Kai, her expression immediately becoming strange. This man, who had previously taken advantage of her and touched her all over, was now sitting there calmly, holding a piece of Saint crystal in his hand as he circulated his secret art to absorb the energy from it to restore his strength. He was actually meditating and cultivating. A strong sense of frustration rose in Shui Yu's heart, causing her to grit her teeth as she glared at Yang Kai hatefully. She took the initiative to speak, trying to make her voice sound calm. There are some things I don't understand. Can you explain them to me? Yang Kai opened his eyes and stared at her deeply for a moment before suddenly grinning. I also have some things I don't understand. I'll ask first. Shui Yu shouted. Then you ask first. Yang Kai was extremely generous, not bothering with her on this issue. Shui Yu was startled for a moment before asking, "What's your name, and where are you from?" She still didn't know Yang Kai's name, but thinking back to all the previous encounters, she suddenly felt like she had suffered a big loss. Yang Kai, you probably don't know where I was born. It's a low-level world. I was the first person to escape from that world and successfully enter star territory. Yang Kai replied honestly. A low-level world? Shui Yu looked at him in surprise before asking with interest. Then what is the strongest person on that world? Third Order Saint. I think there was a Saint King Realm cultivator before, but he fell before he could enter star territory, but that was several thousand years ago. Only a Third Order Saint. It really is a low-level world. And after I came here, I learned that above the Saint Realm is the Saint King Realm. Above the Saint King Realm is the Origin Returning Realm, the Origin King Realm. You're really ignorant and ignorant. Shui Yu covered her mouth and giggled, teasing him. But short General Li Ba, it's quite difficult for you to reach this point. You must have suffered a lot along the way, right? She seemed to be concerned about Yang Kai. After she finished speaking, she realized that it was inappropriate, and the smile on her face suddenly disappeared. I'm all right. I just accidentally barged in. Say no more. I don't care about that. Shui Yu interrupted him with a cold face. Let me ask you, why couldn't I find you on Water Moon Star before? Where were you hiding? Did someone provide you with some help? Oh, I live in Shintu's palace. You probably didn't go there to look for me. Yang Kai replied casually, not feeling the slightest sense of betraying Shintu's day. Shintu. Shui Yu muttered under her breath before suddenly smiling sweetly. So it was him who made trouble for me. Humph. After a few days of not being taught a lesson, he actually dared to oppose me. Just wait until I return. I'll show him what he's made of. She had a vicious expression on her face. Her silver teeth clenched as if she wanted to tear Shintu to pieces. Was he also the one who arranged for you to board the starship? Shui Yu continued to ask. Yes, he thought you had left Water Moon Star the day before yesterday, but he didn't expect that you hadn't left at all. As soon as I boarded the starship, you followed me. Beauty, don't you think this is fate? He looked at Shui Yu with a grin. Who has fate with you? Shui Yu glared at Yang Kai in a flirtatious manner, causing his heart to skip a beat. Involuntarily, the scene of him rolling around on the dead star with her suddenly appeared in his mind, as well as her soft and supple body, causing his gaze toward Shui Yu to suddenly change. What are you thinking about? Shui Yu's face suddenly flushed red, as if she could see through Yang Kai's dirty thoughts. Under Yang Kai's aggressive gaze, she quickly changed the subject. What's wrong with your spiritual energy? I've been paying special attention to it these past few days. But why does your spiritual energy give me a very strange and erratic feeling? What are the mysteries of your divine sense? This is because I'm proficient in. Yang Kai didn't even think about it before opening his mouth to answer, but halfway through his words, his expression suddenly changed as he frowned. Isn't the power of these soul chains too strong? I don't seem to be on guard against you. Whatever she asked, he was actually willing to answer, causing Yang Kai to feel a sense of foreboding, not daring to show the slightest bit of carelessness. Seeing Yang Kai actually wake up, Shui Yu couldn't help muttering under her breath, seemingly cursing him, her pretty face filled with annoyance. She had been so close to understanding the mysteries of Yang Kai's divine sense, but now she had failed at the last moment. The soul chains are a divine technique cultivated by a senior elder of the Chamber of Commerce. Of course its power is incredible, but you were actually able to resist it, which surprised me a little. Shuiyu looked at him in amazement. Are you planning to take this opportunity to force me to confess everything? Yang Kai sneered. Of course. Think about what you've done to me. Of course I want to find out everything about you. If you give yourself to me, even without the power of the soul chains, I'll be honest with you. In your dreams. Shuiyu snorted, feeling ashamed of Yang Kai's shameless rascals. Good, now it's my turn to ask you. Yang Kai smiled gently, not giving Shuiyu time to think before asking. What method did you use to disguise yourself as a man? I know there are some artifacts that can change one's appearance, but you even changed your body shape. Isn't that a bit too exaggerated? The male surname Shuiyu and the female surname Shuiyu were somewhat similar in appearance, but their physiques were as different as heaven and earth, especially those perky round buttocks and full breasts. Kai Yang really couldn't understand how she managed to hide them. It's also the effect of an artifact. Shuiyu replied reluctantly. One of our Chamber of Commerce's grandmasters specially refined an artifact for me. It's unique. But in that disaster, that artifact was damaged, so I can only maintain my current appearance. That's good. I also think it's good. Shuiyu responded with a smile. She seemed to like her cross-dressing self very much. What's your current cultivation? Yang Kai asked again. Shuiyu frowned, not wanting to answer, but still saying, Third Order Saint King. I only broke through a year ago. This is a secret, don't reveal it. Yang Kai put on a serious expression, quickly calculating with his fingers. Doesn't that mean you're a minor realm higher than me? Shuiyu giggled. Do you realize the gap between us now? If I hadn't been seriously injured before, I would have been able to pinch a little character like you to death with a single finger. How could I allow you to act so recklessly? How old are you this year? Yang Kai looked at her curiously. Shuiyu's pretty face sank as she grit her teeth and spat. None of your damn business. Didn't anyone teach you not to ask a woman's age? Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. There's one more thing I find very strange. Shuiyu's expression suddenly became serious. In that disaster, I relied on an origin-grade artifact armor to survive, but even so, I almost lost my life. You're only a second-order saint. How did you survive? I was just lucky. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders, suddenly remembering that when the disaster happened, Shuiyu did summon a fiery red artifact armor, but that artifact armor had been peeled off piece by piece. I don't think you were just lucky. Shuiyu stared at Yang Kai thoughtfully. I caused a lot of damage to your body before, but now it seems that those injuries have all healed. Also, the blood in your body is golden and contains a powerful vitality and resilience. Just how many secrets do you have? Shuiyu stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes, her pretty face filled with curiosity. In her opinion, in that kind of disaster, even she had almost died, so there was no reason for someone like Yang Kai to survive. My resilience are really strong, which is probably the biggest reason I was able to survive. Yang Kai smiled lightly and changed the subject. Do you know what happened this time? I don't. Shuiyu shook her head, a trace of sadness appearing on her face. I don't know if that trap was set for the Chamber of Commerce or me, but what I'm certain of is that someone from the inside colluded with outsiders. No matter who it is, I will investigate everything and make them pay with blood. Saying so, a cold light flashed across Shuiyu's beautiful eyes as her murderous intent surged. It was as if she had become a completely different person, a ruthless, cruel, and cold-blooded Shuiyu third young master who, in order to find Yang Kai, didn't hesitate to kill 2,000 cultivators. Moreover, the star-shattering flash arranged in that trap is a weapon developed by our Chamber of Commerce and has never been sold to the outside world. As long as we trace this source, I think the truth will soon come to light. Shuiyu sneered softly. Yang Kai grinned, secretly worrying about the person behind the scenes. It was easy to imagine that once Shuiyu was free, this matter would definitely set off a bloody storm. It was very likely that the entire Hongluo Chamber of Commerce would be shaken. As they spoke inside the cave, the two of them didn't feel the passage of time. As their understanding of each other deepened, whether it was Yang Kai or Xueyu, both of them felt that the other party had become much closer. Her wounds had not yet healed, and she still had to worry about the enemy outside searching for her. Xueyu didn't have the abnormal resilience of Yang Kai, so after talking for a while, she felt tired and fell asleep leaning against the mountain wall. After an unknown amount of time, Xueyu suddenly heard Yang Kai call out to her softly. She quickly straightened up and frowned as she stared at Yang Kai, who was right in front of her. Turning her head to look at the big hand on her shoulder, she couldn't help but ask, "Why are you hugging me?" Yang Kai glanced at her and said, "It was you who leaned over." Xueyu blushed, not knowing how to explain. "It's time to go, they're heading towards this dead star. If we don't leave now, we'll be discovered." Yang Kai said hurriedly, standing up first, pushing aside the obstacles at the entrance of the cave, summoning his star shuttle and beckoning to Xueyu. Xueyu rushed over angrily and stood on the star shuttle snorting. "Next time, even if I lean over, don't hug me, that wasn't my intention." "Good. From now on, I won't care if you live or die," Yang Kai simply replied. Chapter 1050. For nearly 2 months, Yang Kai and Xueyu had been hiding on various dead stars in the ice-cold dead territory. Regardless of who had set the trap to blow up Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's starship, Yang Kai was deeply aware of their cautiousness. There were constantly cultivators wandering around the ice-cold dead territory, looking for something, and it wasn't until a few days ago that they gradually stopped and withdrew. It took them 2 months to confirm that no one had survived the disaster. "I feel like this time it seems to be directed at me." "On a dead star," Xueyu said thoughtfully. "I think so too." Yang Kai nodded in agreement. At the beginning, neither of them understood whether the trap was directed at Xueyu or the Chamber of Commerce's starship, but now, both of them had the same conjecture. That trap was directed at Xueyu. It was to bury her in it. "Oh." Xueyu looked at Yang Kai with a smile, as if she was considering him. "Why do you think so? Tell me your reasoning, and let's see if it is the same as mine." Yang Kai didn't keep her in suspense and said, "Time. They spent too much time searching for survivors. There were no important people or materials on that starship, so if it was a trap set for the Chamber of Commerce, they wouldn't have taken so long to find it. For them to be so cautious and search for 2 months in a row, it can only prove that they are very afraid of someone who may retaliate against them. So this time, the matter should be directed at you. The Chamber of Commerce's warship was just implicated." Saying so, Yang Kai stared at Xueyu with scorching eyes. Xueyu's beautiful eyes lit up as her red lips squirmed. "Your thoughts are very clear. I underestimated you." Yang Kai's conjecture was basically the same as hers. She was surprised to find that Yang Kai was actually a diamond in the rough. Smiling lightly, she asked, "If one day the soul chains between us are unlocked and I don't want to kill you, would you like to stay by my side? Are you trying to win me over?" Yang Kai looked at her strangely. "You could say that, but it's very likely that I'll kill you the moment the soul chains are released." Xueyu said those words in a soft voice. She had a smile on her face and didn't think there was anything wrong with it. "Forget it, I won't be controlled by you. If that day really comes, I'll kill you before you do anything." "What arrogance!" Xueyu curled her lips. "I want to see what ability you have to kill me." "You'll see when the time comes." Yang Kai crawled out of his hiding place, turned his head, bent down, and extended his hand in an inviting gesture. "But shouldn't we leave this damned place now?" Xueyu pursed her lips and smiled, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she also stepped out, placing her jade white hand into Yang Kai's palm, allowing him to summon his star shuttle and carry her forward. After 2 months, no matter who it was, all of their injuries had healed, and Xueyu had returned to the peak of the Third Order Saint King realm. However, she was still willing to share the same star shuttle as Yang Kai. She enjoyed the feeling of being cared for. She had to remind herself over and over again that this was a side effect brought about by the soul chains. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't have any feelings for such a man, but at this moment, Any care he showed her was enough to warm her body and mind. The star shuttle flew off like a bolt of lightning, and a short time later, the pair flew away from the dead star. Inside the star field, Yang Kai stopped and asked, "Where should we go now? Back to Watermoon Star?" "No, the journey back is too far. The ice-cold dead territory is about a month and a half's journey from Watermoon Star, so it would take at least 3 months to return by star shuttle. Let's go to Rainfall Star." Rainfall Star is closer to here, and I originally wanted to go there anyway, but now that I'm in this state, it's a bit troublesome. Good. Yang Kai didn't object. In any case, he was just going with the flow and didn't have any particular destination in mind. Let me think about where Rainfall Star is first. In this damn ice-cold dead territory, there isn't even a trace of starlight, so it's impossible for me to tell the direction. Shui Yu's brow furrowed as she glanced around, trying to balance her sense of direction. While she was complaining, Yang Kai had already steered his star shuttle in a certain direction. "Do you know the way?" Shui Yu called out worriedly. "If you don't, it's easy to get lost in the star field. My star shuttle just happens to have a star that leads to Rainfall Star." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "That's great," Shui Yu rejoiced, letting go of the worry in her heart. The star in Yang Kai's star shuttle was something he had personally carved into it. It was the best route he had found from the huge star above his knowledge sea. So now was a good time to verify it. "What are you going to do on Rainfall Star?" As they flew, Yang Kai couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked. "My father sent me there to deal with some matters," Shui Yu replied casually. "What matter is so important that it actually requires you to go in person?" "Don't ask so many questions." Shui Yu's pretty face became bitter. "I wanted to tell you, but you should know that this is a secret of the Chamber of Commerce and can't be easily divulged. Please don't make things difficult for me, okay?" She actually began to plead in a soft voice. Fine, I won't ask." Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he felt a bit overwhelmed. He had to admit that once a woman like Shui Yu acted coquettishly, she was absolutely unstoppable. Kai Yang had thoroughly experienced her charms. These days when he was with her, he was trembling with fear, as if he was walking on thin ice. Every day, he had to constantly remind himself, lest he accidentally fall under her pomegranate skirt. It was also because of this that he was able to maintain enough clarity of mind and not be completely enslaved by the soul chains. Yang Kai believed that Shui Yu was also struggling to cope with the power of the soul chains, but the two of them had a tacit understanding and refused to talk about it. It seemed that because of what had just happened, Shui Yu felt a little guilty, so after flying for a while, she suddenly asked, "What attribute do you cultivate? Is it yang or fire?" That day when she had been entangled with Yang Kai, she had gained some understanding of Yang Kai's strength, but she wasn't clear about the specifics. "Why do you ask?" Yang Kai was a little vigilant. "I was thinking that if you are willing, I can help you find a master to teach you how to cultivate, how to use your strength, and how to understand the true essence of your strength," Shui Yu said sincerely. On the road of cultivation, having someone to teach you is completely different from having no one to teach you. Since you are the first person from your continent to enter territory, there shouldn't be anyone who can teach you this kind of knowledge before, right? Find a master? Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. And there are many foreign masters in the Chamber of Commerce who are proficient in the true essence of various strengths. It won't be difficult to find a master who matches your strength. Don't look down on me. I also have several masters who can teach me. Forget it, there probably isn't anyone who can teach me. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. Don't be in a hurry to refuse, this won't do you any harm. There really isn't anyone who can teach me, my strength is a bit special. Special? How special? This time it was Shui Yu's turn to be surprised. Yang Kai frowned, but in order to interrupt her strange thoughts, he could only reach out and summon a mass of demonic flame. The raging pitch-black flames emitted a different kind of charm. It was like a blooming black rose that wanted to devour one's soul. It seemed like it could even burn everything in the world. Shui Yu's eyes flashed with a strange light as she froze. She carefully sensed the mysteries contained in this mass of demonic flame, and couldn't help calling out in alarm. How could there be such a contradictory strength? That ball of demonic flames alternated between hot and cold. Yang and evil coexisted. All kinds of contradictions were perfectly combined together, mutually reinforcing each other and helping each other's arrogance. It had already completely evolved into a unique, one-in-a-million type of power. Shuiyu had never seen such a strange strength before. She found it difficult to imagine how a cultivator could resolve or resist such a strength if it invaded the body of a cultivator. She couldn't think of a good solution. From the depths of her beautiful eyes, a trace of panic, shock, and joy appeared. She was shocked by the uniqueness of this demonic flame, but also excited by Yang Kai's great potential. This man was now just a second-order saint cultivator, so his unique strength probably wouldn't be able to play much of a role. But if he could be cultivated into a Saint King realm, or even an origin returning realm master, the role this demonic flame could play was simply unimaginable. His strength attribute gave him a natural advantage that others could not hope to reach. Once he was allowed to grow, it would be difficult for him to find an opponent in the same realm, unless his opponent also cultivated a very special strength. Is there anyone in your Chamber of Commerce who possesses this kind of strength like me? Yang Kai asked. No. Shuiyu shook her head honestly, dismissing the idea of hiring a master for him, but her beautiful eyes flashed a different light as she called out. Yang Kai, how about we discuss something? Discuss what? When the day comes that we break the soul chains, I won't do you any harm. Everything that happened before will be written off. Moreover, I will provide you with the best cultivation environment and the best resources to help you increase your strength, allowing you to grow at the fastest speed possible. So good. Yang Kai's face didn't even twitch as he grinned meaningfully. Tell me, what are your conditions? How about you follow me? Nothing. Yang Kai shook his head. I said I won't be controlled by you. Being controlled and following are two different things, Shuiyu cried out. You can't understand it that way. To me it's the same thing. At most, I can give you a chance to pursue me. Shuiyu's face flushed red as she bit her thin lip, seemingly making a great concession. Yang Kai's strength was so special that she really wanted to win him over. Hearing her say this, Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. What are you laughing at? Shuiyu's face was still red as she became angry. Your identity to the outside world is Shuiyu's third young master. If I don't pursue you, I'm afraid no one in this world will pursue you, right? Do you have to be so lonely? You bastard. Shuiyu cursed. More or less, but this kind of involvement is only one-sided. So in star territory, there are some cultivation stars without a star master, and Rainfall Star is one of them. Then why do you still want to become a star master? Yang Kai looked at her strangely. Shuiyu smiled and said, although there are many inconveniences, there are also great benefits after becoming a star master. Otherwise, why would any master be willing to become the star master of a cultivation star? Everything has its pros and cons, it all depends on how one thinks. She seemed to be very open-minded, and Yang Kai also felt this was the case, unable to help thinking back to the floating continent he had encountered before. At that time, under Guizu's coercion, while searching for a way to leave, his divine sense strands inadvertently broke into the deepest part of the floating continent, and there, he felt an extremely powerful energy. This energy nourished his soul and divine sense strands, causing them, which were about to dry up, to become rich and powerful in an instant. That massive energy was somewhat similar to the star source of stars, but unfortunately, even after asking Guizu about it in a roundabout way, Yang Kai hadn't been able to obtain any concrete information. Now that he was talking to Shuiyu about this, Yang Kai was vaguely certain that it was the star source of stars. Do you know how to fuse with the star source of stars? Yang Kai asked. Why are you asking about this? Shuiyu glanced at him in surprise. Just asking. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders, pretending not to care too much. Shuiyu's expression was suspicious, obviously not trusting him, but she didn't ask any more questions, and instead revealed some of the information she knew. She felt that even if she didn't say anything, Yang Kai would figure out these things one day, so it didn't matter if she told him. Yang Kai secretly committed her words to memory while maintaining a calm expression on his face, preparing to return to the floating continent when he had time in the future to confirm whether his guess was correct or not. If that massive energy was really the star source of stars, he could try to fuse with it. After all, if he could succeed, he would obtain huge benefits. As they spoke, the two of them passed through the thick clouds and arrived above Rainfall Star. Let's go that way. Shuiyu pointed to the area with the richest world energy aura. Our Chamber of Commerce's branch is located there. Yang Kai gently nodded and silently flew off with her on his back. A few hours later, a series of rolling mountains appeared in front of the pair's eyes. Among these mountains, countless palaces stood quietly. In the center of the mountain range, there was a large square. In the square, there were warships flying in and out, transporting resources. Most of these starships were branded with Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's logo, but some were from other great forces that were here to purchase goods. Yang Kai wasn't surprised by this and simply followed Shuiyu's instructions as they flew through the mountains. Shuiyu seemed to have been here before and was quite familiar with the terrain. Following her guidance, the two of them soon arrived in front of a large hall. Shuiyu jumped off her star shuttle briskly, beckoned to Yang Kai, and walked straight into the hall. At the entrance of the hall, there were several martial artists dressed as guards. They wore majestic armors and held silver spears in their hands. Their expressions were solemn. When they saw Shuiyu, the eyes of these guards obviously lit up, all of them involuntarily puffing out their chests and acting mature and reliable. Shuiyu's mouth curled into a grin, seemingly very satisfied with this scene. She had never had the opportunity to conquer strange men with her feminine side before, so the performance of these guards greatly satisfied her vanity. "Lady, please stop. What business do you have?" One of the guards stepped forward and blocked Shuiyu's path, putting on a businesslike appearance. "I want to see Branch President Hali Ka." Shuiyu flipped her delicate jade hand and summoned out a token. The guard stared at it for a moment before his expression became solemn as he exclaimed, "So it's the master from the home star." The moment he saw this token, the way he addressed Shuiyu immediately changed, no longer daring to intentionally or unintentionally show off his masculinity, because this token was the highest level of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's token, something only the honorable masters of the home star were qualified to possess. This kind of status was not something a little guard like him could hope to achieve. "Branch President Hali Ka has been waiting for a long time. Please come in, master." The guard quickly stepped aside and made way. Shuiyu nodded with satisfaction and motioned to Yang Kai before walking in together. The expressions of the several guards were as solemn as ever, with a trace of respect for Shuiyu, but at the same time, there was some doubt in their eyes. They didn't know why Yang Kai was following behind this female master. This little brat's cultivation was about the same as theirs, so obviously he could only be a guard, but this master's attitude towards him seemed to be quite easygoing. What kind of dog shit luck did this little brat have? How could he have such good fortune to follow behind such a master? The several guards couldn't help cursing in their hearts. They had seen Yang Kai and Shuiyu arrive together on the same star shuttle, looking so intimate that they couldn't help wishing they could take their place. Inside the hall, Yang Kai and Shuiyu had just walked in when they heard angry reprimands coming from the other side. A short time later, several cultivators ran out, each one looking more distressed than the last. Shuiyu pursed her lips and smiled before softly explaining, "The temper of the branch president here is not very good. He will often beat and scold his subordinates, so his popularity is very poor. Don't speak nonsense so he won't cause trouble." "I know, I won't say anything," Yang Kai nodded. The main reason he had come to Rainfall Star this time was to accompany Shuiyu. He didn't know the specific reason, and wasn't prepared to intervene. "Who are you? Don't you know it's not a good habit to talk about people behind their backs?" A cold snort came from inside, clearly very displeased. Shuiyu couldn't help spitting out her tongue, her entire temperament changing, becoming resolute and decisive as she stepped inside. Yang Kai followed closely behind. Inside, there was an old man in a purple robe sitting upright on a chair, coldly looking in their direction. His expression was calm and dignified, like a mountain. Just sitting there, he was like a mountain peak, an invisible aura and pressure spreading out from his body. Yang Kai had only taken a few steps when he felt as if his feet had been filled with 10,000 kilograms of force, making it difficult for him to move. Shui Yu's brisk pace seemed to have suddenly become sluggish, her brow furrowing slightly as she struggled to move her tender body. Because of Shui Yu's words just now, Branch President Hali Ka obviously didn't like the two of them and deliberately wanted to embarrass them. Chapter 1052. Inside the hall, Kai Yang struggled to even move, the pressure weighing down on him like a mountain. His forehead was dripping with sweat, and his muscles were twitching uncontrollably as he resisted the pressure coming from all directions, silently cursing in his heart. This woman Shui Yu had always been aloof and no one dared to be rude to her. She obviously didn't know what it meant to cause trouble with words, causing Yang Kai to be implicated as well. Feeling the aura deliberately released by Hali Ka, Shui Yu's beautiful eyes flashed a cold light. At her waist, a jade pendant flashed and summoned a number of strange beasts. These strange beasts roared silently as they formed a sole defensive barrier around Shui Yu, blocking the impact of Hali Ka's attacks. A series of ripples spread out, and the sound of something breaking rang out. Shui Yu's originally labored steps suddenly relaxed as she raised her head slightly and walked forward briskly. Even Yang Kai, who had been unable to move, was no longer under the pressure he had just experienced. It seemed that under the defensive barrier formed by these strange beasts, Hali Ka's momentum was instantly disintegrated. Yang Kai suddenly became relaxed and couldn't help glancing over at Shui Yu's slender waist, secretly thinking that this was the heiress of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's president, so she was wearing an extremely high-grade artifact. An origin-grade soul-type artifact? Hali Ka, who was sitting in his chair and staring over coldly, couldn't help frowning slightly, retracting the momentum he had been releasing as a slightly surprised expression appeared on his face. Not just anyone could possess such a high-grade soul-type artifact. Hali Ka immediately realized that Shui Yu's origins were extraordinary, but before he could figure out her identity and purpose, he didn't dare act rashly again. Glancing over at Yang Kai again, Hali Ka didn't put him in his heart, instead turning to Shui Yu and asking, "What is this girl's name?" Shui Yu smiled sweetly and said, "Shuer." Yang Kai's mouth couldn't help twitching as he quietly stood behind her, pretending to be her guard. "Lady Shuer," Hali Ka gently nodded. "Then, what business do you have with me?" Shui Yu didn't answer. She took out the token from before and handed it over. Hali Ka took it, his expression changing greatly as he finally stood up from his chair and cupped his fists. "So it is young Master Shui Yu's people. Young Lady Shui. Please forgive this old man's eyes for failing to see just now. Please forgive him." With that said, he respectfully handed the token back to Yang Kai. "You're too polite, Branch President." Snow Moon accepted the gift, looked around, and then walked to a chair and sat down. Hali Ka stood in place with a puzzled expression, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Sister Shui, when will young Master Shui Yu arrive?" "He won't be able to come," Shui Yu said with a smile. "He has some things to deal with, so he can't leave for the time being." "Young Master Shui Yu can't come?" Hali Ka froze for a moment before hesitating. "Then this matter. He said that I'll be in charge of everything here. The branch leader only needs to cooperate with me," Shui Yu said in an overbearing and bossy manner. "You'll be in charge?" Hali Ka couldn't help frowning, looking at Shui Yu with some distrust. "This old man is being nosy, Sister Shui." To young Master Shui Yu, what is your relationship?" Shui Yu smiled and said flirtatiously, "He handed over such an important matter to me. Who do you think I am to him?" Hali Ka couldn't help showing a look of understanding, his expression suddenly becoming ambiguous as he stared at Shui Yu. He couldn't help sighing in his heart, thinking that young Master Shui Yu had finally become like an ordinary man, and was attracted to a woman. He had never heard of young Master Shui Yu being interested in a woman before. "I didn't think he was so clever before." Yang Kai curled his lips. "If you continue to live in this appearance, you will discover many things you couldn't before." Hearing this, Shui Yu thought about it seriously and agreed. "You're right, one identity, one life, it's really wonderful. But unfortunately, I I can't live in this appearance forever. Once I'm done here, I'll return to Water Moon Star and restore my identity as Shui Yu's third young master. As long as she could find the Grandmaster who had refined this artifact and help Shui Yu refine an artifact that could conceal her identity, she would be able to return to her previous life. Enough. Shui Yu seemed to suddenly become a little dispirited, twirling around elegantly. I'm going to take a bath and wash away the dust of this journey. You're not allowed to peek if I find out you're plotting something. Saying so, Shui Yu clenched her fists and waved them fiercely at Yang Kai before walking towards the natural hot spring outside. Arriving at the hot spring, Shui Yu gently undressed while secretly keeping an eye on Yang Kai's movements. According to her observations during this period of time, she discovered that Kai Yang was not an honest person. He was definitely capable of doing things like secretly peeping on others. As such, she decided to warn him in advance. However, to her surprise, even after she had submerged her soft and plump body into the steaming hot spring water, Yang Kai didn't move at all, seemingly standing in place without moving. Shui Yu was a little surprised, thinking that she had misjudged Yang Kai and had misunderstood his surname, thinking that he was really an honest man. Just as she was thinking this though, Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared above the hot spring and immediately fell straight down. Before he even entered the hot spring, he had already taken off all his clothes. Put on. The hot spring water splashed everywhere, and the already misty hot spring became even more misty, making it impossible to see anything. Yang Kai. Shui Yu grit her teeth and shouted murderously. Yang Kai leaned against the stone wall on the other side of the hot spring and said casually, I also want to wash away the dust of this journey, and I didn't peek. He looked towards the direction of Shui Yu. Shui Yu was extremely annoyed, cursing this shameless rogue as she submerged herself into the hot spring water. Her perfect body was shrouded in a faint seven-colored glow in the white mist, making it impossible for anyone to see her clearly. But this only served to make their hearts itch even more. They couldn't help wanting to get closer and see just how beautiful her body was hidden in the mist and light. You and I are only one step away from being intimate. What's there to be shy about bathing together? Yang Kai spat disdainfully, unable to understand what this woman was thinking. Don't say it, Shui Yu shouted, shooting a water arrow over, but Yang Kai's head missed. If you talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth off. I'm not talking nonsense, I'm telling the truth. Yang Kai smiled strangely. Shui Yu didn't answer. Only the sound of bubbles blowing could be heard. Yang Kai no longer tried to provoke her, and simply enjoyed the warmth of the hot spring. After a while, Shui Yu suddenly said, Tomorrow I'll be going out with Branch President Hali Ka to deal with some matters, so I won't be able to take you with me. I know. Your strength is too low, so you may be in danger if you go, so? You don't need to explain it to me. Yang Kai shook his head. I know my limits and won't inquire about secrets I shouldn't know. Some things, the less one knows, the safer they are. As long as you understand. Shui Yu smiled faintly. I'm going to rest. Yang Kai stood up, circulated his Saint Chi to dry himself, put on some clothes, and walked towards the loft. Looking at Yang Kai's back through the mist, Shui Yu couldn't help feeling an impulse to tell Yang Kai everything. This made her beautiful face pale, as she felt that the influence of the soul chains on her was becoming more and more serious. This old man was not young and his hair and beard were all white. Apparently due to years of exhaustion, his eyes were sunken and his skin was wrinkled. There was not much flesh on his body. Only his eyes were filled with excitement. Almost all of his attention was devoted to the dozens of pill furnaces of various sizes, constantly sending rare herbs flying out of his space ring and into the pill furnaces. He was busy with dozens of pill furnaces, refining dozens of different pills at the same time without making the slightest mistake. He had thought that Shui Yu's strength wasn't low, and with Hali Ka, an origin-returning realm master accompanying her, there shouldn't be any problems. So Yang Kai had been handling his own affairs with peace of mind, but now that something like this had happened, he was extremely annoyed. Is he leaving? Inside the palace, the old man glanced in the direction Yang Kai left and slowly shook his head, no longer paying him any attention. For him, the arrival of Yang Kai was just a small stone thrown into his unchanging and peaceful life. The ripples it caused couldn't affect him in the slightest, so whether Yang Kai stayed or left, he didn't care. The old man continued to focus on the several dozen pill furnaces around him, constantly forming hand seals, and injecting his Saint Chi into them to control the temperature of each furnace. Hearing his shout, the cultivators from the Chamber of Commerce who were preparing to rescue their companions all stopped, not daring to approach. Lin Mufeng and the middle-aged woman stared at Hali Ka, and after seeing his current state, both of their eyes shrank as a chill ran down their spines. Yang Kai also saw Hali Ka's state and his expression became dignified. Chapter 1056. To be able to become a branch president of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, Hali Ka's strength was at least at the third-order origin returning realm, the strongest cultivator below the origin king realm. Even so, Hali Ka was in an extremely difficult situation at the moment. His left arm had been frozen into ice, and no matter how hard he pushed his strength, he was unable to dissolve the coldness in his arm. Instead, this cold seemed to have a mind of its own, and was spreading to other parts of his body, soon surpassing his shoulder. Hali Ka's eyes bulged as a trace of panic and determination flashed across his eyes. Suddenly he pushed his strength and roared. With a deafening roar, Hali Ka's frozen arm was suddenly cut off and blood gushed out like a fountain from his severed arm. Hali Ka's face suddenly went pale as he staggered back. He had actually cut off his own arm. Yang Kai's pupils shrank as he was shocked by Hali Ka's decisiveness, but also by the cold energy he had just sensed. Being able to force a third-order origin returning realm master to cut off his own life to save his own. No matter what this cold energy was, it definitely possessed shocking lethality, and was not something Hali Ka could resist. Lin Mufeng and the middle-aged woman hurriedly rushed up to stop Hali Ka's bleeding, while stuffing a large number of healing pills into his mouth. The other cultivators who had escaped with Hali Ka saw the branch president's actions, and could only grit their teeth, pull out their weapons, and cut off their frozen bodies. In an instant, severed limbs flew out and blood flowed freely, causing several of these cultivators to howl in pain. Hali Ka sat cross-legged on the ground and silently circulated his secret art to stabilize his injuries, gasping for breath as a look of lingering fear appeared on his face. What was that? Lin Mufeng asked nervously. Profound Yin sunflower water. Hali Ka grit his teeth and replied. Profound Yin sunflower water? The middle-aged woman screamed. It was actually profound Yin sunflower water? There was actually such a treasure in those ancient ruins? Even Lin Mufeng couldn't help feeling excited as he showed a look of fascination. Profound Yin sunflower water was an origin king grade supreme treasure. Any cultivator, as long as they could successfully refine a drop of profound Yin sunflower water, their strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. If his strength was slightly lower, he could even directly skip a realm. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was focused on business, so its research on the world's treasures was unmatched by any other great force. Lin Mufeng, the middle-aged woman, and the others naturally knew the great value of profound Yin sunflower water. If they could safely collect the profound Yin sunflower water from the ancient ruins, it would definitely be a great merit. Perhaps they could even be transferred to the home star, Water Moon Star, where they could enjoy a better cultivation environment and receive better treatment. However, this kind of thing was extremely rare. It had extremely harsh requirements for the environment in which it was produced, and it took tens of thousands of years to produce. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce had several cultivation stars under its jurisdiction, countless medicine stars and countless cultivators. But even after collecting for so many years, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce had never seen a supreme treasure like Profound Yin Sunflower Water. So when Hali Ka mentioned the words Profound Yin Sunflower Water, whether it was Lin Mufeng or the middle-aged woman, both of their eyes couldn't help shining with excitement. How could there be Profound Yin Sunflower Water under this mine? Lin Mufeng still couldn't believe it. Perhaps it was owned by some great sage in ancient times and was eventually left here. The only thing he was certain of was that she was not dead. Yang Kai took a deep breath, calmed the anxiety in his heart, sat down cross-legged, and threw a pill into his mouth to supplement the spiritual energy he had consumed. Half an hour later, Yang Kai got up, tore space for the last time, and entered the void crack. 1,000 meters away, Yang Kai appeared leisurely. At a glance, he saw Shui Yu lying on the ground, covered in frost. Sleeping, she gave off a unique charm, like a sleeping beauty that could captivate one's soul. From her body, a 7-colored glow bloomed, making her look like a dazzling goddess. This glow was constantly fighting with the frost covering her body, not allowing it to take away Shui Yu's last bit of vitality, maintaining a strange equilibrium. However, as time passed, this glow seemed to gradually dim. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of artifact this woman was wearing, or what kind of secret art she cultivated, but it was able to keep her alive for the time being. However, if this continued, in less than half a day, the multicolored light would disappear and Shui Yu would die. Yang Kai would also suffer. Chapter 1057. Inside the ancient ruins, Yang Kai stood not far from Shui Yu and stared at her silently, his mood complicated. He and this woman were supposed to be enemies, but because of the soul chains, their lives were connected. Now that Shui Yu's life was hanging by a thread, whether Yang Kai was willing or not, he had to find a way to save her. Only if Shui Yu survived could he live. Yang Kai didn't rush to act because there were drops of gem-like liquid floating around Shui Yu, each of which exuded a terrifying power that made Yang Kai's heart tremble. When his divine sense approached them, even his threads of divine sense were frozen. Profound Yin Sunflower Water. Yang Kai immediately understood that this liquid was the Profound Yin Sunflower Water that Hali Ka had mentioned, but he hadn't expected it to be so strange. Yang Kai quietly counted about 50 drops of Profound Yin Sunflower Water suspended in the air, some space between them, but they still surrounded Shui Yu in an airtight manner. Trying to get Shui Yu out of this Profound Yin Sunflower Water would be extremely difficult. Yang Kai waved his hand and summoned a strong wind to push these Profound Yin Sunflower Water away, but to his surprise, these drops of Profound Yin Sunflower Water remained motionless. They seemed to weigh more than 1,000 kilograms. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he increased his strength, finally managing to move the Profound Yin Sunflower Water a little distance away, allowing Shui Yu to safely emerge. Arriving in front of Shui Yu, Yang Kai stared at her helplessly. He didn't know how to get this woman out of here. The scene of the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce cultivator rescuing his companions was still fresh in Yang Kai's mind. When that icy chill had spread, even a Saint King Realm cultivator had been unable to resist and had been directly frozen into an ice sculpture before falling to the ground and shattering into pieces. Yang Kai didn't dare to touch Shui Yu's body casually. Circulating his strength, Yang Kai summoned a mass of black demonic flame and slowly approached Shui Yu, wanting to see if his demonic flame could isolate the transmission of this icy chill. Contradictory energy fluctuations came from the strange and inexplicable demonic flames, and as they approached, the burning demonic flames seemed to have encountered a nemesis. The intensity of the flames shrank and their power instantly weakened. Yang Kai's face became dignified and he had no choice but to increase the output of his Saint Qi. The weakened demonic flames soared again as Yang Kai sealed them onto Shui Yu's white arm. In an instant, a violent clash of energy erupted, and the cold qi on Shui Yu's body rapidly spread, freezing the burning demonic flames in an instant. An icy chill spread through the demonic flames directly towards Yang Kai, causing him to pale and frantically push his Saint Qi. The frozen demonic flames emitted whistling sounds as they once again became monstrous, fighting against the cold that could freeze all things. Young Kai's body trembled. He had never experienced such hardship before. This was the first time he had to use all of his strength to fight against an icy power. As time passed, the cold of the profound sunflower water was sometimes suppressed by the demonic flames while at other times it spread to Young Kai's arm. The two sides were evenly matched. Although Young Kai's strength was low, this demonic flame was a fusion of two completely different types of energy. It was mysterious and unpredictable, and as long as Young Kai's realm was high enough, it could incinerate all things in the world. It had great potential for growth, but at this moment, the demonic flame seemed to be no match for the profound sunflower water. After only a moment, Young Kai was completely defeated. The icy cold aura spread all over his body, causing his body and mind to become stiff and stagnant. Once news of it leaked out, it was very likely to attract the covetous eyes of many masters. Before they could figure out a way to obtain it, Holly Ka didn't dare to mention the profound sunflower water. However, doing so would delay the diagnosis of Snow Master by the dozen or so alchemists, causing them to feel quite conflicted and couldn't help turning their eyes to Lin Mufeng, asking for his opinion. Lin Mufeng shook his head without a trace. Holly Ka wore a difficult expression and said, "Everyone, it's not that we want to conceal anything, but this matter is too important for us to speak about casually." Hearing the meaning of his words, the dozen or so alchemists also realized that there were some things they couldn't ask about, and didn't continue to insist. The old man frowned for a moment before saying, "If that's the case, then please forgive us for being powerless." "Everyone, can't we try again?" Holly Ka asked anxiously. "You are the best alchemists on Rainfall Star. If even you can't do anything, then Master Snow." Whether Master Snow died or not had nothing to do with him. What he was worried about was that if something happened to Master Snow, it would provoke young Master Shueyu's crazy wrath, something he couldn't bear. The dozen or so alchemists all shook their heads, indicating that they really couldn't do anything. Holly Ka, Lin Mufeng, and the others couldn't help looking helpless, smiling bitterly at each other. At that moment, one of the Saint King grade alchemists said, "Sir Holly Ka said that we are the best alchemists on Rainfall Star. That is too flattering. We also know that there is another person whose alchemy skills and understanding of pharmacology are far superior to ours. If you can ask him to come and take a look, perhaps he will be able to discover something and possibly find a solution to this problem." Hearing this, the old man who had spoken before couldn't help raising his brow, seemingly also thinking of such a person, nodding. "And if it's him, it may be possible." The others immediately agreed, all of them sincerely acknowledging that this person was the #1 alchemist on Rainfall Star. Alchemists were a group of very arrogant alchemists. Among alchemists of the same rank, no one would admit that they were better than them. They would always feel that they were the best alchemist of their level, and that besides them, everyone else was trash. Even the pills they refined were trash. For more than a dozen alchemists to agree in unison, there was only one explanation. The alchemist who had spoken was a higher rank than them, an Origin King grade alchemist. Holly Ka and the others also brightened, but soon their expressions became bitter as they muttered, "Inviting him here will be difficult. Even if we went to pay him a visit, I'm afraid we would be swept out the door." Lin Mufeng sniffled and said, "5 years ago, when this Lin went to visit that person, because I disturbed his peace, he chased me for half a month. In the end, I had to wait for that person's anger to subside before the matter was resolved. I don't want to be chased by him again." When he mentioned this past, the group of people couldn't help laughing, as if they all knew something about it. "Who was that person?" Yang Kai asked. When these people were talking just now, Yang Kai had been silent, coldly watching Holly Ka and Lin Mufeng conceal the truth of the matter, listening to the dozen or so alchemists praising that person. Only now did he take the initiative to speak. The dozen or so alchemists all turned their eyes to him but didn't answer. In their opinion, Yang Kai was just a little Saint Realm brat who wasn't qualified to ask anything, so they disdained answering Yang Kai's question. Holly Ka, on the other hand, hesitated for a moment before saying, he was a very powerful alchemist who lived on Rainfall Star, but he didn't belong to any great force. Didn't belong to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce? Yang Kai was surprised. Holly Ka shook his head. Living on Rainfall Star but not under the jurisdiction of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, there could only be one explanation. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce didn't dare offend him easily. However, the Chamber of Commerce has made some agreements with him. We will provide him with herbs for alchemy, and give him a territory of 3,000 kilometers. All pills refined from these herbs will belong to our Chamber of Commerce. Free labor? Yang Kai's brow rose, wondering what kind of game this alchemy grandmaster was playing. Since his alchemy skills were so good, there was no need for him to spend so much effort to refine pills, and then provide them to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce for free. He could have just established his own sect and recruited disciples to raise his own status. You can't say that. Although we don't know what that person wants, we try our best to meet his requirements. However, he does refine a lot of pills. Every 3 months, we will send people to deliver spirit grasses and spirit medicines to him, and collect the pills he refined. Each time, there will be no less than 200 bottles, the highest being 500 bottles. 500 bottles. Each bottle contained 10 pills, that was 5,000 pills. Refining 5,000 pills in 3 months. This number caused all the alchemists present to tremble and feel ashamed of their inferiority. All of them were alchemists hired by Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce at a high price. But even if they did not eat or sleep for 3 months, it would still be impossible for them to produce 500 bottles of alchemy, not even a third of that, unless they were refining low-end pills. Where is he? Yang Kai asked again. Does little brother want to go find him? Holly Ka immediately understood his intentions. Is that all we can do now? Yang Kai glanced at him. Holly Ka hesitated for a moment before nodding. Good, I'll take you there. Although he was extremely unwilling in his heart, Holly Ka had no choice but to bite the bullet. Yang Kai nodded, turned around, and rushed into the loft, carrying the unconscious Shui Yu out, exchanging a glance with Holly Ka before flying out together. Staring at their disappearing backs, Lin Mufeng pursed his lips and sighed. I hope old Ha won't be chased by that person for half a month like me. The middle-aged woman also wore a worried look, secretly feeling that this matter was really tricky. As they flew, Holly Ka briefly explained the mysterious and eccentric alchemist to Yang Kai. Only then did Yang Kai learn that this man called himself Zhong Ao, and seemed to have arrived on Rainfall Star nearly 100 years ago, and had lived here ever since. He had reached various agreements with Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, and his status was even higher than that of the dozen or so alchemists. He asked us for a 3,000-kilometer territory, and built his own residence in a mountain valley. Inside that mountain valley, he has carved out many medicine fields and planted many rare herbs. What he hates most is being disturbed while he is performing alchemy, so no one approaches that mountain valley. Even when people from our Chamber of Commerce deliver herbs to him, they strictly abide by his instructions and only arrive at a certain time. Holly Ka was afraid that Yang Kai was young and impetuous, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, and would rashly offend Zhong Ao. So along the way, Holly Ka explained Zhong Ao's unique status and temperament to him in detail. The more Yang Kai listened, the stranger his expression became. He felt like he had been to Zhong Ao's residence before. Half a day later, Holly Ka suddenly pointed to the front and said, Do you see that mountain valley? That's where Grandmaster Zhong Ao lives. Yang Kai looked forward and couldn't help laughing. That mountain valley was clearly the place where he had studied the spirit arrays before. At this moment, Zhong Ao was sitting on an animal skin chair, holding a jade bottle in his hand, seemingly inspecting something. After a quick glance, Zhong Ao didn't find what he was looking for, so he threw the jade bottle to the side and piled it up with the previous jade bottles. There were a dozen more jade bottles beside him. After inspecting them one by one, Zhong Ao smiled and muttered to himself, "Another one, haha, not bad, not bad." This old master's efforts were not in vain. Ha, pills are difficult to refine. Saying so, he took out a pill from the jade bottle and put it into another jade bottle he had prepared in advance. Yang Kai carefully examined the pills in this jade bottle and found that all of them had formed pill veins. This Zhong Ao seemed to have only kept the pills that had formed pill veins, discarding the rest as if they were worthless clogs, not caring about their grade or value at all. While Zhong Ao was inspecting the pills, Yang Kai didn't say anything to disturb him and just stood there. A moment later, Zhong Ao finished his work and put away the pills with pill veins into his sleeve before looking up at Yang Kai and smiling strangely. "You're the little brat who stole this old master's medicine field, right?" Yang Kai blushed and awkwardly said. "A few days ago, Junior was passing by this place and was attracted by the mysteries of the medicine field. I couldn't help stopping to study it for a few days. If I have offended you in any way, I hope Senior can forgive me." No matter where it was, stealing someone else's medicine field was a very bad thing. And Yang Kai also knew he had done something wrong. It was just that he didn't think too much about it at the time, but now that the other party was looking into it, he had nothing to say. Zhong Ao was satisfied with Yang Kai's calm attitude and got up from his chair, chuckling. "Forget it, it's not a big deal. Today you're lucky, this old master has just finished alchemy and gained some benefits. Seeing that you're also an alchemist, this old master won't pursue the matter." To be able to comprehend the mysteries of the medicine field, only fellow alchemists, Zhong Ao knew this better than anyone else. "What happened to your family's master?" Zhong Ao took the initiative to ask. Yang Kai's expression became solemn. "She's unconscious, her vitality is frozen, her consciousness is scattered, and her soul avatar is nowhere to be seen." "Did you penetrate into her knowledge, see?" Zhong Ao looked at Yang Kai in surprise. Yang Kai nodded gently. Zhong Ao suddenly grinned strangely. "Your relationship with this little girl isn't simple." He stared at Yang Kai ambiguously, his smile intriguing. Only those who were very close to one another would dive into their knowledge, see to spy on them. If Yang Kai was really Shui Yu's guard, it would have been impossible for him to have the courage to do such a thing. Zhong Ao was an old and experienced man, so how could he not see through this? "Get out of the way." Zhong Ao threw Yang Kai aside without any trace of politeness, holding a container in his hand. This container was filled with a green liquid that was bubbling as if it had been boiled. Yang Kai didn't know what this green liquid was. However, seeing Zhong Ao's confident appearance, he didn't ask and simply stood to the side, waiting quietly. Chapter 1060. Zhong Ao flipped the container in his hand, and the green liquid began pouring out. Each drop was as clear as rainwater, but it seemed to possess its own spirituality as it fell onto Shui Yu's body and drilled into her body through her pores. Shui Yu's pale face gradually became rosy as this liquid seeped into her body, and her heartbeat also became much stronger than before. Yang Kai watched intently as his heart calmed slightly. Zhong Ao really had some ability, and Yang Kai could clearly feel that Shui Yu's condition was much better than before. After the green liquid was completely absorbed by Shui Yu, Zhong Ao took 2 steps back, a pained expression appearing on his face, as if the pill and the green liquid were both very valuable to him. "Senior, is she cured just like that?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. "Cured?" Zhong Ao glanced sideways at him and sneered. "How can the poison of the profound Yin sunflower water be so easily cured? You're too naive." Although the profound Yin sunflower water is a precious cultivation treasure, it also possesses great destructive properties. Any ordinary person who comes into contact with it will die. Even an origin-returning realm cultivator cannot resist the power of the profound Yin sunflower water. This little girl's physique seems to be somewhat special, and the artifacts she wears are also of extremely high grade. Otherwise she would have already died. Just now I just maintained her vitality. She won't die for another 1 or 2 days. What happens after that? Yang Kai asked eagerly. That's hard to say. Zhong Ao slowly shook his head. If you can refine a pill to save her, she will be able to recover if you can't. And you should prepare to collect her corpse. Yang Kai paled as he hurriedly cupped his fists and respectfully said, Senior, please show me the way. Good person? Zhong Ao raised his brow and laughed loudly. This old master is not a good person. I helped you maintain her vitality, so you have to pay me back. And, if you can tell me where the profound Yin sunflower water is, this old master can show you the way out. Yang Kai didn't even think about it. I can tell you. Holly Ka, Lin Mufeng, and the others wanted to conceal the existence of the profound Yin sunflower water, but Yang Kai didn't care too much. For him, there was only one condition: Shui, you couldn't die. Zhong Ao nodded with satisfaction. Good, if you take me to find the profound Yin sunflower water, I'll tell you how to save her. Deal. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, thinking for a moment before adding. But that place is now guarded by the cultivators of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, so Holly Ka and Lin Mufeng shouldn't let you get close. They dare. If this old master wants to go, would they dare stop him? Zhong Ao's expression became fierce as he snorted. At worst, I'll just share some benefits with them. He didn't seem to want to have too much trouble with Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. After all, the value of the profound Yin sunflower water was simply too great. If he were to take it alone, it would definitely provoke Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's retaliation, sometimes taking a step back to the worlds to him. However, before that, this old master has to go out first. To collect the profound Yin sunflower water, I need to build some special containers. Zhong Ao seemed to be talking to himself as he turned to Yang Kai and said, Boy, you stay here, this old master will return in half a month or so. Yang Kai nodded gently. Zhong Ao's actions were swift and decisive, and after speaking he immediately set off, disappearing in an instant. No one knew where he had gone. However, since he said he needed to build a special container, he should be looking for an artifact refiner. Artifact refiners and alchemists were equally noble and rare talents, especially high-grade alchemists and artifact refiners. They had always been the targets of many great forces. Zhong Ao's expression gradually became excited as he knew that the profound Yin sunflower water was getting closer and closer to him. Holly Ka and the others followed not far behind Zhong Ao and Yang Kai, following the path they had taken, communicating with their divine senses as they walked, discussing how to deal with this situation. But after discussing for a long time, none of them could come up with a good plan, causing them to become quite anxious. Boy, which way do we go now? At a fork in the road, Zhong Ao stopped and asked Yang Kai. This way. Yang Kai pointed in a certain direction, his divine sense threads having already broken through the shackles of space, and found the location of the profound Yin sunflower water. Zhong Ao didn't suspect anything and walked directly into the fork in the road. After continuing forward for half a day, Zhong Ao, who was leading the way, suddenly couldn't help shivering, squinting his eyes as he stared forward, his body trembling uncontrollably as a fanatical light flashed across his eyes. Profound Yin sunflower water. Several dozen drops of profound Yin sunflower water were strangely suspended mid-air, maintaining the same state as when Yang Kai had left, waiting for a fated person to collect them. It really is profound Yin sunflower water. Zhong Ao swept the area with his divine sense, and immediately noticed the extraordinariness of these water droplets. Although these water droplets were suspended mid-air, each of them was as heavy as a mountain, and contained a terrifying amount of power. In this world, besides profound Yin sunflower water, there was nothing else that possessed such characteristics. Taking a few steps forward, Zhong Ao quickly arrived in front of the several dozen drops of profound Yin sunflower water, his eyes flashing a brilliant light as he examined them carefully. Being able to cause Zhong Ao to lose his composure, it was obvious that this profound Yin sunflower water was of great value. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had a calm look on his face as he stood in place, not showing any intention of snatching the profound Yin sunflower water. Yang Kai was well aware of his own abilities. Without even mentioning Zhong Ao, just Hali Ka and the others behind him, which one of them wasn't an origin returning realm master? In front of them, Yang Kai still had some self-awareness. As soon as the sound of footsteps rang out, Hali Ka and the others who had followed closely behind also appeared one after another, standing beside Yang Kai as they stared towards him with bitter looks on their faces. Several dozen drops of profound Yin sunflower water appeared in front of their eyes, causing all of their eyes to go red. This was a supreme cultivation treasure. As long as one could safely refine a single drop, it would greatly increase the strength of any cultivator. Even an origin returning realm master like Hali Ka would receive a significant boost in strength. If you want to collect profound Yin sunflower water, all you need to do is use this 5-colored meteor essence to create a vessel. While laughing, Zhong Ao aimed the vessel at one of the drops of profound Yin sunflower water, and pushed it into the vessel, not bothering to avoid arousing suspicion. Hali Ka and the other origin realm masters all wore ugly expressions, their mood extremely complex. Although 5-colored meteor essence was precious, their Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce still had some, and although there wasn't much of it, it was enough to create a vessel. If they had known this earlier, they would have collected the profound Yin sunflower water long ago instead of waiting for Zhong Ao to take advantage of them. Hali Ka had let go of a great opportunity in front of him, and even lost an arm because of it. Thinking so, the expressions of the 3 origin realm masters changed dramatically. Zhong Ao didn't care what Hali Ka and the others were thinking, continuing to collect the profound Yin sunflower water, until there were only 10 drops left. Only then did he stop and solemnly hold the vessel in his hand, glancing over at Hali Ka and the others and saying, "Don't say this old master eats meat and doesn't give you soup. This remaining profound Yin sunflower water, you can find a way to collect it yourself. Don't tell me you can't find more 5-colored meteor essence." Chapter 1062. From beginning to end, Zhong Ao had never intended to monopolize such a huge benefit. This place was discovered by Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, and Rainfall Star was the cultivation star of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai had relied on his status to suppress others, so taking 80% of the profound Yin sunflower water was his limit. If he had taken all of it, Yang Kai couldn't guarantee that Hali Ka and the others wouldn't have fallen out with him. He wasn't confident he could deal with so many masters whose cultivation was higher than his. As such, he tactfully took a step back and left behind 10 drops of profound Yin sunflower water. When Hali Ka and the others heard Zhong Ao's words, they all wore shocked expressions and became excited, cupping their fists one after another. "Many thanks, Grandmaster. Although 5-colored meteor essence is rare, we can still find some." "Good, hurry up. Heaven knows if this profound Yin sunflower water will suddenly fall down and seep into the ground." Zhong Ao waved his hand and walked out holding the container. Hali Ka didn't dare to delay, leaving behind the middle-aged woman to guard this place while he and Lin Mufeng quickly left, apparently going to search for the 5-colored meteor essence hidden in the branch's warehouse. Yang Kai silently followed behind Zhong Ao, all the way out of the ancient ruins. The two flew their star shuttles back to the palace in the mountain valley. Inside the room, Shuiyu was sleeping peacefully just as she had been when Yang Kai left. Yang Kai came over to check on her, and found that there was nothing wrong with her, so he went to find Zhong Ao. It seemed that because he had obtained a treasure like the profound Yin sunflower water, Zhong Ao was very excited. When Yang Kai came over, he was madly performing alchemy in his pill room, venting his excitement. The several dozen pill furnaces were filled with Saint Qi by Zhong Ao, all of them humming as mysterious spirit arrays were constructed by Zhong Ao and inserted into the pill furnaces. Various herbs flew out from his space ring like snowflakes and were quickly condensed into medicinal liquids before being thrown into the pill furnaces. Kai Yong couldn't help but be moved, his eyes widening as he stared at this incredible scene. He had never thought that there would be someone in this world who could perform alchemy so crazily. One person working in front of several dozen pill furnaces, and refining dozens of pills at the same time. At this moment, he finally understood why Zhong Ao could refine so many pills for Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Judging from his technique and proficiency, Zhong Ao hadn't just been doing this for a day or two. It was very likely he had been refining pills in this shocking way. Yang Kai had a conflagrated knowledge C, was proficient in a variety of lost spirit arrays, and had a unique advantage in the alchemic way, but no matter what, he couldn't reach Zhong Ao's level. At most, he could deal with 4 or 5 pill furnaces by himself, and that was his limit. No matter how good you are, there will always be someone better. Of Heng's alchemists, of Zhong's of Hung's to him. Zhong Ao didn't have any intention of driving him away, and instead continued to busy himself, the excitement on his face never diminishing, and instead becoming more and more flushed. One by one, exquisite spirit arrays were carved out by Yang Kai with his Saint Qi, and inserted into different pill furnaces. The various different spirit arrays perfectly fit together, forming a complex composite spirit array that catalyzed the medicinal efficacies of the pill furnaces and assisted in alchemy. Everything was done in an orderly and skillful manner, without the slightest mistake. After half a day, the alchemy room was filled with a variety of pill fragrances. These fragrances mixed together, and when they entered Yang Kai's nose, they made him feel refreshed and refreshed. Yang Kai's eyes became more and more focused. "Rise!" Zhong Ao suddenly shouted, and the several dozen pill furnaces trembled at the same time. Pill furnaces of different colors flew out from the pill furnaces, and fell like raindrops into the prepared jade bottles. Zhong Ao tossed a restorative pill into his mouth, and allowed his strength to slowly recover. Impatiently, he walked over to the jade bottles, picked them up, and began examining them one by one. After a long time, he finished his examination and said with a look of dissatisfaction, there are only 2 pills. These pills are so damn difficult to refine." Saying so, he put away the 2 pills that had formed pill veins and threw the rest to the side. This scene was somewhat familiar. Yang Kai had seen it once when he brought Shuiyu here to see Zhong Ao. His brow furrowed as he asked, "Is Senior performing this alchemy to increase the chances of pill veins appearing?" Zhong Ao turned around and sat down in his chair, grinning as he gently nodded. "Little brat, you have good eyesight. And this old master spends so much effort in alchemy in order to increase the chances of pill veins appearing." After pausing for a moment, he continued, "Pill veins are something that can only be encountered by chance. Even the best alchemists cannot guarantee that the pills they refine will form pill veins. But when an alchemist is skilled enough to refine low-grade pills, the chances of pill veins appearing are much higher. This old master has been studying pill veins for hundreds of years, but it wasn't until 100 years ago that he came up with this stupid method of winning by quantity. Why else do you think this old master didn't ask for any compensation, and instead performed alchemy for Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce for free? This old master wants them to provide me with herbs, otherwise how could I let them take advantage of me?" Refining pills like Zhong Ao consumed a huge amount of spirit grasses and spirit medicines, and without the support of a great force, it was impossible to continue for a long time. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was located in the rich territory of Jiastar, so naturally, it was the best choice. Zhong Ao choosing to cooperate with Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce would bring great benefits to both sides. "How is Senior's research going?" Yang Kai asked with interest. Zhong Ao sighed softly. "Difficult, very difficult. The longer one immerses themselves in this field, the more difficult it is to refine pills. I'm not afraid you'll laugh at me, but this old master can only maintain a 2 out of 100 chance of refining pills with pill veins. And this old master is referring to Saint King grade and above pills. 2 out of 100 pills, that was to say for every 100 pills he refined, he could only produce 2 pills with pill veins. This probability seemed very small, but when looking at the entire alchemy world, it was already a sensational number. Many alchemists spent their entire lives refining pills, but only when their luck was extremely good would they be able to refine 1 or 2 pills with pill veins. Zhong Ao, on the other hand, almost every time he refined pills, he would refine at least 1. Occasionally his luck would be bad and he would refine none. This old master has also refined a few Saint King grade pills with pill clouds. Do you want to see them? Zhong Ao said with a proud expression. Pill veins were difficult to form, but pill clouds were even more difficult. Zhong Ao had collected tens of thousands of pills with pill veins so far, but there were only a few that had pill clouds, all of which he regarded as treasures. When he was feeling down, he would often take them out to examine them. Whenever he did, his mood would immediately improve. He had lived here alone for nearly 100 years, boring and boring. If it weren't for an obsession in his heart that allowed him to study profound alchemy techniques, no matter how strong he was, he would have gone crazy. Now that Yang Kai had come here to accompany him, and he found him pleasing to the eye, naturally he wanted to show off. Junior wouldn't dare covet Senior's treasures. Yang Kai didn't give him a chance to show off, which made Zhong Ao a little disappointed, curling his lips in dissatisfaction as he said, "Ignorant brat, you didn't take advantage of such a great opportunity. It seems your achievements in alchemy are destined to be limited." Pills with pill veins were extremely rare in this world. In the alchemy world, no matter what grade such pills were, even if they were earth grade or mysterious grade, they were still treasures. If an alchemist with excellent aptitude observed them, they might be able to gain some insights. What's more, Zhong Ao's pills with pill clouds were all Saint King grade. These were the greatest fruits of his 100 years of hard work, the crystallization of his 100 years of hard work, so he would not easily show them to others. Today, when he took the initiative to bring them up, he was actually rejected by Yang Kai. Zhong Ao suddenly felt like his warm face had been stuck to a cold butt, and his good mood was immediately ruined. Naturally, he wouldn't give Yang Kai any face. How could Zhong Ao know that as early as back in Tongxian realm, he had already refined pills with pill clouds, and whether it was Yang Kai or Xia Ning Chang, when refining pills, their chances of forming pill veins were countless times greater than his. Senior, Junior has taken you to find the profound Yin sunflower water, and Senior's harvest has been great. Is it time to tell Junior how to save my master? Yang Kai ignored Zhong Ao's ugly expression, and took the initiative to bring up the previous deal. Humph. Greedy for beauty. Zhong Ao muttered discontentedly. He obviously thought that Yang Kai was deeply in love with Xueyu, so he couldn't wait to inquire about her. Although he suddenly didn't like Yang Kai very much, a deal was a deal, and Zhong Ao still kept his promise, hesitating for a moment before saying, "If you want to save her, all you need to do is refine a purple heart soul restoring pill." After saying so, he turned a gloating look towards Yang Kai, as if he wanted to see him make a fool of himself. Purple heart soul restoring pill? Yang Kai frowned and quickly thought about it. When Zhong Ao went to find someone to build a container to collect the profound Yin sunflower water, he had been reading the ancient books in this palace and memorizing many pill recipes. The purple heart soul restoring pill was one of them. Thinking about it, Zhong Ao recalled the grade of the purple heart soul restoring pill, and the herbs needed. An origin king grade pill? Yang Kai paled and exclaimed. This old master has no friendship with you, nor does he have the ability to guarantee that he can refine a Saint King grade pill with pill clouds. I don't want to ask Senior to refine one. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Oh, do you already have someone in mind? Zhong Ao was slightly surprised. Tell me, who do you want to refine this pill for you? This old master will give you some advice, and see if that person has the ability. He didn't think that on Rainfall Star, there was anyone whose alchemy skills were higher than his. In terms of alchemy, he was the best. Junior will refine it himself. You'll refine it yourself? Zhong Ao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Yang Kai gently nodded. Zhong Ao seemed to be re-examining him, looking him up and down for a moment before saying with a strange expression, "If you want to make trouble, this old master won't stop you. That's your own business. And, if you can really refine a burning flame pill with pill clouds, this old master will call you grandfather." He didn't believe that Yang Kai could refine such a pill with his ability. Yang Kai was just a little second-order saint cultivator. Even if he was an alchemist with some talent and aptitude in the alchemic way, he would at most be able to cultivate for 20 years. A saint-grade top-rank pill was his limit. Zhong Ao concluded. If he couldn't even refine a saint-king-grade pill, how could he refine a supreme pill cloud? Zhong Ao only thought that this young man was full of vigor and arrogance. However, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he smiled strangely. Senior, Junior doesn't dare accept such a title. Since you don't trust me so much, how about we make a bet? A bet. Zhong Ao's eyes narrowed as he snorted. What kind of bet is this? This old master will accept it. If this junior can refine a burning flame pill with pill clouds, this junior won't ask for too much, as long as half of the profound Yin sunflower water is given to me. Yang Kai stared at Zhong Ao with scorching eyes. Zhong Ao's face twitched as he snorted. Boy, this old master has always thought you were honest and well-behaved, but it turns out you've been harboring evil ideas about this old master's treasures? Aren't you afraid you'll lose your teeth? If I really lose my teeth, it will be this junior's own fault. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Is senior afraid he will lose? Zhong Ao curled his lips fiercely. Don't try to provoke this old master. This old master has long since stopped playing such clumsy tricks. Having said that, Zhong Ao still said, Fine, if you can really refine a burning flame pill with pill clouds, this old master will give you half of the profound Yin sunflower water. This old master has devoted himself to studying pill veins for hundreds of years, and has never been able to find a way. If you have the ability to surpass this old master will be convinced. But boy, if you can't refine it, what will you do? He stared coldly at Yang Kai, his expression extremely unkind. The bet proposed by Yang Kai made him a little annoyed. Although the three of them had obtained the profound Yin sunflower water, and were very excited, with such a big incident happening on Rainfall Star, they didn't know whether they should report it to the home star or not. Normally, they would have the ability to suppress the news of Shueyu's injuries, but now it was different. Yang Kai was Shueyu's guard, and although his cultivation was low, what if Yang Kai suddenly lost his mind and reported it to the home star before they did? At that time, the three of them would face even more serious punishment. With Yang Kai's assurance, the three of them felt relieved. Yang Kai chuckled and said, I don't want to be punished by the home star, so for the time being, Master Shue's injuries should not be leaked. Once Shue Master recovers, she will make her own decision. Many thanks, little brother. Holly Ka sincerely cupped his fists. However, this profound Yin sunflower water, it's best if you don't touch it for the time being and wait for Master Shue to decide, Yang Kai added. Naturally, even if we had the courage of the heavens, we wouldn't dare use such a precious cultivation treasure at will. Naturally, we'll have to wait for Master Shue to wake up and deal with it. Holly Ka and the others nodded repeatedly, thanking Yang Kai for pointing them out the right path. Moreover, from beginning to end, none of them had any intention of using the profound Yin sunflower water. Although refining a single drop of this thing would greatly increase their strength, none of them knew how to do so. Holly Ka had personally tested the power of the profound Yin sunflower water, and knew that the price he had paid for it was the loss of an arm. If they were careless, not only would their strength not increase, they would likely end up in the same state as Shue Master Shue. Not daring to use it didn't mean it wasn't a merit, so before Yang Kai arrived, the three of them had gathered around the container and looked at it happily. Good, before I asked for your help, I also have a private matter I would like to ask for your help with. Yang Kai felt that the time was right and the atmosphere was harmonious, so he was ready to fish for some benefits from them. Little brother, please speak. Do you have any way to quickly improve my strength? Yang Kai looked at the three of them expectantly. Improve your strength? Holly Ka was surprised, looking him up and down for a moment before instantly understanding and laughing. Is little brother trying to improve his strength? Yes, this time on this trip to the ancient ruins, it was because my strength was too low that Senior Shue didn't take me with her. If my strength had been higher, I may have been able to save Senior Shue at that critical juncture, and prevent her from being harmed by the profound Yin sunflower water. If I could exchange my life for Senior Shue's safety, even if I died, I wouldn't have implicated the three of you in such a dangerous situation, Yang Kai said with a pained expression, seemingly blaming himself for his actions. Holly Ka and the other two had all experienced great storms, so how could they not know that he was just putting on an act? However, this little guard seemed to be highly valued by Shui Master, otherwise, she wouldn't have brought him to Rainfall Star alone, nor would she have taken care of his safety and prevented him from entering the ancient ruins. After Shui Master woke up, perhaps they would need to rely on him to put in a few good words to appease Shui Master's anger. What's more, not only did he not report this matter to the home star, he even cooperated with the three of them to conceal it, which was already a great favor. Whether it was to curry favor or to repay him, the three of them felt that they should satisfy Yang Kai's request, which wasn't too excessive. If a second-order Saint cultivator wanted to improve his strength, they should be able to satisfy him. Quietly exchanging a few glances, the three of them immediately made a decision in their hearts, Holly Ka saying, "If you want to quickly improve your strength, the only way is to cultivate diligently. This kind of thing can't be rushed. Everyone gains their strength bit by bit, but..." Suddenly changing the topic, he grinned. "I have a way to improve your cultivation efficiency." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "What is it?" The space ring on Holly Ka's hand flashed and a colorful orchid-like object appeared in his hand. The petals of this orchid were quite strange, the petals blooming like a baby's head, its facial features clear and slightly gloomy. Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid? On the side, Lin Mufeng and the middle-aged woman both exclaimed in shock, seemingly not having expected Holly Ka to take out such a precious treasure. For a moment, all three of them stared towards Yang Kai with thoughtful expressions, as if they had just obtained a great bargain. "What's the use of this?" Yang Kai asked. Holly Ka said proudly, "It's a cultivation aid. If you take it directly, you'll understand its mysteries." Lin Mufeng also chimed in. "This kind of thing is quite rare. Old Ha fought with others for it back then. The scenes from the past are still vivid in his mind. I never expected he would have kept it for nearly 100 years but was unwilling to use it. I thought he had already used it up." Holly Ka grinned. "Without a suitable candidate, what use is there for it? This old master is already a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Using this thing won't improve my strength much. I was hoping to find a suitable junior, but on this vast Rainfall Star, no one can enter this old master's eyes." Yang Kai's eyes were quick, and before he could finish speaking, he took the Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid and stuffed it directly into a space ring on his hand. From the conversation between these two, Yang Kai also understood the preciousness of the Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid, so how could he be polite? Yang Kai then turned to look at Lin Mufeng. Lin Mufeng was just sighing with emotion at Holly Ka's generosity when he suddenly met Yang Kai's gaze, and couldn't help his face twitching. Immediately understanding, he patted his head and said, "This Lin remembers, there is something I can help little brother Yang with." Yang Kai's meaning was already very obvious. Clearly he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to rob him. So how could Lin Mufeng pretend to be ignorant? Suppressing his heartache, Lin Mufeng put on a nonchalant look on his face, his space ring flashing as he took out a bottle, but before he could speak, it was snatched away by Yang Kai. Lin Mufeng smiled bitterly and said weakly, "This is Snow Pond Crystal Essence, a product of the Snow Pond restricted area on Ice Snow Star. A single cup of Snow Pond Crystal Essence is condensed every 1,000 years, so this is all I have. It's useful." Yang Kai spoke concisely as he observed the jade bottle in his hand. This jade bottle exuded a cold aura, and through its walls, Yang Kai could see some snow-white substance inside. There wasn't much of it, only about the size of a fingernail. Snow Pond Crystal Essence is most useful for stabilizing one's state of mind. Taking a single drop will provide endless benefits. Since little brother Yang wants to quickly improve his strength, this thing is indispensable, Lin Mufeng explained. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he grinned widely. This thing given by Lin Mufeng was a perfect complement to Holly Ka's Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid. One could improve one's cultivation efficiency, while the other could stabilize one's state of mind and prevent the burden and sequelae of rapidly increasing one's strength. It could be said that this thing was equal in value to the heavenly spirit ghost orchid. Yang Kai put it into his space ring with satisfaction. Their primordial yin contains a very pure energy, so any man who takes them for the first time can obtain great benefits from it. If little brother wants to improve his strength as quickly as possible, moon slaves are the best choice. Plucking yin to supplement yang. Yang Kai's face changed slightly. No. Lin Mufeng smiled and waved his hand. The method developed by my Chamber of Commerce is not an ordinary method of plucking yin to supplement yang. Little brother should also know that many cultivators cultivate evil secret arts, plucking yin to supplement yang in order to rapidly improve their strength, but the energy obtained through this method is impure, causing their combat power to be much lower than a cultivator in the same realm. My Chamber of Commerce would never do such a thing. Moon slaves are selected from women with good aptitude and physiques, and are then trained in a special way so that when the energy from their primordial yin is transferred to a man, it won't cause too much of an impact on him. With little brother's current cultivation, subduing 2 moon slaves of the same realm shouldn't be a problem. And if there was a problem with my Chamber of Commerce's moon slaves, there wouldn't be so many people coming to buy them. Halika also nodded. You also engage in human trafficking? Yang Kai was shocked, never having expected that the huge Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce would actually be so shady. It's all consensual. These moon slaves are ordinary people from poor families. If it weren't for my Chamber of Commerce, they would only live a few dozen years before dying of old age. My Chamber of Commerce provides them with cultivation materials and environments, allowing them to possess extraordinary skills. Moreover, after a moon slave has sex with a man, they can continue to cultivate and improve their strength. If they can win the favor of their master, glory and wealth are just around the corner. Many of the moon slaves who leave my Chamber of Commerce live quite good lives, Lin Mufeng explained, seemingly noticing that Yang Kai was somewhat repulsed by this kind of thing. The middle-aged woman blushed and didn't say a word, but she obviously knew a lot about moon slaves. There's no need for moon slaves. Yang Kai pondered for a while before waving his hand and saying with a bitter face, I'm afraid Master Shui will go crazy when she wakes up. Yang Kai had to admit that listening to them talk about the various benefits of moon slaves, especially their ability to rapidly improve one's strength, Yang Kai was indeed a little tempted. Right now he couldn't wait to quickly improve his cultivation. Although he was tempted, Yang Kai still refused. He had his own principles, and no matter how Halika and the others boasted about the benefits of moon slaves, Yang Kai always felt that there were some problems with harvesting yin to supplement yang, which would be detrimental to his future cultivation. If that's the case, then we won't force you. Yang Kai didn't care and simply put away the things he had brought back. When he was on the floating continent, he had spent a great deal of effort to refine a Saint King grade pill and lift the seal Lu Guichen had placed on him. At that time, Yang Kai discovered that the reason his alchemy skills couldn't improve was entirely because of the constraints of his realm. His cultivation was too low, so if he wanted to refine a higher grade pill, he needed to improve his strength first. The 4 months it took Halika to transfer the dragon turtle spirit fruit gave Yang Kai a good buffer period. The heavenly spirit ghost orchid, snow pond crystal essence, and 7-colored spirit gathering flags were all things he relied on to improve his cultivation. In these 4 months, Yang Kai had great confidence that he could break through to the Third Order Saint realm, at which point refining burning flame pills would become much easier. Zhong Ao couldn't help feeling a little jealous. Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid, Snow Pond Crystal Essence, 7-colored Spirit Gathering Flags. What's more, within this 3,000-kilometer territory, Many spirit arrays had been arranged to gather world energy. With these various effects added together, the cultivation speed of the little brat outside had increased to an incredible degree. It was comparable to the speed at which a return to void stage cultivator absorbed the spirit chi of heaven and earth. If this momentum continued, it would only take a few months for him to break through his current realm and step into a higher one. Zhong Ao wondered if this little brat's body could withstand it. This kind of crazy gathering of world energy was not something a Saint Realm cultivator could withstand. If the world energy gathered too quickly and was unable to digest and absorb it in time, it would only cause a huge burden to the body. If something went wrong, his meridians would burst and his foundation would be damaged. At that time, the gains would not make up for the losses. As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, Zhong Ao gave him a look of disdain. This old master is not a fool. This has nothing to do with luck. Do you think I can't see it? Little brat, don't be so stingy. Quickly speak frankly and this old master will give you some benefits. He couldn't wait to invade Yang Kai's knowledge, see and pry into his consciousness. Yang Kai shook his head. Old Zhong, you also know that every school regards their alchemy techniques as treasures and cannot easily be divulged. Smelly brat. Didn't you pry into this old master's spirit array in his medicine field before? Then you flipped through many ancient books in this old master's study? When did this old master ever say a word about it? Zhong Ao couldn't help glaring at Zhong Ao. Elder Zhong's words are wrong. It is a Zhong's duty to guide the younger generation. Moreover, what I have seen is just a side branch of the Zhong family. But my method of refining pill veins is different. This is the core secret of my family. How can it be compared to those spirit arrays? This old master doesn't care. If you don't tell me today, this old master will crack open your skull and refine your soul. Shameless, actually acting shamelessly. Yang Kai despised Zhong Ao in his heart. But he also knew that Zhong Ao was just spouting nonsense. With Zhong Ao's identity and strength, if he really wanted to force Yang Kai to tell him this, there was no need for him to go through so much trouble. He could just do it directly. Zhong Ao acting shamelessly now was obviously because he had no other choice. He was extremely envious of Yang Kai's method of refining pill veins, to the point that he didn't care about his identity. If worst comes to worst, this old master will worship you as his master. Zhong Ao snorted, his expression firm, not feeling there was anything wrong with it. Yang Kai stared at Zhong Ao in amazement, not having expected Zhong Ao to even say such shameless words, greatly admiring him in his heart. However, Zhong Ao still shook his head. Old Zhong, it's not that this junior doesn't want to make things easier, it's just that this method cannot be learned by others. Back in Nine Heaven's Holy Land, Zhong Ao had taught the alchemy grandmasters of Tongxian realm how to refine pill veins using this method, and although they had some gains, they were far from reaching Yang Kai's level. It wasn't until Xia Ningchang arrived that he was able to compete with Yang Kai. In the end, it was all because of his conflagrated knowledge. See, whether or not this old master learns it, this old master will work hard. There's no need for you to worry. Zhong Ao's face gradually became fierce. In order to figure out the mysteries of this pill veins, his face was worth nothing. Yang Kai was helpless. He had already expected such a situation to occur, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Old Zong, how about we exchange?" "Exchange what? What else does this old master have that you want?" "Your method of large-scale alchemy, I want it," Yang Kai said bluntly. "Moreover, I also need to use my conflagrated knowledge. See, only by using my conflagrated knowledge, can I quickly carve out a perfect composite spirit array and perfectly display its power, while refining a pill the moment it takes shape. I don't know how much of a difference you can make if you use your Saint Chi, but if you use this method, the chances of forming pill veins should be higher than your original method." Chapter 1071. As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, he knew he had spoken in vain. Zhong Ao had already fallen into a trance, the look on his face constantly fluctuating, his eyes sometimes dim, sometimes overflowing with light. He was obviously experiencing an epiphany. Yang Kai shook his head and did not disturb him, instead focusing on recovering. 10 burning flame pills a day, 300 pills a month, of which 20 to 30% had formed pill veins. Such a result was enough for him to show disdain for the entire star territory. However, Yang Kai was not happy at all, because even if he could refine more pill veins, he could not solve the crisis he was facing in Shuiyu. All he needed was a single burning flame pill that formed pill clouds. Every time he refined, Yang Kai went all out, not daring to be careless in the slightest. He used all his knowledge to the peak and devoted himself to alchemy. The probability of forming pill veins had greatly increased, and as he became more proficient in refining burning flame pills, this probability jumped from 20 to 30% to 40 to 50%. This also meant that almost half of the burning flame pills Yang Kai refined had pill veins, making them extremely valuable. If these things were given to a fire attribute cultivator, they could rapidly improve their strength, but now Yang Kai had tossed them aside, not caring about them at all. Every day after he finished refining, Yang Kai felt exhausted. Logically speaking, a mere 10 burning flame pills shouldn't have been able to make him so tired, but the enormous psychological pressure was pressing down on him like a mountain, making it difficult for him to breathe. As time passed, this pressure also became greater and greater. He deeply realized how difficult it was to form pill clouds. No wonder those alchemists who occasionally refined pill clouds would cry bitterly and sigh about their great luck. Now he could not wait for his luck to fall upon him and solve this urgent problem. In contrast to Yang Kai's irritable mood and frown, Zhong Ao's face could be said to be radiant and in high spirits. Since Yang Kai's words had caused him to fall into an epiphany, he found that his alchemy skills had unknowingly improved by a large margin. In the past, when refining dozens of pills at the same time, he had to go all out to avoid any mistakes, but now, he could easily control the flames of dozens of pill furnaces. Moreover, through the method Yang Kai had taught him, he had also successfully refined pill veins. Although his success rate was not as terrifying as Yang Kai's, it was still a precious 1/10. 1/10. 1 out of every 10 pills he refined, 1 would form pill veins. This was something Zhong Ao's dream of before, but now it was a common occurrence. Zhong Ao had his own pride and perseverance, but in this matter, he was grateful to Yang Kai. If he had not helped him break through that barrier, Zhong Ao estimated that he would have walked further and further down the path of alchemy, and eventually gone astray. Thinking so, Zhong Ao's impression of Yang Kai became more and more pleasing to the eye. He no longer cared about the fact that he had stolen half of his pill furnaces. Instead of disturbing Yang Kai, Zhong Ao spent all day familiarizing himself with the alchemy techniques Yang Kai had taught him, studying various spirit arrays, choosing the most suitable spirit array to form pill veins, and refining them the moment the pill took shape. His harvest was huge, and even his arrogant temper had become much more restrained. All day long he was smiling, looking at everything in a festive mood. When Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's cultivator, who was responsible for transporting the herbs and collecting the pills he refined, came over, he could hardly believe his eyes. In the past, every time he came here he would tremble with fear, as if he was walking on thin ice. He would quickly hand over the herbs to Zhong Ao, then take away the pills he refined and leave the mountain valley as if his but was on fire, fearing Zhong Ao would find trouble with him. Zhong Ao's face was always gloomy, as if he owed him millions of Saint crystals. But recently, when he came over, Zhong Ao actually had a smile on his face, and even said a few words to him, patting him on the shoulder and praising him for his hard work over the years. Finally, Zhong Ao even invited him into the palace for a cup of tea. The cultivator was so scared that his face turned ashen, repeatedly saying that he didn't dare, and hurriedly fled. After reporting what happened to Zhong Ao to Hali Ka, Lin Mufeng, and the others, none of them knew what was wrong with Zhong Ao and could only vaguely guess that it had something to do with Yang Kai. All of them were very concerned about the progress of this matter, because if Snow Master was unable to wake up, one of them would be punished, most likely implicating the entire branch. In a fit of anger, the third young master might arrange for them to be sent to An or Star to mine. However, none of them had the courage to inquire about this matter, so every day felt like a year, and they could only wait for Yang Kai to take the initiative to send them news. On this day, Yang Kai finished another round of alchemy, the expression on his face gloomy, as if he had been shrouded in dark clouds, sitting cross-legged, motionless. Zhong Ao walked over, looked at the mountain of burning flame pills he had thrown aside, and asked, "How many batches of materials have you consumed?" 6 months, more than 1,800. Yang Kai replied casually. More than 1,800. Zhong Ao took a deep breath. 700 to 800 burning flame pills have formed pill veins. Little brat, being able to accomplish this much is enough for you to be proud. What else are you not satisfied with? I only want one pill that forms pill clouds. Yang Kai looked up at him. Even if all those pills form pill veins, they're worthless to me. Is that little girl that important to you? My life is connected to hers. Do you still think she's important? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Connected to your life? Zhong Ao's expression changed slightly as he pondered for a moment before muttering, "Soul chains? So old Zhong knows?" Of course this old master knows. Only the soul chains can connect two people's lives. It's a soul skill cultivated by one of the foreign elders of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. No wonder when I examined her last time, I felt an invisible connection between the two of you. Who is this little girl to Ao? How did you end up like this? Zhong Ao was old and experienced, so from all kinds of clues he was able to infer that the relationship between Shui Yu and Ao was not shallow. Otherwise there would be no such thing as the soul chains. Yang Kai shook his head, not wanting to talk about it, and not wanting to talk about it he simply said, "Old Zhong, I now understand what you often say." Zhong Ao laughed. Pills are difficult to refine. When others hear this, they only think this old master is showing off his alchemy skills, but how many people can understand the bitterness involved? Fortunately, little brat, you finally understand. He was finally not alone and had brought Yang Kai into his bosom friend. Seeing Yang Kai remain silent, Zhong Ao paused for a moment before continuing. You only have less than 200 sets of herbs left to refine the burning flame pill, which will be consumed in less than a month, and that little girl won't live for more than half a year. What are you going to do? And there's still time to ask Hali Ka to collect more herbs, but even if you do, you won't have many chances to try again. Yang Kai sat in place and thought for a long time before saying, I'm going out for a walk. Saying so, he stood up and walked out. Zhong Ao looked at his back and nodded lightly. Sometimes, when a person was unable to achieve something after a long period of hard work, using other things to divert their attention and relieve their mood and nerves was undoubtedly the best way to do it. Although there was a chance of success in going down a dead end, it would often cause a person to develop a mental barrier, and the possibility of going crazy would be greater. Zhong Ao's own experience was the best example. His 100 years of painstaking effort in alchemy was not as good as Yang Kai's words. It was just that no one could enlighten Yang Kai now, so he really needed to go out for a walk. Perhaps he would find some inspiration that would help him find the right path. Arriving at Shui Yu's room, Yang Kai stayed for a while to check on her situation. Since he began refining the burning flame pill, Yang Kai had not come to see her. After half a year, Shui Yu's condition showed signs of worsening, and the vitality Zhong Ao had been maintaining was constantly being consumed, causing her snow-white skin to show faint traces of frost. Yang Kai knew that this was because the suppressed profound Yin sunflower water was once again playing a role. If he couldn't refine a burning flame pill with pill clouds, Shui Yu would really die. It was impossible for Hali Ka to collect more herbs. If he couldn't find a way, even if he collected more herbs, it would be useless. Leaving Zhong Ao's palace without saying a word, Yang Kai didn't pay much attention to where he was going, and simply summoned his star shuttle and flew off. Crossing the famous mountains and rivers, crossing the jungles and swamps, Yang Kai stood from the perspective of an outsider, coldly observing rainfall stars' culture and ecology, the richness of the earth, the endless number of cultivators, and even the prosperity and suffering of ordinary people. Yang Kai watched with great interest. Gradually, his anxious mood calmed down and the big stone that had been hanging in his heart for a year slowly disappeared. Yang Kai became relaxed and no longer worried about the crisis facing Shui Yu and himself. Staying in one small town after another, Yang Kai left behind his own life aura and footprints. Watching the conflicts between the big and small families over various interests, blood splashing everywhere and corpses littering the ground. Seeing how the sects were recruiting disciples, many warriors with low cultivation bases would participate in the recruitment process in high spirits, but they would be mercilessly eliminated. Seeing a group of people fighting over an artifact, the brotherhood of the past was worthless, stabbing each other in the back and ruthlessly turning against each other. Seeing those whose strength reached the heavens and who could summon clouds and rain with a wave of their hand, receiving the respect and admiration of others. Seeing a woman bathing in the mountains, unable to hold back, stealing a few more glances before being hunted down by dozens of young women from unknown sects. Yang Kai fled in panic, like a stray dog, drinking wine, drinking until he was drunk. Yang Kai had never experienced such an unrestrained and carefree life. He no longer worried about finding Su Yan's whereabouts. He no longer considered whether he would be implicated after Shui Yu's death. Nor did he miss his friends and family on Tongxian realm. The whole world revolved around him, making him feel an indescribable sense of carefreeness. Living a solitary life made him feel unrestrained and unrestrained. He felt that he was omnipotent. Somewhere in the mountains, a Saint Realm cultivator was fighting with an 8th Order monster beast, a Blue Eyes fire dragon. The cultivator's goal was an origin-grade blue blood flower that the Blue Eyes fire dragon was guarding. Just as the battle began, Yang Kai happened to pass by. He didn't interfere and simply watched from a distance. However, Zhong Ao felt that since Yang Kai hadn't done so, there must be some inconvenient reasons for him to go to Water Moon Star. Zhong Ao was too lazy to inquire too much, nor did he want to. While contemplating, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged in front of his usual pill furnace. Then Zhong Ao saw him take out a variety of herbs from his space ring, and upon closer inspection, Zhong Ao found that these herbs were the ones Hali Ka had sent him to refine the burning flame pill. The remaining nearly 200 sets were all piled up together, forming a small hill. After all the herbs had been taken out, Zhong Ao saw Yang Kai take a set of each of the herbs from the small hill. Black demonic flame shot out from Yang Kai's hand like a fireball, engulfing the hill of herbs and instantly reducing all the Saint King grade materials to ashes. Zhong Ao's eyes bulged as a look of shock appeared on his face. He had never expected that Yang Kai would do such a crazy thing as soon as he came back. Burning the boats. This little brat had burned the remaining nearly 200 sets of materials, leaving only a single set. Whether he succeeded or failed, he only had one chance, yet he wanted to burn the boats. Did he want to use huge pressure to suppress his own potential? Zhong Ao slowly shook his head, a look of disappointment appearing on his face. In the martial Tao, in cultivation, and even in battle, using this kind of method to improve one's strength was understandable and had a high chance of success, achieving goals that were normally impossible to achieve. But using this kind of method in alchemy was a big mistake. Burning the boats would create a pressure thousands of times more terrifying than usual. Alchemy, which required a steady state of mind, was not suitable for this kind of method, and would only make the situation worse. If Yang Kai really wanted to burn the boats, then Zhong Ao could conclude that he might not even be able to refine pill veins. Feeling disappointed, Zhong Ao's eyes suddenly lit up as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement, a thoughtful look appearing on his face. He was surprised to find that Yang Kai was sitting there in a relaxed manner, without the slightest trace of pressure. This kind of self-confidence not only did not disappear because of the loss of nearly 200 sets of herbs, but instead became even stronger. Zhong Ao saw a kind of conviction in Yang Kai. A conviction that he could succeed, a sublimation of self-confidence. Zhong Ao was slightly absent-minded. Was he so sure that he could use this last set of materials to achieve his goal? Where did his confidence come from? Zhong Ao sat up straight and paid close attention to Yang Kai. Just like when he had refined the burning flame pill before, every step was meticulous, without a single mistake. Engraving the spirit array, condensing the medicinal liquid, controlling the temperature and timing of the herbs, changing the spirit array. Yang Kai seemed to be just repeating what he had done over the past 6 months. But faintly, Zhong Ao felt that his alchemy this time was very different from before. The same movements, the same process, but it gave off a different feeling, refreshing and refreshing. Infected by this skilled and confident atmosphere, Zhong Ao couldn't help believing that Yang Kai could do such an incredible thing. His eyes widened even more as he waited for the moment when the pill clouds formed. As time passed slowly, Zhong Ao's mood became more and more tense, and he couldn't help clenching his fists. Even as strong as he was, he couldn't help feeling like every day was like a year, and he couldn't wait to see the results sooner. Yang Kai, on the other hand, maintained a kind of indifferent attitude. In his whole world, except for the medicinal liquid churning inside the pill furnace, there was nothing else, even temporarily forgetting where he was. The Saint Realm cultivator who had fought the Blue Eyes Flame Dragon beast to the death had won the final victory not because of his strength, but because of his indomitable momentum. He was sure he could win because he knew that if he didn't win, he would die. So he won, even though he had almost died together with the Blue Eyes Flame Dragon. From that battle, Kai Yang had been inspired, which was why he had saved his life. During the first 6 months of alchemy, Yang Kai's repeated failures had increased the pressure on him, making him wonder what would happen if he failed every time he performed alchemy. With all kinds of distracting thoughts lingering in his mind, it would be strange if he could refine pill clouds. But now, Yang Kai's mind was clear. He burned the nearly 200 sets of herbs not to put himself in a desperate situation, but to strengthen his conviction. He wanted to see if his conviction would be shaken after these 200 sets of herbs were burned. Yang Kai didn't waver, so he became more and more confident. Half an mu of sparrow lotus flowers had long since disappeared, and even that half an mu of land had been plowed several times, leaving the ground half a foot lower than usual. Where did this old master's 1,000 plate flowers go? Zhong Ao rolled his eyes weakly, but where were the 1,000 plate flowers that he regarded as precious to him? Where the 1,000 plate flowers once grew, only half of their roots remained. Zhong Ao's eyes rolled back and he almost fainted. Without even mentioning the loss of his thousands of mu of medicine field, Zhong Ao was shocked to find that the spirit array he had worked so hard to arrange in this mountain valley for so many years had been completely destroyed, and could no longer play its proper role. Within 1,000 kilometers, the world had become dim, and there wasn't even a trace of world energy remaining. The sound of fluttering robes quickly approached from afar as Ha Li Ka, Lin Mufeng, and the middle-aged woman led many masters from Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce over. When the heavenly might appeared here, they had already noticed it, but they didn't know what had happened, so they quickly came to investigate. When they arrived and looked around, everyone was dumbstruck. For a moment, they didn't dare to believe their eyes. Chapter 1074. It was unknown what kind of disaster had befallen this mountain valley, but Zhong Ao's palace had been destroyed, his thousands of acres of medicine field no longer existed, and the spirit array around the mountain valley had also been destroyed. Zhong Ao himself seemed to have lost his soul, sitting on the ground without a care for his image, his body covered in dust and his eyes spitting fire. Only Yang Kai sat cross-legged among several dozen pill furnaces and broken walls, motionless. What happened? Holly Ka and the others were dumbfounded. This was a restricted area on Rainfall Star, and no one dared to come here on normal days. None of them could understand why this place seemed to have been plundered. The several of them exchanged a glance before daring to fly down and stand beside Zhong Ao. Holly Ka cautiously called out and asked, "Old Zhong, what happened here?" Lin Mufeng even shouted angrily, "Did some blind fool come here to make trouble? Old Zhong only needs to tell us. We will definitely help you vent your anger." The middle-aged woman nodded fiercely, her beautiful eyes filled with murderous intent. Zhong Ao raised his head and stared at them blankly for a moment before suddenly jumping up and pointing in the direction of Yang Kai viciously. "It was that little bastard who destroyed my medicine field and destroyed my palace. This old master doesn't even have a place to live now. And all the herbs I have painstakingly cultivated for 100 years are gone. If you really want to help this old master vent his anger, kill him for me." Spittle rained down on the faces of the three old men as they stood there, not daring to move. After a long time, Halika smiled and tried to appease him. "Old Zhong, please calm your anger. What happened here? Weren't you helping Master Shui refine some healing pills? When I came here a few days ago, everything was fine, so how did this happen after a few months?" He could also see that although Zhong Ao was furious and had ordered them to kill Yang Kai to vent his anger, it was all empty talk. Yang Kai was meditating at the moment and looked extremely weak. If Zhong Ao really wanted his life, why would he need to borrow others' hands to do it? Even at his peak, Yang Kai could not have been Zhong Ao's opponent, let alone now. Who told you that this old master was refining pills? Zhong Ao shot them a sideways glance. If it wasn't you who refined it, could it have been little brother Yang who refined it? Lin Mufeng laughed dryly. Zhong Ao rolled his eyes and did not explain. He knew that even if he told the truth, no one would believe him. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Zhong Ao would have thought that it was just nonsense. However, the pill in the jade bottle in his hand was solid evidence. This little brat was really able to refine a Saint King grade pill with pill veins with just a third-order Saint Realm cultivation. Get lost, all of you get lost. Zhong Ao waved his hand impatiently. This old master has been alone here for 100 years, 100 years of peace and stability, but this smelly brat has turned this place into a mess. If any of you dare come within 100 kilometers of this place in the future, this old master will twist off your head. The three Origin returning realm masters couldn't help but shrink their heads and retreat, not daring to stay any longer. Not long after they left though, Zhong Ao's voice called out from behind. "Wait!" Holly Ka turned around and said with a flattering smile, "Does old Zhong have any orders?" Zhong Ao pointed to the dilapidated palace and said, "Find some people and build another residence for this old master. You don't have any foresight at all. Do you want me to sleep in the wilderness?" Holly Ka quickly shouted. They had brought a lot of cultivator with them this time, leaving behind a dozen or so to arrange for them to help Zhong Ao build a residence before leaving. Although it was only Saint King grade low rank, such a pill had great value. If any outstanding alchemists were to learn of it, they would likely fight to obtain it. Because they could obtain a lot of useful information from this pill cloud, perhaps it would be able to improve their alchemy skills. While Yang Kai was observing this pill, Zhong Ao briefly explained what happened after he fell unconscious, casually saying, "The pill cloud on your pill is somewhat different from the one this old master refined." "How is it different?" Yang Kai asked suspiciously. Zhong Ao tossed over a few more jade bottles, each of which contained a different pill, a total of 4. These 4 pills had been refined by Zhong Ao over the past 100 years, and had been born out of extremely good luck. Yang Kai compared the burning flame pill with the other 4 pills, and immediately discovered the biggest difference. The pill clouds covering Zhong Ao's pills were very sparse and didn't cover the entirety of the pill, one of them only having half of the pill cloud on it. Moreover, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the medicinal efficacies and energy contained in this burning flame pill were more than double those of Zhong Ao's pills. Zhong Ao took out a piece of Saint Crystal and placed it in Yang Kai's hand. The energy contained in this Saint Crystal was attracted by the pill cloud and quickly gathered towards the pill, allowing it to be swallowed and enhance its medicinal efficacies. When a pill forms pill veins, its medicinal efficacies will increase exponentially and can be stored for a long time without worrying about its medicinal efficacies fading away. Ordinary pills can't do this. The longer they are stored, the more their medicinal efficacies will fade. After 30 or 50 years, they will become useless waste. But once a pill forms pill clouds, not only can it be stored for many years, the pill clouds will also actively absorb world energy to nourish the pill, allowing its medicinal efficacies to become more and more condensed. So, every pill that forms pill clouds will have stronger medicinal efficacies the longer it is stored. Zhong Ao said, seemingly talking to himself. Yang Kai nodded. He had a deep understanding of this. Back then, when he took the pill that formed pill clouds, he almost exploded. That pill had a history of several thousand years. This old master inadvertently refined this pill 90 years ago. Zhong Ao picked up a jade bottle from Yang Kai's hand and stored a brown pill inside. After 90 years of nourishment, its medicinal efficacies have more than doubled, and its grade is still Saint King grade mid-rank, but compared to the burning flame pill you refined a few days ago, it still pales in comparison. I'm afraid this is because of the degree of pill clouds, Yang Kai said thoughtfully. This old master thinks so too. Zhong Ao nodded gently. Zhong Ao gently nodded. This old master used to think that pill clouds were like this, but after seeing this burning flame pill of yours, this old master realized that pill clouds can be even more complete and can wrap up the entire pill. On top of that, have you noticed that the speed at which your pill absorbs Saint Crystal energy is much faster than this old master's? If it is stored for a few hundred years, its value will be comparable to that of a single star. That's impossible, right? Yang Kai was taken aback, feeling that this old man was indulging in some whimsical fantasy. How is it impossible? Zhong Ao sneered. Do you know how many Origin returning realm masters have spent their entire lives searching for a way to break through to the Origin King realm? Even the few Origin Kings who have reached the Origin King realm are pursuing a way to make their realm stronger and higher. If this burning flame pill is stored for a few hundred years, it may allow an Origin King who cultivates a fire attribute secret art to break through to the next level. Chapter 1075. Yang Kai really didn't know how to refine a pill cloud. When he was refining the last burning flame pill, he had no distracting thoughts, no pressure, and for no reason, he firmly believed he could successfully refine it. When the pill had been formed, Kai Yang had clearly felt that his vitality had been stripped away, which was why he was in such a weak state. If it weren't for the demon god golden blood in Yang Kai's body, giving him an extremely strong vitality, that final stripping would have killed him on the spot. That burning flame pill wasn't a pill at all. It was a human life. That was why it was so full of vitality right now, causing Zhong Ao to gasp in amazement. Although he had succeeded once, if Yang Kai was asked to refine it again, he wouldn't be able to do so no matter what, because he no longer had the indomitable will he once had. After explaining his thoughts to Zhong Ao, Yang Kai finally managed to calm down. The old man deceived himself and made up a set of excuses to comfort his wounded soul, saying that Yang Kai being able to refine a pill cloud was entirely because of his comprehension. After hundreds of years of studying alchemy, he still couldn't compare to a young man who was less than 30 years old. Zhong Ao only felt that he had lived his entire life in vain, and was extremely ashamed. Fortunately, he wasn't going to die for the time being, so he still had a lot of time to continue studying. Inside the palace of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's branch, Yang Kai moved Shui Yuan and fed her the freshly refined burning flame pill. After her vitality stabilized, Yang Kai walked out of the room. After turning a few corners, Yang Kai saw Hali Ka, Lin Mufeng, and the others surrounding Zhong Ao, flattering him like a tide. Their faces filled with flattery, praising Zhong Ao for his incredible alchemy skills, even being able to refine pill clouds with ease. All of them admiring him greatly. Even the other top Origin King-grade alchemists in the star field couldn't achieve this. They were just a group of alchemists who were slightly higher than Zhong Ao in terms of alchemy. They were just a group of people fishing for fame. If they didn't have any real ability, how could they compare to Zhong Ao? Zhong Ao's old face flushed red, impatiently enduring their flattery. He wanted to chase them away, but he didn't have the confidence to do so, so it was difficult for him to endure. However, Hali Ka and Lin Mufeng, these idiots, didn't have the slightest bit of eyesight. Thinking he was enjoying himself and flattering him even more, causing the old man's face to become even uglier. It wasn't until Yang Kai walked out in a relaxed manner that this group of people stopped flattering him and shot him strange looks. Hali Ka even quietly gave Yang Kai a big thumbs up, a look of admiration on his face, before leaving with Lin Mufeng and the others. The backs of the two of them looked like they were about to be wiped out. Yang Kai walked in front of Zhong Ao with a confused look on his face. He didn't understand why they were looking at him like that. Little brat, you gave such great benefits to this old master? Being able to refine pill clouds and forming pill veins at a steady 30% to 40% rate is enough to make you an honored guest of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. No one will dare to provoke you. You can have your own territory, servants, beautiful maidservants, enjoy the highest standard of treatment, and obtain what others pursue for their entire lives. With Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's capital, it won't be difficult for them to cultivate you. You can obtain the greatest returns in the shortest time possible. This old master doesn't understand why you didn't tell them that the burning flame pill was refined by you and instead made this old master stand up and take the blame for you, giving this old master all the credit and fame. Zhong Ao said slowly, picking up a cup of tea and taking a sip. Hali Ka, Lin Mufeng, and the others all thought that the burning flame pill with pill clouds was refined by Zhong Ao, because that was what Yang Kai said at the beginning. Now that things had progressed to this point, Zhong Ao didn't try to explain himself, making them believe him even more. That was why they were so respectful towards Zhong Ao. Yang Kai sat down next to him, poured himself a cup of tea, and drank it in one gulp, chuckling as he said, "Old Zhong, don't pretend to be confused. The tallest tree in the forest is the first to be destroyed by the wind. This junior is only 30 years old, and although he has some small tricks up his sleeve, his cultivation realm is still too low. Such great benefits and fame are too much for this junior to bear. Only old Zhong, a respected alchemy grandmaster, can stand on your own feet. Do you believe that if the two of us took a burning flame pill with pill veins to President AIO at the same time, the treatment we would receive would be completely different? You would only be more respected and President AIO would treat you with more respect. Maybe if he was in a good mood, he would even reward you with a medicine star, and make you the master of that medicine star. However, he would put me under house arrest and arrange for various masters to protect my safety, not allowing me to take a single step out of my territory, only allowing me to deal with herbs every day. Perhaps when this junior is having sex with a beautiful woman, there will be people watching from the outside." Ha 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 ha. Zhong Ao couldn't help laughing when he heard Yang Kai's words. Imagining the funny scene, he laughed heartily and kept nodding. "Little brat, you're really smooth and slick. Sure enough, you're not a good thing. I really don't know how much wind and rain you've gone through to develop such thoughts. If I didn't have such thoughts, this junior would have died long ago." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "You're right, the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be destroyed by the wind. These benefits and fame, this old master will take them for you. In any case, this old master's alchemy skills have indeed improved a lot, so I have no qualms about accepting them." Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he quickly got up to congratulate. "Congratulations, old Zhong. This junior has been so busy with the burning flame pill that he didn't notice old Zhong's progress in the alchemic Tao. Damn it." After saying so, he sat down again and said worriedly, "But old Zhong, I'm afraid you have no choice but to join Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Before, they would have indulged you and allowed you to do as you please, but now I'm afraid they won't. If I'm not mistaken, Hali Ka, Lin Mufeng, and the others have already reported this matter to Water Moon Star, so it won't be long before people from Hongluo Chamber of Commerce arrive. This old master knows. The little bit of guilt he felt towards Zhong Ao disappeared, regretting that he hadn't made a bigger bet, and snatched all of Yang Kai's profound sunflower water and medicine furnace. Old fogies really aren't good. Guizhu was like this, and so was Zhong Ao. However, Zhong Ao would never have imagined that the little girl he was talking about, the master Shui that Hali Ka was talking about, was actually Shuiyu herself. Kissing Shuiyu's woman is nothing. This old master has even touched Shuiyu's body. On this day, when Yang Kai came to her room again, the Saint King Realm Masters who had been sent to guard her were still standing there with smiles on their faces, politely stopping Yang Kai from entering. Yang Kai's face sank. You must sign the contract with me, otherwise, I'll suffer a great loss. You only have 2 secrets. Rest assured, I'll keep them safe and won't leak them out. I won't play around with my life. I also know how powerful you are. Yang Kai said sincerely. Shuiyu became even more indignant. You really know that secret? Yang Kai scratched his cheek and said innocently, I didn't want to know, but who knew that in addition to being a woman, you were also hiding such a great secret? No wonder President Aio raised you as a man, he did it for your own good. Don't blame him. For my own good? Shuiyu's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light as she said coldly, I haven't seen my mother for several decades. They said that in order to keep this secret, my father killed everyone who knew about it, including my mother. Is this also for my own good? Yang Kai didn't know what to say. He had also spied on Shuiyu's words from her knowledge sea, but this was her family's business, so it was not convenient for him to comment. Moreover, no one knew whether or not Shuiyu's mother had died, so Shuiyu had only heard rumors. So what if I have the dragon marrow phoenix body? Could it be that everyone in the world can see through my physique and snatch me home? Shuiyu shouted angrily, her full breasts heaving up and down in an enchanting arc. Keep your voice down. Yang Kai was shocked. Do you still want to live? Why are you shouting about such a thing? Seeing Yang Kai so nervous, Shuiyu couldn't help feeling a little smug, the anger she felt just a moment ago having been thrown out of her mind. Instead, she smiled at him and said, And you also know this secret, so why aren't you tempted at all? You should know what kind of benefits the dragon marrow phoenix body can bring you. Of course I know. Yang Kai glanced at her. According to the words of that person in your memories, any man who takes your primordial yin will obtain unimaginable benefits. Your Chamber of Commerce's moon slave business was inspired by your constitution, right? Shuiyu gently nodded. Yes. You can say that I am the most outstanding moon slave in the Chamber of Commerce. It's just that no one knows about it. When I was unconscious, you clearly had a lot of opportunities, so I don't believe you weren't tempted. You aren't holy to that degree. Her expression said she had already seen through his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Yes, I was tempted to death. Yang Kai nodded fiercely. When I learned this secret, I couldn't wait to take off your clothes and take you. Then why didn't you do it? Shui Yu's interest was piqued. You also know that even if you did, I wouldn't blame you. At most I would just beat you. She spoke lightly, as if she wasn't talking about her own chastity, but about a woman she didn't even know. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on and thought about it for a moment before saying, I'm a man of principles. Shui Yu curled her lips, obviously not believing Yang Kai's words. According to the old man who investigated your constitution, the higher your strength, the greater the benefits of taking you. You are now a third-order Saint King, so if I really wanted to take you, I'm afraid I could directly break through to the first-order Saint King realm. Yang Kai said lightly. But so what? I don't need your body to reach that level, and it won't take long for me to do so. Do you believe I can achieve that in 3 years? Shui Yu stared at Yang Kai in a daze, listening to his bold words, her beautiful eyes blurring as she nodded repeatedly, asking casually, what if I wasn't a Saint King, but an Origin King? Yang Kai looked her up and down for a moment before replying without hesitation. Then you would already be mine. Shui Yu knew better than anyone how dangerous it was for a third-order saint cultivator to venture out into the outside world. So how could she feel at ease leaving her life in the hands of such a weak person? Her mind in a mess, Shui Yu grabbed the cup on the table and threw it to the ground, grinding her teeth for a long time before finally spitting out a few words. Cruel and unscrupulous. Ever since she was a child, she had never been at a disadvantage in a confrontation. She had always held the initiative, whether her opponent was a man or a woman, old or young, as long as they fell into her hands, they could only be at her mercy. All the seniors in the Chamber of Commerce said that she was the best successor, and the most outstanding one. She accepted such praise with a clear conscience. But in front of Kai Yang, she found that she was being suppressed everywhere. She didn't even have a chance to refute him, which made her very annoyed and also very unreconciled. Hiding in her room, Shui Yu sat cross-legged on her bed, silently circulating her secret art to stabilize her chaotic state of mind. Gradually, her breathing stabilized, and she began to think about her relationship with Yang Kai from a different perspective, as well as the pros and cons of keeping him or letting him go. After leaving Shui Yu's room, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He gave Shui Yu 3 days. After 3 days, no matter what choice Shui Yu made, he would stay as far away from this woman as possible. Perhaps it was because of the soul chains, but this choice made him feel a little reluctant. The several heads that were poking their heads over to watch this scene made Yang Kai feel even more uncomfortable. If they wanted to watch a good show, why didn't they find a better place to sit? Everyone's faces were filled with gossipy looks, as if they wanted to ask about the situation, but were too embarrassed to open their mouths. Old Ha! Yang Kai beckoned to him. Holly Ka's face flushed red as he strode over with Lin Mufeng and the others, pretending to be discussing something as they walked, their expressions extremely serious. Old Ha! When they came close, Yang Kai called out again. Little brother. Holly Ka looked unhappy. It's fine for others to call me Old Ha, but it's a bit inappropriate for you to call me that. Although I don't mind, it wouldn't be good if outsiders were to hear you call me that. Shui Master needs some materials to cultivate. Take me to the storehouse. Yang Kai ignored his protests. What does Shui Master need? Holly Ka froze for a moment but didn't ask any more questions, instead turning around and saying, Come with me, there are some good things in the storehouse. I just don't know if they'll be enough to enter Shui Master's eyes. Shui Master isn't very particular, Yang Kai sniffed. In any case, he was going to leave in 3 days. This time, in order to awaken Shui Yu, he had lost half his life and had spent so much time on Rainfall Star, so if he didn't obtain some benefits before leaving, he would be sorry. Especially when it came to St. Crystals, Yang Kai didn't have a single piece left. Borrowing Shui Yu's name wasn't a big deal. By the time Shui Yu found out about this, he would have long since fled. In front of the storehouse, Holly Ka and Lin Mufeng each held a key and opened the heavy door. Old Ha was an honest man, So he stood at the door of the storehouse and said, "Go in and see for yourself. Don't hesitate to take whatever you see. We'll be waiting here." Young Kai nodded and walked into the storehouse. In an instant, a colorful light filled the storehouse, making it difficult for Young Kai to open his eyes. This was the storehouse of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's branch, and the wealth stored inside was astonishing. There were all kinds of cultivation materials, artifacts, pills, and even space spirit crystals used to make space rings. Looking at the dazzling array of things, Young Kai strode straight over to a pile of saint crystals. There were mountains of saint crystals here, low-rank saint crystals, mid-rank saint crystals, high-rank saint crystals. Young Kai only took the high-rank saint crystals, taking almost 50,000 of them before stopping. With so many saint crystals, it should be enough for him to use for some time. After spending so much time in the star territory, Young Kai had some understanding of the value of saint crystals, and was no longer as confused as he was at first. 50,000 high-rank saint crystals was enough to buy an origin-grade high-rank artifact. After loading up the saint crystals, Young Kai came to the place where the herbs were stored. Now Young Kai had a lot of origin-grade and origin-king-grade herbs, but he couldn't use them for the time being. After all, his alchemy skills were still lacking. There weren't many Saint King grade materials, and his current alchemist rank just so happened to be mid-rank Saint King grade, so if he worked hard enough, he could even refine Saint King grade high-rank pills. Naturally, the more Saint King grade herbs he had, the better, as they could be used in alchemy to enhance his alchemy skills. Young Kai didn't go overboard. When it came to profiting, there was a limit to how much he could take. He had to make others feel distressed and satisfied without creating a life or death grudge. Young Kai grasped this limit very well, and stopped after filling a ring with Saint King grade herbs. The two pitch-black round stones in the black book space were like bottomless pits that could never be filled. The ores Young Kai had purchased on Water Moon Star last time had been completely consumed by them, so this time it was a good time to replenish them. Worthy of being the storehouse of a Chamber of Commerce branch, the grade of ores stored here was quite good. Young Kai closed his eyes and stuffed everything inside, only stopping when he felt it was enough. Arriving at the territory where the artifacts were stored, Young Kai looked around expectantly. He had hoped to find one or two useful artifacts here, preferably defensive ones. As for offensive artifacts, Young Kai had always held an indifferent attitude. Compared to artifacts, Young Kai was more willing to believe in his own strength. However, defensive artifacts were different. The more of these artifacts, the better, the easier it would be to protect his life. But after looking around for a while, Young Kai was disappointed. There were a lot of artifacts here, but none of them caught Young Kai's eye. The best artifact here was only Saint King grade high rank, and it was a long halberd. Kai Yang had never been interested in this type of weapon. Only those men whose brains were filled with muscles would like to use this type of artifact to show off their might. If he were to use it himself, it would definitely be neither fish nor fowl, and refining it would also take a lot of time. After searching for a long time, Young Kai reluctantly gave up and left the storehouse. Holly Ka and Lin Mufeng, who had been waiting outside, saw Young Kai walk out but didn't ask what he had taken, nor did they check the damage inside, simply closing the door behind them. They were still hoping that when the people from the Home Star arrived, Snow Master would help them put in a few good words, so that the Home Star would exempt them from punishment. Now that Snow Master wanted something from them, they naturally opened the door wide. Young Kai couldn't help worrying about Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. If the person in charge of every cultivation star was as irresponsible as Old Ha, wouldn't Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce suffer a huge loss? Chapter 1081. Before this, Yang Kai wasn't quite sure how much of an effect the soul chains had on him, but the moment the soul chains were lifted, he understood that this soul skill had many mysteries. Not only could it tightly link two people's lives together, but it could also make two people develop a good impression of each other for no reason, making them reluctant to part with each other. Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder what would have happened if Shui Yu hadn't used the soul skill on such a young man, but instead on an old man or a young woman who was half buried in the ground. What would the result have been? Could it have made the two of them fall in love with each other? Thinking of this possibility, Yang Kai couldn't help shuddering. But now, the soul chains had been completely lifted by the mutual consent of both parties, and the feelings that had been imposed on Yang Kai had also disappeared. At this moment, besides feeling a little bit of regret, he no longer felt reluctant to part with Shui Yu. Whether it was in terms of appearance, identity, or cultivation, Shui Yu was a good woman. Any man would feel regret for missing out on such a good match. The moment the soul chains were lifted, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and tore space, escaping 1,000 kilometers away. Shui Yu had said that once the soul chains were no longer binding her, she didn't know what she would do. Yang Kai estimated that it was very likely she would try to kill him. He knew so many of her secrets and had even hugged her, so with her cruel temperament, it would be strange for her to let him leave safely. Therefore, Yang Kai had first used his star shuttle to leave Rainfall Star, and release the soul chains with Shui Yu at the maximum distance possible. This was to give himself some time to escape, lest Shui Yu turn hostile on him on the spot. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he wanted to. After tearing space 10 times in a row, Yang Kai was already 10,000 kilometers away, tossing pills into his mouth to restore his spiritual energy, while desperately controlling his star shuttle to escape. He always felt a murderous intent following behind him like a shadow. 10 days later, in the territory of Rainfall Star, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on his star shuttle, allowing it to carry him forward. The star shuttle had been engraved with a star by Yang Kai, and was now moving towards a distant location. Rainfall Star had long since disappeared, and looking back, all Yang Kai could see were the twinkling stars. After running for more than 10 days without any pursuit, Yang Kai felt he should be safe. Otherwise, with the resources Shui Yu's grasp, they should have already caught up to him. He had even thought he could escape. If he was forced, he could simply hide in the void and never come out. Shui Yu wouldn't be able to catch him. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, Yang Kai felt several life forces break into the range of his divine sense. Yang Kai's divine sense, which contained the subtle power of space, quickly withdrew, and before these people could notice, Yang Kai had already grasped their information. 3 people, 3 first-order Saint Kings, each of them controlling a star shuttle and rapidly flying towards him. Yang Kai could feel that they had been flying through Rainfall Star's territory for quite some time now, each of them consuming a great deal of energy. Were they sent by Shui Yu, or were they just passing by? Yang Kai couldn't tell, so he quietly concealed his aura and flew in a different direction, preparing to avoid these 3 people and not cause any unnecessary trouble. But to his surprise, even after he changed directions several times in succession, the 3 of them still followed him like maggots in a tarsal bone, unable to be shaken off. Moreover, as time passed, the distance between them became closer and closer. Damn it! Father has lived for so many years, yet has never flown a star shuttle into the star field. This time, I've suffered such a big loss at the hands of that woman boy. How are you going to compensate me? The young man in front of him also glared at Yang Kai, his eyes filled with anger, apparently blaming Yang Kai for his suffering. Flying a star shuttle through the starfield was not a pleasant experience. Generally, they would take a starship to travel back and forth from Cultivation Star, occasionally carrying out some exploratory tasks, but it would only take them 3 to 5 days to return. But this time, they had chased Yang Kai for more than 10 days, all of them exhausted and consuming a massive amount of Saint crystals. Such a loss naturally had to be recouped from Yang Kai's head. Heh, that woman only told the 3 of us to bring this little brat back, but she didn't say anything about taking his things back. I heard that before he planned to escape, He used that woman's name to get Master Hali Ka and Master Lin Mufeng to open the storehouse and take a lot of good things from there. Tens of thousands of high-rank saint crystals alone. The last man said greedily. Really? The big man and the young man both cast their eyes towards the space ring on Yang Kai's finger, their eyes spitting fire. Tens of thousands of saint crystals was not a small number, so all three of them were extremely tempted. And I took 50,000 saint crystals. Yang Kai chuckled, holding up the ring on his hand and saying, "It's all inside, and there are also some Saint King grade herbs and 5 elements ores. The total value is probably no less than 100,000 saint crystals." Hearing what he said, no matter who it was, all three of them couldn't help breathing heavily, the greed and covetousness in their eyes becoming so strong that it was almost impossible to disperse. "Little brat, hand over that ring and I promise not to hurt a single hair on your head, provided you cooperate." The big man stretched out his hand to Yang Kai and shouted, "You want it? Answer my question." Yang Kai smiled. "If you have something to say, then say it. Hurry up and finish this matter so we can go back as soon as possible. I don't want to stay here a moment longer," the big man said impatiently. Flying a star shuttle through the star field was very dangerous. Not only was it consuming one's strength at all times, but there was also the star field storms and fast-moving asteroids. If one was not careful, one could easily be hit by one of them, putting one's life in danger. This time, if it weren't for that woman's coercion, none of these three would have been willing to accept such a difficult task. Even Master Hali Ka had been angered by that smelly woman. Seeing that Yang Kai seemed to want to cooperate, the big man hurriedly urged him. "How did you find me? It's not that I'm looking down on you, it's just that with the 3 of your abilities, there's no way you could track me down so accurately," Yang Kai asked curiously. The 3 of them glanced at each other and grinned meaningfully. The big man didn't try to hide anything, flipping his hand and summoning a colorful ribbon into his palm. This ribbon was tossed out by him, and seemed to be attracted by some kind of force, flying directly towards Yang Kai. Kai Yang's face changed slightly, and he quickly grabbed the ribbon in his hand. It still had the sweet scent of snow moon lingering on it. Just by relying on this. Yang Kai frowned. "What is this?" "You're asking me, but who should I ask?" The big man grinned. "Before we left, that woman gave it to me, saying that if I followed its guidance, I would be able to find your location. The reason we were able to track you down was because of it." Yang Kai stared at him deeply, feeling that there was no need for the other party to lie to him. Looking at the ribbon again, Yang Kai suddenly seemed to understand something and grit his teeth. That cheap slut. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly understood where the problem lay. That woman was truly worthy of being called a scheming person. A simple conversation before parting had actually been used by her to such an extent. The wine Snow Moon had prepared at that time was just a smokescreen. There really wasn't any medicine in it. It was just to numb Yang Kai's nerves. Her real purpose was to bite his neck while she was crying out in grief and indignation. When she bit him, she must have done something to his body unknown to him. Otherwise, how could she have determined his location with just a ribbon? Some distances were short and could be crossed by a star shuttle in 1 or 2 months, while others were so long that even if one relied on a starship, it would take several years of travel. Yang Kai's goal was relatively far away. Although half a year had passed, according to his estimation, it would still take him another 3 months to reach his destination. This was the sorrow of the poor. Without the ability to buy a starship, there was not enough manpower to operate one. So flying through the star field with a star shuttle was very time-consuming. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't waste these days. The heavenly spirit ghost orchid was constantly helping Yang Kai absorb world energy. The star field's world energy was very thin, so the heavenly spirit ghost orchid couldn't play much of a role. During this time, Yang Kai had been relying on high-rank saint crystals to restore his consumption and cultivate. While cultivating, he also studied alchemy. The books he obtained from Old Zong had been flipped through several times, memorizing the grades, effects, names and characteristics of various spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Zhong Ao's own spirit array diagrams had also been thoroughly studied by Yang Kai. After studying all this, Yang Kai began studying the mysteries of space. The battle with the 3 Saint King Realm cultivator had allowed him to discover the wonders of the Tao of space. The Tao of space had been attached to Yang Kai's divine sense threads, allowing them to break through the shackles of space and leap forward, allowing him to explore further and more secret places, making it difficult for others to detect him. Even if he was detected, it would be impossible for others to track him down and track him down. Yang Kai had long understood all of this. Now he also understood that the Tao of space could be used to enhance his Saint Chi attacks. In that battle, the 9 heavens' divine skills had relied on the Tao of space to break through the shackles of space and launch strange attacks that caught the enemy off guard. This inadvertent discovery had caused his combat effectiveness to soar. When he was a second-order saint on Watermoon Star, he had exhausted himself fighting a first-order Saint King cultivator, but now killing 3 cultivators in the same realm was a piece of cake for him. This was the advantage of using the Tao of space flexibly. Naturally, Yang Kai began studying the Tao of space more and more diligently. Along the way, Yang Kai had comprehended many mysteries, and many things that had previously been difficult to understand were now suddenly clear, allowing him to temper his understanding of the Tao of space with great enthusiasm. Since entering the star territory, Yang Kai had encountered too many powerful masters, including those who had truly mastered the grand divine technique. Yang Kai quickly realized the huge gap between himself and these masters. He must have seen that group of people but deliberately didn't tell us. Someone else interjected, glaring at Yang Kai with unkind eyes, seemingly wanting to attack Yang Kai. DG stared at Yang Kai coldly, his eyes flashing slightly, but he didn't take a stand. Why bother with his nonsense? Just kill him and let me refine his soul. Won't we know if he's lying or not? Another man shouted, looking quite impatient as he shouted, if you don't cooperate, don't blame us for being impolite. Yang Kai glanced over at him and grinned meaningfully, a cold light flashing across the depths of his eyes. However, since 1,000 Saint Crystals could save him some trouble, he was happy to do so. Time passed by as Yang Kai continued to move towards his goal. On this day, he charged into an ocean of meteors. There were countless meteors of various sizes as far as the eye could see. They were large like mountains and small like jade plates, and the endless stream of meteors had converged into a grand ocean. In the starry sky, there were many such asteroid seas, some of which even star shuttles had to travel for several months before they could escape. Generally speaking, these asteroid seas followed the flow of the current without any particular pattern. When a starship sailed, it would prioritize avoiding these asteroid seas. These asteroids not only affected the speed of navigation, but also added great danger to the starship. A single mishap could lead to the destruction of the starship. A good chart master would carve a suitable route according to the destination of the starship, so that it could travel safely. After arriving here, Yang Kai couldn't let his star shuttle move forward on its own because if he made a mistake, it would hit an oncoming meteorite. He had to temporarily put aside his other matters and focus on controlling his star shuttle. Shuttling through the dense asteroid sea, after 10 days or so, Yang Kai arrived at the center of the asteroid sea. In front of him was still an endless sea of meteorites, with no end in sight. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry though. In any case, he didn't have anything urgent to do. Amidst the dark asteroid sea, a burst of light suddenly bloomed in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned and quickly released his divine sense to investigate. Various life auras, both strong and weak, came from that direction as well as the sound of fierce fighting. There are actually people in this place? Yang Kai felt a little strange, and looking at the situation in front of him, it seemed that there was some kind of dispute and a desperate struggle. Involuntarily, Yang Kai thought of the group of people he met a few days ago. It couldn't be such a coincidence, right? Yang Kai had been wandering around the starfield for half a year, and hadn't seen a single person. Now that he met them again, it was very likely that they were the same group. Last time, Yang Kai had learned from the other party's words that they were chasing after his enemy. Judging from the current situation, they should have caught up. Yang Kai quietly rushed over and hid his aura, soon arriving behind a huge meteorite. Using the cover of the meteorite, he looked over and found that his guess was correct. One side of the battle was the group of cultivators led by DG. Originally, there were nearly 20 of them, but now, less than half were left. The others were nowhere to be seen, but judging from the crimson bloodstains and broken limbs on the nearby meteorites, the missing half were most likely dead. The group of cultivators who were fighting DG, and the others were not faring much better. Everyone was doing their best and panting heavily, using all kinds of subtle secret arts and artifacts, many of them cursing as they fought. Both sides were in a tragic situation, with people constantly injured and dying. Yang Kai hid nearby, so no one noticed that the souls of the dead cultivators were all being sucked into Yang Kai's knowledge, by an invisible suction force. These people were all Saint King Realm Masters, and would be of great benefit to Yang Kai's cultivation and comprehension of the martial Tao and heavenly way. Yang Kai was happy to see this and quietly moved towards the center of the battlefield, waiting to receive the souls of the dead cultivators. DG and his group were not good people. Yang Kai could see this from their previous attitude towards him. If it weren't for DG having scruples at that time, these people would have definitely attacked him. So even if they all died, Yang Kai didn't care. Guiche didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed and instead looked even more sincere. Yes, I do have such an idea, but little brother, your strength is too low. How can you obtain any benefits without paying a price? If you follow me, you'll still have a chance to survive. I won't let you go to places that are too dangerous, but if you follow DG, you won't live past tomorrow. Can I act alone? Just pretend you didn't notice me, Yang Kai said with a distressed look. Everyone burst into laughter, their expressions filled with ridicule. Good, it looks like if I don't choose a side, I'll die immediately, right? DG and Guiche didn't speak, the former just snickering, his intentions obvious. These two types of energy were intertwined together to form an impenetrable net. The reason why Guiche and the others couldn't use their divine senses to investigate this place was because of this. Yang Kai thought that this was a natural wonder, but when a fierce aura suddenly approached him from a certain direction, Yang Kai didn't think so. This aura hid an evil aura, and in this world of yellow sand, there was clearly something alive. Standing motionless, Yang Kai stared in the direction of the source of this aura, wanting to see what was approaching him. The earth began to tremble as the fierce aura got closer and closer. Yang Kai even smelled a fishy stench that made him faint. Unable to see anything, all Yang Kai could see was the ground constantly collapsing, forming more yellow sand that was swept up into the sky by the wind, blurring his vision even more. Faintly, two huge pincers appeared, and as these pincers opened and closed, they seemed to be able to cut through space itself. Feeling a sense of crisis, Yang Kai quickly retreated, but the moment he left the area covered by the yellow sand, he saw two scarlet eyes staring at him through the sandstorm. An invisible pressure came from the sandstorm, making Yang Kai almost unable to breathe. Spreading his wind and thunder wings behind him, Yang Kai's speed instantly increased to its maximum, instantly traversing more than 10 kilometers. A purple pincer pierced through the sandstorm and clamped down on his original position, cutting off the afterimage he had left behind. Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat as he approached Guiche and the others without looking back. Not long after he arrived beside Guiche, his face a little pale. "What did you find?" Guiche hurriedly asked. Ganji, Luo Yao, Jiping, and the others also stared at Yang Kai. "A kind of vicious beast." Yang Kai frowned. "It can control the power of wind and earth, has two big pincers, red eyes, and seems to have a tail that sticks up high. In that sandstorm, its figure is completely hidden, and even if you stand next to it, you won't be able to see it. It's a very dangerous, vicious beast." "Is the surface of its body purple?" Guiche's expression changed as he asked anxiously. Yang Kai thought for a moment before nodding. "Yes, when I left, it stretched out its pincers and they were indeed purple. Do you know what they are?" The other three also stared at Guiche eagerly. Guiche suddenly grinned and said to the three of them, "Scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion. Have you heard of it?" Hearing what he said, the eyes of the three lit up, all of them showing excited expressions. Ganji yelled, "No way! Is it really a scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion?" From what Yang Kai saw, coupled with my own judgment, it should be a scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion. Haha, even if we can't find the place to temper our bodies, a scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion is worth the trip, Guiche laughed. But the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion is a 9th-order monster beast, equivalent to an origin-returning realm master. Can the few of us kill it? Luo Yao's peach blossom eyes flashed with worry. It shouldn't be a problem. Ganji thought for a moment. A monster beast is a monster beast after all, and it has lived here for many years without any experience in battle. If it fights us based on its instincts, it will only die. Indeed. Jipeng also had no objections, his face filled with eagerness. Is that monster beast very good? Yang Kai showed a suspicious look. Guiche grinned. It's even better than a 10th-order monster beast. Other monster beasts may not have anything valuable other than their monster core. Although their claws, teeth, and fur have some uses, they aren't very useful. However, this scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion is different. Its shell, tail, and pincers can all be used to refine artifacts that are origin grade. Yang Kai didn't even think about it and wanted to jump out of the pond, but before he could do anything, a huge suction force came from under the water, as if two invisible hands had grabbed his ankles, making him unable to move. At the same time, the blood-red pond began to bubble one after another, and the sound of popping filled the air. A strange force thousands of times more ferocious than the previous one seeped out of the pond and squeezed into everyone's bodies. The drop of demon god golden blood that had just appeared in Yang Kai's body began to grow at an incredible speed. The veins on Yang Kai's forehead bulged as he endured the unimaginable pain and torture, shaking his head as he said, "I don't know, maybe my strength is too low, or maybe I'm still at the edge of the pool. Do you want to come down and check?" Ji Peng coldly snorted. "Do you think I'm an idiot?" Yang Kai nodded heavily. "You really are an idiot, only focusing on what's in front of you and not even noticing that someone was attacking you from behind." Ji Peng's face changed as he suddenly turned around and saw a blood-stained man with two horns on his head hiding his aura quietly approaching from behind. DG. Ji Peng's soul nearly left his body as he paled. After seeing the state of this monster race master, Ji Peng calmed down a lot. DG had encountered some kind of danger in battle, but his body was covered in wounds and he looked quite distressed. On top of that, he was by himself and his companions who had been following him were nowhere to be seen. Foreign Elder Changqi was the strongest person on the starship, a third-order Saint King. If not for his age, he should have had hopes of breaking through to the origin-returning realm. He was quite knowledgeable and experienced, so perhaps he would recognize what this blood-red crystal was. "Why do you want to invite Foreign Elder Changqi over?" Yu Feng laughed, rushing over to the crystal and patting it gently. "Even if this guy is alive, I'm afraid he won't be able to come out. I tried just now, but no matter how much strength I used, I couldn't break this crystal, not even leaving a trace. I don't even know what it is." You're tuning in to the Limei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.